forgot to even do a mic check. Sorry about that. Sorry for the late start this morning. I had a doctor's appointment, a virtual one, and she was just late. Blame the doctor. Don't blame Jen. It's not her fault. It never is. It's always my fault, unless it's the doctor's fault. Happy Wednesday, everybody. If you haven't already begun, just a reminder, today is the official day of the week to hump. So make sure you hump. If you've got a significant other, maybe hump them. If you're JD Vance, maybe we hump a couch. It's just we don't judge here. We don't kink shame. But we do encourage humping on Wednesdays. I wanted to thanks Britt for finding the cartoon today. This is Bromhall 25. I did the cartoon. Britt sent this to me earlier this morning, and it's pretty damn accurate. I also have this god-awful McDonald's coffee. Somebody told me, it wasn't that long ago, I had a McDonald's coffee, and somebody told me that it tasted like mud. And whoever said that, you have absolutely ruined my life. Because I used to like it. You can get it. Don't think that it tastes like mud, but like if you get that little McDonald's app on your phone, you can get it for $1. Shut up, Kayla. You don't know. Where do you live in Oklahoma? Do you guys even have coffee yet? That's not cooked over a campfire. I don't believe it. Hot AF mud. Okay. I think Dunkin's coffee's awful too, but when I got done at the gym this morning, the coffee shop wasn't open yet. I go pretty early, and so McDonald's was the only thing open. And you can see, I got this at like 6:30 this morning, and I have not drank much of it, but we're gonna figure it out. Coffee, Starbucks too. Starbucks coffee, subpar. We have Dutch Bros here. I don't know if you guys have that in other states. I don't know if that's an Arizona thing or not, but that's my go-to. Dutch Bros, and there's a place called The Fix that brings in.
So you like coffee with just cream, sugar, and milk?
I eat no sugar in the coffee. I do a little bit, usually like almond milk, because regular milk makes me farty. But they don't have that option at McDonald's either. So
some of the shit you say, you couldn't waterboard out of me.
That dairy makes you farty? Well, what am I supposed to say?
I'm just saying, just some of the shit that you say.
Okay.
You could not waterboard out of me. It's
Sorry about that. Sorry if that made anybody uncomfortable today. It is who I am. And good morning, Jen.
Good morning. My spawn prefers Dutch Bro over.
Your kid drinks coffee?
If I let her, yeah.
Damn. Wait, what age did she start drinking coffee?
7.
7? Is that normal? I don't know. You know where I grew up, so like, you don't drink coffee unless you're planning on going to hell. But is that what? In the chat, will you guys tell me how old you were when you started drinking coffee? That seems early.
I was joking. She didn't start drinking coffee at 7.
Oh, okay. When did she start?
I mean, she'll have it here and there as like a treat, like, Dutch Bros or like a Frappuccino at Starbucks or something like that. So I don't know.
Oh, like desserty ones, not like coffee.
Yeah, no, she's not.
Okay.
She's not getting like a cup of black coffee at first thing in the morning or anything. She is 11, so.
It is amazing that we discovered that we liked coffee. I don't know a single person who tried coffee for the first time and was like, that's good. And then everybody just keeps drinking it. Same with me. The first time I had it, I was like, that is horrendous. And now, like, I drink my coffee black. Now I'm like, I need that. I need that punishment in the morning. I need something that tastes a little bit bitter and hot in the morning. I don't know.
I mean, that would make sense if I drink coffee like that to match my soul. But when I drink coffee, I have to have it very sweet.
That's right. You're not much of a coffee or like caffeine consumer either, right?
I mean, for me, I know a lot of people drink coffee because it gives for like the energy. It doesn't do anything for me.
All right. Well, that's because you're not. It's because you're not human. Like,
right. That's true.
We're gonna get into that a little bit later today, but extraterrestrials.
Not being human.
No, extraterrestrials and.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Okay. So it's not focused on me though. Other aliens.
We can make it about you if you want. We could do that. We could pull up like your high school cheerleading pictures. Pull up your yearbook photos. We could do all that.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll find. I mean, I think there's one picture you've seen, but you.
Well, but I have the yearbooks. I have yearbooks that you're in, or I have access to yearbooks that you're in. Just if anybody.
I don't know if I was actually in those that much. I think maybe the main picture, but not like any like casual pictures.
Oh, I'm gonna do some research. I'll see what I can
All
find.
right.
All right. While you're here, you want to do your announcements?
Yeah, sure. Why not? All right. So we're getting going, even though shocking people had to have us start a little late. It wasn't for the reason he was late last time, so
What was
that's
that?
good.
Why was I late last time?
Because you had to poop.
Oh yeah, that was tough. I never told you why that happened.
I
That was
mean,
bad. Bad scenario
I
for
mean,
me.
you did.
Oh, I did? Oh,
Then
okay.
you told everybody else. So.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But anyways,
I told everybody on the stream?
Yeah, you told.
I don't know if I was
think
honest about it. Do you remember what I said? I don't remember if I told the truth.
Well, you had said, I don't know. I mean, you had said you had gone to the bathroom, and you assumed I told everybody you had also, and I hadn't.
No, yeah, no, that is what happened. Somebody is audio messed up for anybody else? I see it from Brian.
Mine's fine.
I don't think I lied. I was just saying I don't think I told anybody what happened. We'll discuss that later. Do your thing, Jen.
All right.
Sorry.
Related, but sorry. When you mentioned Dutch Bros earlier, I just in our chat sent a video that I ran across this morning, which I found kind of ironic that you brought up Dutch Bros, and I saw that video this morning. Anyways, so we're getting going. Jay had an appointment that ran a little long, so we're here now. So, give goal top left-hand corner is something we need to hit each day to keep the show going. It is date night with Admir, so that'll be on later around 6:00. So we'll have that on YouTube and TikTok. So date night is tonight with Admir. If you haven't, so give goal, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking down that remaining balance. We need to get to that by the end of the show. So if we can get to it sooner, that would be cool. Rather than stressing me out at the end, but it is. It makes me a little panicky, which I don't really like. So, also subscribe if you haven't already. We've got different member-only events. We'll have one coming up on Monday. So, if you guys want to be part of that, you have to be a paid member, depending on where TikTok, Twitch, or YouTube. One of the paid memberships on YouTube. If you guys disagree with,
I got one of the two guests confirmed there for Monday. She's checking with her sister. There is I'm trying to remember the name of the podcast here. Let me pull it up. The podcast is called Messy Jeans. You can find them on Instagram. It's these two ex-Mormon sisters that you guys think I overshare. Wait till you meet these people. Wait till you meet
I can
two
imagine
overshares.
what Gene is referring to.
I listened to their I was listening to their podcast in the grocery store one time, and I felt like I had headphones on, and I still felt like I needed to turn it off because I'm Jesus. But at least one of the two has agreed to come on, and they will be much funnier, and they will provide much more insight than me. You check them out. Check out the Messy Jeans podcast, or just like both of their Instagrams. They're both hilarious.
Sweet.
Yeah.
So I do see some people already chirping in the comments. If you guys want to come up and have a conversation with Jay, you can do that. How you do that is if you look at the Venmo username, that is my Discord. You can DM me on Discord, and I can bring you up to talk to Jay, and you don't have to be in the comments. So there's that. Check out our link tree in the bio. We are on most social media platforms. We have merch. Jay's on Cameo, and all these episodes are uploaded to Spotify. So let's knock out that gift goal quick, fast, in a hurry, so we don't have to stress about it. What's a snake's favorite subject in school?
I don't know.
History.
Stupid. No. You gotta go. Is this the new talking point? Somebody on YouTube said that the signature is not Donald Trump, that it's Donald Barr. That's what you guys are going with now. We'll get to that in a little bit. But I wanted to show this. I'm sure I'm the last person to show you this, but we're gonna watch it anyways. Donald Trump, bravely, by the way, and JD Vance, bravely, and Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio, they all bravely drove in their armored vehicles half a mile away from the White House to a secured location with heavy Secret Service presence to, I think it's called, like, it's not Joe's Crab Shack. It was Joe's like crab place or something. It's not the chain. They went down there to show how safe DC was, along with armor guard. They're so brave. And this is totally not the dumbest fucking political stunt ever. And then they went to a nice sit-down restaurant while Russia was attacking Ukraine, which they didn't bother to address yesterday. They were too full from their crab, so they waited till this morning to address that. But here's what happened on their way out the door.
Yeah, I can see it. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you.
I just want to show two things here. So Trump stops and he stares at these protesters, and you have this taller lady standing up with the Free Palestine. And the way Trump looks at her, I think you can clearly see like it was a bit alarming to her, which would make sense, right? Like that's the president of the United States. It's somebody who likes to be vindictive. There's no doubt that the identities of these women will be known. There's not a ton of doubt that if he can find something on them, they will. There will likely be some sort of news story that comes out about these women in the next little bit. But Trump sits there and stares at them. And the one holding the flag stops chanting and holds up the flag, but clearly like rattled. You can see it kind of here. And then we got Blue Hoodie here who doesn't give a fuck. She cannot get close enough to him. She can't stop staring him in the eyes. I don't know who she is, but she is fucking fearless. And she stares down this geriatric bitch like he's nothing. And I loved that. You can see her lead in on the way out. She didn't give a fuck. Whatever you want to say about that. I don't think it has... I think everywhere Trump goes, though, he should be heckled. He was heckled at the U.S. Open. He should be. If you're going to sit back and support a genocide while like sicking the military on your people, sorry, bud, you're going to get some criticism. And I hope he'll be tough because he's real tough, guys. You guys know who that is? Do you guys? Somebody says Beanie said love Olivia. Is that lady's name Olivia? Do we know who she is? Whoever she is, I just like her. She just didn't give a fuck. She did not give a fuck. All right, on to the next one. This is, do you guys remember Kevin Sorbo? He was Hercules. When I was a kid, I didn't have cable, so the only TV shows I ever watched were ones that were shown on like broadcast TV. And I think Hercules was on Fox. Maybe I remember we watched it as a family. This little dude is Kevin Sorbo's son, so it just raised as a rich nepo baby. I don't know, how old is he? His name is Braden, Braedn, because why not? Let me see how old he is. He's out here. He's going to be out here handing out life lessons at 24 years old. He's from born and raised in Henderson, Nevada. If you know anything about Henderson, if you're wealthy, it's likely that that's probably where you live in Las Vegas. I don't know, he got his cross on, and he's about to hand out some life lessons, so listen up.
I know more young women today who say they wish they didn't ever get the right to vote than I've ever talked to in my life, right? They go back.
I know more women today who say they wish they couldn't vote than I've ever known in my life. Bro, you might not know a lot of women. I think you might know like 3.
And they go, well, if I never had this, then everything throughout the history with abortion and feminism and all of these things wouldn't have taken place. And so I would much rather give up my one right to vote if it meant 10,000 liberal women wouldn't be allowed to vote so that we could return our country to a better place. Because what we have to realize is women controlled the house, which means they controlled the vote of their husbands. And so that...
Yeah, shut the fuck up. This is the dumbest thing. All these alpha bros are like, I run my household. The man is the head of house. And then anytime it comes to like women's rights or taking away the right of women to vote, they're like, well, actually the women runs the house because they can withhold sex. Except for you guys also don't want no fault divorce. And you also don't think that like marital grape is a thing. So I don't know. It seems like you maybe don't think women are running the household.
True dynamic was one vote for the entire household that was pretty much dictated by the wife. Right. So the husband, who was tasked with taking care of and being responsible for his entire family, used the singular vote he had for his household to make sure that they were protected, to make sure that they were provided for. And what we did was we tricked thousands and thousands and thousands of people
You dumb women. You dumb women. You fell for the trick. You fell for the trick. When we said you were going to get to vote, you're like, yeah, I'll do it. We fucking got you, you idiots. How did you fall for that trick? Where you're allowed to vote and stuff, where you're allowed to like buy a house on your own. You're allowed to have your own finances. You stupid idiots. How could you fall for this? And look what's happened to you now. Look at you. You're all not in the kitchen. Some of you don't even have 7 kids. God, you're so easy to dupe. This is why I'm saying this is what I mean. It started at the beginning with Eve and the apple. And you guys have been fucking up ever since. You're always tricked. Isn't it weird? Like, they just present it this way. Like, yeah, the thing about women is they're great, except for they're too stupid to know what's good for them. And that's why men need to lead.
Into thinking that was oppression. And we're reaping what we sow. I mean, you can look at everything that's going on, not even just in America, but in the West today. And we could see the decline, the moral degradation, and the societal downfall that is taking place. And we can go, this is bad objectively.
Wow. So
Wow.
Braden, are you saying women shouldn't have the right to vote?
Yes.
Okay. It's 24. It's 24 years old, handing out life lessons about you dumb women. How dare you think? Just listen to Braden Sorbo, please. I'm about to say something that's a little bit fucked up, and I hope I'm wrong. But like, this dude gives me the vibe of every psychopath I grew up with. Like the hyper religiosity. Like I think that's called Is it called scrupulosity? Is that what it's called? People that like they use their religion and they show like outwardly they show that they are very strict when it comes to their religious values, but then like there's something dark, and then it comes out and everybody's like, all the religious people around him like, I couldn't see it coming. He was out there just talking just like us. He said all the right things, and then suddenly he was a monster. Seems like a monster. He's 24, and he's like, women are too stupid to vote, and we tricked him into voting. So that's what's going on with like right wingers right now. That's what's going on with the young men. That's the Charlie Kirk effect. Huge Charlie Kirk fan. I think Braden Sorbo might work with. Does he work with Charlie Kirk? TPUSA. He might. Who runs his show? It might be with Right Side Broadcasting. I'm not sure. With one of them. He's definitely been out there with Charlie Kirk. I just don't know. Oh, good. Our live is already restricted on TikTok. So great news. Great news, guys. We're going to be alone on TikTok again today. Just a reminder, if you could help us with our gift goal and the likes. The likes are a little low, 8,800. If we can get those going. Right now, Amanda, Peacemaker, Lisa Michelle, UA Dolphin, and Shar in the lead. So thank you guys for your support. Let's move on. Thank you for the new subscriber. I want to show just like more misogyny, and there's a lot of stuff going on right now in the GOP where these folks are getting real close to taking the mask all the way off. I'm going to say here with Kennedy, first of all, nobody should be surprised that like an old man that lives in Louisiana is sexist, and also that he doesn't understand like microaggressions, and also that he doesn't understand like misogyny in general. I'd like to like. This is a very well-educated man who changes his voice to sound dumb. He tries to sound like I'm just a good old boy from Louisiana. He's from like he went to Harvard. He's very well off. He comes from means. This is not like a rags to riches story. This isn't somebody who like made it without the education. This is a guy who's Harvard educated, but he doesn't like women, and he doesn't like AOC. And AOC gets the same criticism from like most men on the right. And I'm just going to say it. The problem that most of you have with AOC, men on the right, is that she would never consider fucking you ever. And it's not because you don't go to the gym enough. It's not because you don't make enough money. It's because you're sexist and you support dipshits. And she doesn't. She's smart. She's thoughtful. Yes, she's beautiful, but that's why you guys pick on her so much. It's crazy to me when people are like, AOC's dumb. In what world? In what world is AOC not intelligent? She went to Brown. She won like a science competition in high school. She has a star named after her. She won a congressional seat running a grassroots campaign. Like she's very, very intelligent. But like there's this internal misogyny that like it is part of the conservative movement where you take your internal misogyny, and since you and all of your friends feel the same way, you're like, well, it's true. Look, we all feel the same way. But it's just insecurity. Imagine you taking AOC out on a date and trying to impress her. She doesn't give a fuck about your money. She's not going to give a fuck about your abs. What are you going to talk about with AOC? That's the real problem that you guys have with her, is that she intimidates you. And she intimidates me too. Like if I was lucky enough to get a date with AOC, she's engaged, maybe married, not sure, I would be nervous. I would be extremely intimidated. And it would have everything to do with me knowing that she's smarter than me. And that like I'd have to be careful saying speaking because I wouldn't want to sound dumb. I would be very nervous about that. But here's what Kennedy said on Fox News about AOC. There's no real like big story here. I just wanted to show how prevalent this is. There will be no substance to why he doesn't like AOC.
Well, look, I don't hate anyone, Sean, but Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is a creation of the media. She checks all the boxes. She's young. She's liberal. She's attractive. She's ethnic. Her problem is...
Don't say ethnic. Just to you conservatives, don't say ethnic. You're immediately going to sound like an 80-year-old racist. Don't say ethnic when describing someone like that.
Is that she's shallow as a puddle. You scratch the surface and you just get more surface. For her recent conduct, which you talked about, she gets and deserves a certificate of hypocrisy. And I would remind her that it's not your beliefs that make you a good person. It's your behavior. Watch what politicians do, not what...
What's her bad behavior? What's her bad behavior? I'm curious. It's also like I didn't hear a lot of criticism about Lauren Boebert. Like Lauren Boebert is popular not because of her ideas. Like that is a little bit of projection. Lauren Boebert was like kind of popular, and then she got really popular when there was a video released of her like jacking off her date at the Beetlejuice concert with like almost all of her boobs out while she was being felt up. That's when she got more popular. And that's like, I don't know, like, man, we have this thing. Sometimes I grew up conservative. Maybe this is a conservative man thing. Maybe it's men. Like you just kind of like the crazy people are kind of your favorite. Those are the people who I tended to date, the craziest Mormons. I saw today, what's her name? What's her name from Secret Lives of Mormon Wives? She's the new Bachelorette, Taylor. That's why they like Taylor. That's why all the Mormons like Taylor, because she might be crazy. And she's going to be an unbelievable Bachelorette. I might actually watch it. I've never watched The Bachelorette, but I might, because she's going to fuck some people's lives up. There we go. All right. Thanks, Kennedy. Thanks for that. In good news, though, check this out. Shout out. I lived in New Mexico, and I say all the time, I would live in New Mexico again. New Mexico's got its problems. Luckily, they got rid of Heisenberg. He's off the streets now, and that's good. There's some problems in New Mexico. Most of it has to do with funding and wealth disparity. But for the first state in this country is offering universal childcare. Governor Michelle Grisham and the New Mexico Early Childhood Education and Care Department announced a historic milestone on Monday. New Mexico will become the first state in the nation to guarantee no-cost universal childcare starting November 1st. This groundbreaking new initiative will make childcare available to all New Mexicans, regardless of income, by removing income eligibility requirements from the state's Child Assistance Program and continuing the waiver of family co-payments. Now, this is big for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, if you live in New Mexico, this is a huge relief for you. This is a massive burden taken off of specifically like middle-income families. There used to be a income restriction, and as things have become more and more unaffordable, middle-income families who maybe could afford child care before can't afford it anymore, and now they can. With Monday's announcement, universal child care will be extended to every family in the state, regardless of income. This amounts to an average annual family savings of $12,000 per child. That's huge. Yeah, that's right. That's right. But Bear, no way. That's massive socialism. Families who receive child care assistance report greater financial stability, more time to focus on their children, and the ability to choose higher quality care settings. Now, every family in New Mexico will have the same opportunity. New Mexico is also taking decisive action to build the supply of infant and toddler care statewide. They are establishing $12.7 million of low-interest loan fund to construct, expand, and renovate child care facilities, with an additional $20 million in 2027. They're targeting growth to focus on care for infants, toddlers, low-income families, and children with special needs. Partnering with employers and school districts to expand childcare options for working families, launching a statewide campaign to recruit licensed and registered home providers to support providers. Reimbursement rates will rise to reflect the true cost of care. On top of that, programs that commit to paying entry-level staff a minimum of $18 per hour and offer 10 hours of care per day, 5 days a week, will receive an incentive rate. New Mexico estimates an additional 5,000 early childhood professionals are needed to fully achieve a universal system. We're creating jobs. We're creating a better family environment. We're creating financial stability. Shout out to New Mexico. I fucking love New Mexico. I might go back. I lived in Albuquerque, and you say whatever you want about Albuquerque. The food is great. There's green chilies in everything. You go to a burger joint, you get green chilies on it. That's just part of it. Blake's Lotta Burger. We got anybody here from New Mexico? Blake's Lotta Burger, Taco Cabana. Sign me up for more New Mexico. Plus, and this is where you guys will really love it, great golf in New Mexico. Unbelievable golf. What's going on with my hoodie here? It's so weird. Let me fix the green screen filter. My hoodie's all pixelated. Which way does it need to go? I think this way. I need to wear the same color every day so I don't fuck this up all the time. All right, I think that fixed it. There we go. Now you guys won't know that I'm AI generated. Just kidding, TikTok. This is not AI generated content. I know you guys are listening. All right, here's what we talked about earlier. Russian drones have attacked Poland. Probably just an accident, though. They probably just took a wrong turn. Here was the breaking news last night from Sky News.
Breaking news that the Reuters news agency is quoting. They are quoting the Ukrainian Air Force in a Telegram messaging app, suggesting that Ukraine's Air Force is warning that Russian drones have entered the airspace of Poland, threatening the city of Zamosk. Drones in Poland, the message said, heading west towards the city of Zamosk. The suggestion is that this is Iran's Iranian-made drones, some suggesting actually, this is unconfirmed, that 5 Girans were 20 kilometers deep into Polish airspace, heading for the city of Zamosk. That is reported on social media. Reuters, though, just quoting Ukrainian Air Force, suggesting that Russian drones are in Poland, heading west towards the city of Zamosk. Zamosk itself is northwest of the Ukrainian city of Lviv, on the way to Warsaw.
I was shocked by this because I was under the impression that Russia wouldn't be aggressive if Trump was president. That's what I was told. Were you guys not told that too? I thought that was the whole point of Trump being president right now, is Russia would no longer be aggressive towards us. Is that not the case? Let me check. I forgot to read a comment. Actually, it came through earlier. Jamie started the dollar train early. Fax said that was the cabaret dessert. Sorry, I was late on that. God damn it. That was a good one. Fax, good to see you. Are you here? Is Steve here? I just want you to know, Steve, I love you. I look up to you, and I hope you're doing really well. Tony said, I'm here to tell MAGA to give their balls a tug. Tony, I love you as well. All right, moving on. Here was, this was from Call to Activism. I might have put, oh, no, that was the one. Okay. Here's what Trump said. 12 hours later, after his dinner, Trump responded with this. What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go. Bro, you're the president. You should be telling us. We're asking that question. We're going, hey, what's with that, Mr. President? And you just came back. Yeah, what is with that? I don't even know. I can't believe Russia would do that. I'm shocked. Nobody has ever brought this up. Nobody has ever talked about Russia and their thoughts and their goal of invading Ukraine. Nobody has ever spoken that publicly in front of millions of people ever before. Who could have seen Poland being attacked by Russia? Nobody thought that. Who could have seen it coming?
Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Poles?
Oh, Poland? Poland. That's crazy, because I remember watching this debate, and I just remember thinking during this debate, Alpha Trump. Kamala can't speak sentences. Makes no sense. I vote Alpha. I remember that. So this is just. Did they cut this from the debate? Why didn't anybody remember this? Alpha Dog wouldn't let that happen.
Starting with Poland, and why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
You say this was exactly a year ago? Oh my God. When was the presidential debate? Was it on the today's the 10th? So was this on the 9th? It was September 10th. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. Jesus. God, she was right about a lot. I'm gonna do this too. I wasn't sure if I was gonna show this, but I am. Because I think it's important for Democrats right now to acknowledge some tough truths, and maybe not for everybody. I certainly was not in the minority here. The minority was correct again. The most progressive people on the left were right about this. Kamala Harris's new book came out, and I haven't read it, but Mika here on Morning Joe is going to read an excerpt from Kamala's book, and I think that a lot of Republicans right now are going to feel vindicated, and they should. I also think that what Kamala Harris is doing here is really important. I'll let her words speak for themselves, and then I'll add my own thoughts. But I think this is really, really important stuff.
The Atlantic has published an excerpt from former Vice President Kamala Harris's forthcoming new book entitled 107 Days. And in it, Harris details the challenges she faced when Joe Biden dropped out of the race and she was suddenly tapped to run for president. In it, she writes, during all those months of growing panic, should I have told Joe to consider not running? Perhaps. It's Joe and Jill's decision. We all said that, like a mantra, as if we'd all been hypnotized. Was it grace or was it recklessness? In retrospect, I think it was recklessness. The stakes were simply too high. This wasn't a choice that should have been left to an individual's ego, an individual's ambition. It should have been more than a personal decision. I was well aware of my delicate status. Lore has it that every outgoing chief of staff always tells the incoming president's chief of staff, rule number 1, watch the VP. I often learned that the president's staff was adding fuel to negative narratives that sprang up around me. When the stories were unfair or inaccurate, the president's inner circle seemed fine with it. Indeed, it seemed as if they decided I should be knocked down a little bit more. Their thinking was zero-sum. If she's shining, he's dimmed. None of them grasped that if I did well, he did well. That given the concerns about his age, my visible success as his vice president was vital. It would serve as a testament to his judgment in choosing me and reassurance that if something happened, the country was in good hands.
Well,
that is from Kamala Harris's new book.
Yeah.
Let's
But
All right, I don't care about their discussion after that. I want to go back to we won't play it, but read some of this. The part that struck me was we all said that like a mantra, as if we'd all been hypnotized, and that struck me. That was important to me. Now, this is not something that we all said. This isn't like something that was a mantra amongst Democrats. I do think I think if you went back and you watched my lives, you would probably almost certainly have heard both myself and Felice say something like it's Joe Biden's decision, which it was. It is his decision if he wants to run again. But we all said it like a mantra. It's Joe and Jill's decision, as if we'd all been hypnotized. It's important to recognize that like it's not hypnosis, it's conditioning. And this happens. I mean, like this is literally how Trump is in office right now. This is literally how he still has followers. There's not a single person in here, not one, that still supports Donald Trump that doesn't repeat mantras that aren't true. Russia, Russia, Russia. Epstein hoax. I guess not all of you are saying Epstein hoax. The election was rigged. Mexico's going to build the wall. Mexico's going to pay for it. This is how Donald Trump has done so well, is he and then everybody around him speaks in unison, and they use the same phrase, and that phrase conditions you, meaning that the further away you are from conditioning, the more times you repeat that phrase without you actually knowing for sure if it's true, the more difficult it's going to be to convince you that what you believe isn't true, right? So if all of these people are around and they have concerns, this is a very dismissive phrase or a dismissive thought to give them. If the people surrounding Joe Biden or the people surrounding Kamala Harris had concerns about Joe Biden and they were to bring those concerns, if the constant message coming back to them is it's Joe and Jill's decision, that ends the discussion. It is essentially saying you can say what you want, but nothing is going to change. And that kills the conversation. I do think, as the books have started to come out, there are a not insignificant amount of people who have come out and said he was protected. Now, Republicans are going to lie. Republicans say the same dumb shit all the time, like he was just a zombie and that he couldn't make decisions. I don't think that was the case. I do think that that Joe Biden was captured by certain special interests. I think AIPAC certainly was one of those. I think the oil and gas industry were able to leverage their donations and their power and their role in our economy to get him to be soft. I think the same with like big banks, venture firms. What did we cover yesterday? There was something we covered yesterday that I was really surprised that Joe Biden. Oh, no, I'm going to get to it. I did it yesterday. We'll get to it later. It's part of the story today. I just researched it yesterday. But as we look back and we revisit the Joe Biden presidency, and these are important lessons to learn. And every presidency, there are important lessons to be learned. I saw somebody in the chat earlier say like, oh, great, Republicans are going to have a field day with this. Let them have the field day with it. Admit it. Say, yep, it looks like we were not fed the truth, or at least we were shielded, or the dissenting voices for against Joe Biden running again, that those dissenting voices were silenced by saying it's his decision. I don't think anybody disagrees with this that was in that administration. In fact, I haven't seen anything from the Bidens. I'd be surprised if Joe Biden was even upset by this, because Joe Biden likely was also shielded from this. And it goes to help with the conversation. Like Republicans will like this, like they hate the administrative state, but it also like you can turn this argument. You don't have to just like take this from Republicans. I would just say that if you're seeing this right now and you're like, see, can you explain to me why Trump doesn't ever know what any of his executive orders are? Can you explain to me why after he signs executive orders, he consistently asks, does this include? And like half the time it doesn't include whatever that is. It is a problem. And the problem that is highlighted here is that there are people who work in administrations where the president is extremely old and not what they used to be, and they feel like it is actually them that is running things that they have to shield the president from criticism and keep the president focused. They do that with Trump every single day. Nobody is more surprised about his executive orders than Donald Trump. Nobody knows less about like what the executive orders are doing and what Congress is doing in passing legislation than Donald Trump. The amount of times that people have brought up things in the big beautiful bill that he's like, that sounds bad. Or for example, his South Korea. When Donald Trump just went on TV 2 days ago and told you that these South Koreans working in the Hyundai facility were here illegally. We covered it at the time. I said, I don't know if they were here illegally or not. We'll have to check with ICE. Turns out, and we'll cover this in a minute, turns out they weren't here illegally. Turns out ICE fucked up. And Trump went out there and was like, I feel for the South Koreans, but ICE did a great job. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. Turns out they didn't. Moving on through this quote, some other things that struck me. This idea of like watch for the VP. I hate to shit on Joe Biden. I really do, because I think Joe Biden's well-meaning, but I also think Joe Biden and anybody who's president, there's like a certain amount of you that likes the spotlight. There's a certain amount of you that's like there's like a power that is probably I don't know, empowering, that what you say can like be the truth, even if it's not necessarily the truth. I think to a much smaller extent, like I potentially am exposed to that, right? Like I've got a microphone. Most of you guys can't talk back to me unless you join the call, which you can do. You can join this live if you disagree with me by messaging Jen Dub, the same as that Venmo username, and you can come up here. You just got to message her on Discord, and she'll get you out. But that rang true to me. And then where was the other part? This part, when the stories were unfair or inaccurate, the president's inner circle seemed fine with it. Indeed, it seemed as if they decided I should be knocked down a little bit more. A perfect example of this is Joe Biden never got out in front of this story that Kamala Harris was assigned as the border czar and she didn't visit the border. That every fucking debate with Republicans during the election cycle was Kamala Harris never visited the border, even though she was the border czar. It's not true. She did visit the border. She was not tasked to run the border or border policy. It was a czar isn't a thing. It's a made up it's a made up role. It's a way that we describe like who we've assigned to something. But if you look through like legally, that's not a role. But what did she actually do? She went down and she negotiated with the Northern Triangle to get other countries to use their military and their police to try and stop the flow of migration to our southern border. And they came up with a trilateral agreement. But you never heard Biden go out there and defend that. You didn't see, I don't think it was Jen Psaki at the time. It was, who was the other spokesman's name? What was her name? Where has she been, by the way? I haven't seen her at all. Whatever her name was, I forgot. Is she in media still? I haven't seen her at all. It would have been her, but like they didn't go out and run cover for this. KJP, yeah. There was one other part. Given the concerns about his age, my visible success as his vice president was vital. It would serve as a testament to the judgment. No, that wasn't it. All right. I think those were the main takeaways. Anyways, you can go watch Morning Joe, try and piece this together. But I applaud Kamala for coming out and saying that. It would be very easy for her not to do that. And maybe she has political motivations in the future. Maybe she doesn't. It's going to be difficult. There's so many things that they were ineffective at combating when she ran for president that no matter what she runs for next, unless it's in like a deep blue state, it's going to be really hard because people just believe things about her that aren't true. Berserker said Biden on live support is better than Trump. Facts. Joseph said Trump's like, what's with the Israel-Palestine thing? FOD said September equals consensus month prediction for war in EU. Fuck Donald Trump. God, I butchered that. Sorry, FOD. Karine Jean-Pierre, that's her name, right? She's an independent now. I mean, but what's she doing? Is she in media still? All right, now let's move over to CNN. We've done MSNBC. Trying to get all those bingos checked on your bingo card for MAGA freaking out. This was actually an insane conversation that happened yesterday. They're talking about the what is that Ukrainian girl that was like just brutally murdered. Whatever her name is. I don't talk about these things very often. There's a lot of reasons. Number one, I think it's because people in this country love to politicize death. I cover politics. There's no evidence that this is politically motivated unless you follow right-wingers, in which case it's an attack on white people. It is so transparently obvious that this is about race and that this is about making black people look like criminals. I don't know if you guys spend much time on Twitter, but I tell this all the time, but no matter what, I should do a demonstration. I'm going to screen record next time I'm doing it. When I search for videos, a lot of times, like I'll click on a video and then I'll autoplay to the next, because sometimes it'll be like, usually the next 2 or 3 videos will be on that topic. And so as I'm doing research, it's an easy way to like quickly get videos. But by the third or fourth video, it's all black crime. And it's all from white content creators. Some of it, like, you can tell by what people are wearing. You can tell by what's around that these aren't in America, or that they're 10, 15, 20 years old. Some of them are newer, some of them aren't. But there is a concerted effort right now that is very much underreported, that there is a significant portion of people on the right, very prominent people on the right, Tim Pool, Nick Fuentes, Charlie Kirk, Dave Rubin, Matt Walsh, not so much Ben Shapiro in the same way, where they're on an all-out attack against black people. And you can sit there all you want and pretend that this isn't racist, but can you explain something to me? For the MAGA here in the chat, how many people every day in this country have been unalived? And don't tell me it's about liberal cities either. How many people are unalived in this country every year from this was a knife. Let's see. Let's see. Between 1,400 and 1,600 fatalities due to a knife in this country. How many names do you know? How many? Elon Musk, Andrew Tate, and I can't remember the other guy, they're all talking about like funding murals all across the country for, I believe, a Ukrainian refugee. Now, I'm not saying that this I've seen the video, it's horrific. I've seen the video. That woman died in a horrific, terrible way. It should not happen. We should do something about these types of crime. But it's just the lack of context every fucking time. It's they show this video and then you're like, crime's out of control in liberal cities. Then why is it at fucking all-time lows? Explain it. Explain why every time you guys get upset about something, it is a brown immigrant or a black person committing that crime, or somebody that you know is a liberal. And I see this all the time. They say, well, you guys do it. The left did it with George Floyd. Yeah, that's a fucking police officer. Right? I didn't pay this guy. This guy that committed this crime, I didn't pay him. None of you paid him. We have no control over that. When a police officer kills somebody, I've got an issue with that. That's our government killing a citizen. Citizens often kill other citizens, and that's bad. But why do you guys think that this is a national story right now? There's 1,600 other people who died last year in the same way. Why is it a story? Why weren't any of those stories? It's twofold. Number one, Donald Trump wants to do anything but talk about the Epstein list. So he has now invented out-of-control crime. It's one thing if Donald Trump went out there and said, crime rates are at historic lows, but we can do better. But if he said that, you guys wouldn't go along with it. So instead, he tells you that he starts targeting like parts of cities where there are predominantly black people. And he says, these are the problem areas. We've got to get rid of these people. And no, he doesn't say black people. He never says that. But this is just so transparently racist. Nobody Nobody cares about this girl more than like other victims until it's politically expedient. And it has led to some of the most disgusting, like, publicized commentary I've ever seen. And I'm going to give you a trigger warning for this, for what happened on CNN this last night. But if you are a Republican right now, I would like to talk to you. Honestly, I would like to talk to you today, and I would like to keep it cool. But you've got to explain to me how the fuck I'm supposed to look at this and not be like, oh, they're clearly trying to make black people out to be the problem in this country. In this chat, people are like, you know, with the nod, you know who the problem is. That's the common thread throughout this country. You know, it's at all time. Violent crimes at all-time lows, and yet here we are.
A lot of liberals have been accused of appeasing crime by saying, actually, maybe cops shouldn't be answering those calls.
But
maybe there should be people who actually have.
Sorry, there was a part missing there. I couldn't find the full clip. What she's responding to here is that this woman who is, her name is, she's from I wrote this down, from the National Review. Her name is Caroline Downey. She works for the National Review, which is a right-wing think tank. Right before this, she said, I don't think, like, it's a mental health problem and the police aren't equipped for that. Oh, no shit. Maybe the police shouldn't be responding to these calls. That's what she said. And you'll see why she said it. But like, that's how she starts off. We all agree with that. Police are not equipped for that. Police are not equipped to handle, they're not trained. They have no expertise. They're not the person you should send as a first responder for a mental health issue. Maybe you can send them in as backup to make sure something's not violent, but they should not be leading that discussion. They should not be leading that intervention. They shouldn't be coming in with guns drawn. I have a very good friend. You guys, you could look this up, I guess, if you wanted. I had a friend named James Jaramillo. He was incredible soccer player. I grew up playing soccer with him. He played at UCLA, and then he played at St. Louis University. Then he played professionally, but he had a bunch of concussions, like a bunch. And so he couldn't play professionally anymore. And when he had all these injuries, he also got hooked on opioids. And he had, like, in his family, there were some genetic conditions that led him to stuff like, I don't think it was schizophrenia. I don't remember exactly what it was, but like there were some mental health conditions that were brought on, that were elevated from CTE and opioid abuse. And my friend James, he had been clean for a long time. He was teaching children. He had an amazing gym where he was taking young kids in Utah and training them. And Utah started, like, he's one of the main reasons kids from Utah were getting recruited in other places. But James, I don't know if he had a relapse or not, but he had an event. And he was with his mom. His mom called the police because he was freaking out, and she couldn't get him to calm down. And talking to family, friends, they just said it was an episode. But she couldn't control it. He's a strong athlete. So she, I believe, had barricaded herself. She called the police to get some help just to calm him down. They came in. He turned. They shot him. He's no longer with us. Now, I don't necessarily blame the police because, like, he threatened them. He was a physical threat to them. But was he the right person? Was that response the right response? No. It's clear. Like, I've lost my friend, and everything that he did were his actions. And I don't mean to say anything he did was right, but like with a little bit better policing and with a better understanding of mental health, maybe some of these people don't need to die. So that's what she was getting at right there.
A lot of liberals have been accused of appeasing crime by saying, actually, maybe cops shouldn't be answering those calls.
But
maybe there should be people who actually have expertise in mental health who should be answering those calls.
Or we bring back institutionalization, which there's been a taboo and a stigma on for a long time.
Who's going to take the call?
A taboo and a stigma on institutionalization for a long time. Yeah, it's because we threw people in institutions and we ran tests on them. We treated them horrifically. Many of these people could have been rehabilitated, medicated, given therapy, and gone home. But like once you're institutionalized, the people at the end, the people running these institutions, they're incentivized to keep you there because that's how they keep the bills paid. So they keep you there. Yeah, like fairly. But now we have Republicans openly, and only suddenly it's a talking point when it is a black man. Again, 1,600 other stabbings last year. Many crimes committed by people, violent crimes by people who are having mental health episodes. There was no talk of institutionalization, and now here we are. Now we're talking about institutionalization. And for you Republicans, I want to make sure that what we're talking about here is not this guy. We're not talking about this guy. We're talking about everybody with schizophrenia. There's likely, there's 1,600-ish people here. There's likely, just statistically, somebody in this chat with diagnosed schizophrenia who manages that schizophrenia, and they are not violent criminals, but they've got the help that they needed, and they live like functional lives with schizophrenia. And she's saying, like, if you have schizophrenia, institutionalized. And by the way, if you think like she's not saying that, she's going to say it.
I'm not sure who's going to take the call, but I do know that they should go to institutions.
I think that's my point, is that where they go after the call is made is a whole other story.
Funds for all of these things.
Let's talk about this executive order with institutionalization, where it essentially says anyone that's homeless or deemed mentally ill by the state can be institutionalized. First off, Trump is cutting almost every single service that would go to actually getting people mental health services or medical care. Second, that means that anyone could be deemed unhoused or mentally ill and thrown wherever Trump or an administration thinks they belong.
What programs have been shut down?
I'm just wondering.
Good point. Not all schizophrenia has violent tendencies. Great point. But even those with schizophrenia that have violent tendencies, there have been people who live ordinary lives and they're able to manage that. So I appreciate you adding that.
I mean,
there's actually a hospital.
Kat, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about that, though. If someone is in fact homeless or mentally ill, what do you think should happen to them?
We actually, in my campaign office, we use it as a mutual aid hub. So we have a lot of food and water, clothes, hygiene products that people can access at any time. We actually work a lot with homeless people, and we connect them with resources in our community. There are tons of groups in every major city, but especially in Chicago, that are looking for direct action. The Niles Township Food Pantry has a respite center.
Yeah, aren't the same thing.
No, but one exacerbates the other, and so
sure, but Kat, but hold on. But you have to acknowledge that there are some people who do need long-term care and they need wraparound services, not just, piecemeal stuff. And I think
absolutely
one of the discussions that we've had earlier this week is that one of the failures that we have is that we have not figured out how to actually provide that kind of care. Mm-hmm. That, if someone is actually seriously mentally ill, maybe on the verge of violence, where do they go?
We're unwilling
Except
to
on the
put
or
in
North
the
Carolina, not on the
resources
verge of violence, actually demonstrated violence in the past and nobody flagged it. Actually, the police, to your point, said, we're going to refer you to more resources, and that went nowhere. So
yeah, this is a great argument for police shouldn't be the answer. Police aren't the answer. Like, police aren't there to solve problems. They're there to end the problem, right? Any sort of rehabilitation shouldn't be going through the police. They have no expertise, and do we have the funding mechanism? This is one of those instances that absolutely could have been prevented with one, proper reporting, and two, proper preventative care. Somebody said that like his mother tried to get him committed. I don't know if that's true. I haven't read that. If that's true, that's not terribly surprising. As an adult, maybe she couldn't. Maybe she didn't have enough evidence. But this dude had a pretty bad track record. And this is somebody who should have received help. And if they couldn't receive help, and they were going to remain violent, then yeah, this is somebody who maybe you talk about like ways to remove them from society in the way like where you can just jump on a bus whenever you want, or I don't know, was it a train or a bus? I don't know. I think it was a bus.
There were multiple.
Nobody flagged it. He served time for his violent offenses.
Not for his schizophrenia.
That's
not a crime.
No, I know, but I'm saying that was compounding this entire issue.
I know,
the fact that he lashed out violently on that.
I know. I'm just saying he did actually serve time for the violent offenses that he committed.
But he was a career criminal, a repeat offender who was let back onto our streets despite a really bad criminal record that suggests he should have been locked away for life because he was threatening the public. He was a menace to society.
He should have been locked away for life for what now?
He should have schizophrenia.
You want him to?
You actually said that. I can't believe you actually said that. Somebody should be locked.
You hear that? Back here, I want to bring up Amy's point. Amy made a really good point. She said at least 10 pardoned J6ers have been arrested for new crimes, one sentenced for assassination attempt. You guys don't say anything about them. How about those repeat offenders from January 6th? And they were in jail, and they're back on the streets now because Donald Trump said, yeah, fuck it. Didn't even name names, by the way. Just a blanket pardon for all of them. Just a blanket pardon. 10 of those. Not a peep. Not a peep from any of you about those 10 pardoned J6ers. And I don't want to turn this into like, let's add up the people on both sides. I want to say that, like, why are you focused on this one? Give me a reason why you're focused on this one. And here's the reality, and this sucks, and I don't like that I have to say this, but it's true. It is a beautiful blonde woman who was killed by a black man. And there's video of it. And this administration is targeting black communities. I don't know. I hate this part of it. I hate doing race politics. I hate all this shit. But how the fuck else are we supposed to look at this, please? How am I supposed to look at what I consume every day from the right? And every day from the right, from every major content creator on the right, there is something that is either blatantly racist or like not microaggressions, but like hidden. They're like hiding behind some sort of stat that is racist. And you guys go, well, the stats don't lie. The stats don't lie. Your conclusion is wrong. The conclusion by most Republicans today, after seeing all of this, is we got a real problem with black people. You aren't talking about mental health. None of you are. The response from the administration is, let's go into more black communities. Not, oh, fuck. This untreated schizophrenia is a real fucking problem. You know what else probably led to this? How about lack of access? This is a convicted felon. You think that person can get a good job with benefits and access to mental health care? No. Did they have access to mental health care? Doesn't seem like it. Did they have money? No. Were they properly medicated? Probably not. Is it possible that they were trying to medicate themselves with other substances that are illicit and illegal? Possibly. The only part of this story that isn't important is the color of that man's skin. And yet it's the only time you fuckers care. You have not once brought up a white person stabbing somebody in the last year of the 1,600 crimes. Unless somehow you can say that is a liberal. And this is the real fucking problem with America is like, this is where the right and the left thing really fucks us up. Because the answer to all of this, no matter where you fall on the political spectrum, is people need access to mental health care. All of us. If you're here, you deserve access to that. We have bad days. We have times when we get depressed. We have times when we get down. And just having somebody to talk to that doesn't cost you $150 would go an incredibly long way to fix some of the problems we have. Just even that if you had access to somebody to talk to when you were starting to lose control, that would go a long way. And instead, we're talking about putting a mural up of this woman. We're talking about institutionalizing people. We're talking about going into more black communities. It's always the wrong fucking discussion for you guys. And then you get mad when we're like, why do you guys, it seems like you guys are racist. Because everybody knows what the problem is here. By the way, when it's the same thing happens with like gun violence. You guys see a mass shooting at a school and it's a mental health problem. You see a shooting and a black person has the gun. Oh, it's these black communities. It's the fatherlessness in black communities. It's a culture problem. We've convinced too many black women to get on welfare and not be with their father. And if only the fathers were in the home. Despite the fact I just looked at these studies. Black men compared to other demographics are in their children's lives more. So you resort back to these arguments that are literally like from Ronald Reagan. Like this is welfare queen shit that Ronald Reagan did. If we give you guys help, then you'll never learn it yourself. So we're going to take that help and we're going to give it to billionaires because they need it more. It's the same shit. This is all outdated. Go look at the data. And you know how this happened? You know why there's more fathers in the home in some of these communities? There's a myriad of reasons, but it all comes down to activism, mostly by black communities, who said the federal government's not going to do a fucking thing about this. So these communities where the violence is happening, they went and they work with the police, and they work with the city council, and they work with the mayors, and they do things like prison reform. They do things like helping people's records be expunged for felonies that shouldn't preclude them from working a normal job so they can get access. The reason that we have these drops in these areas has nothing to do with Republicans or what was her institute from? She was from National Review. It's no thanks to any of these people. It's the communities that have done this themselves. They have chosen not to self-police, but to take the parts that the police can't do and try and build their communities. And imagine being an activist in that community. That you've been doing this for 30 years. You've been doing it since the early 90s when crime rates were out of control. And after 30 years, you can look back on your 30 years of work and go, we're not done, but we've come a long way. And then some blowhard billionaire dipshit stands in front of the American people and is like, these communities are out of control. I must come in and solve the problem. And the problem in many of these communities was over-policing in the first place. These folks in the National Guard are going in there and they're told they're going to a war zone and these are their combatants. And that they have to take everybody down. And it's okay if you make mistakes. It's not okay. This was part of the problem for why we had sky-high crime rates. It's part of the reason that we've gone in a different direction with how we police, and it's been working. And that's, I think, maybe for me the most frustrating part is Republicans. What are you doing? Why are you looking at these declines in crime rates and not saying like, okay, here's what worked, here's what didn't, let's add to it. Instead, you're saying, fuck all of that shit, we're going in. And now we've got people on CNN saying like, you should be institutionalized if you have schizophrenia.
He should have been locked away for life because he was threatening the public. He was a menace to society.
He should have been locked away for life for what now?
He should have schizophrenia.
Joyful, you said through Venmo. Thank you. I'll get to that. Johnny said almost every day is a struggle. Say something nice. I love you, Johnny.
You want him to?
You actually said that. I can't believe you actually said that somebody should be locked away in jail forever for schizophrenia. Did you really say that?
Isolated.
Did you really say that?
In an institution.
Is this actually?
Institutionalized. What you're saying is that this man should have been roaming the streets.
I'm saying that
you
don't lock people in prison for schizophrenia.
An institution.
What kind of institution? Institutions in terms of mental health care services.
Yes.
If you're talking about providing full wraparound services for people, I understand that. But at some point, people do get out when they have been treated and rehabilitated.
Sure, but that didn't happen here. He didn't go to an institution at all.
But you're
right. So why is the solution here? And I see Republicans in the chat because you guys don't understand any of this. So let me help you. This man, did he? I don't even know. Is he still alive? What's his name? I don't remember his name. I don't know what happened with him. So I'm going to assume that he's been arrested. I think he's been arrested. He will face the consequences of this. Do you, Republicans, I just want to know, do you think that because of what this one person did, that all people with schizophrenia now should be institutionalized? And if you do think that, we've got a lot of things to talk about. We've got to point out some flaws in your logic. If somebody being part of a group or having a mental health condition or a diagnosed condition or an ideology, if that person goes and commits a crime, if we're now going to say like we're going to use a blanket and we're going to take that person's crime and we're basically going to hold everybody responsible for it, good luck, Christian men. You're all going to prison. If you are a religious leader, if you're a priest, you're done. Gone. Bye. Bye. You're in prison forever. You never apply this logic evenly, but when it's time to apply this logic to people with mental health problems and specifically a black person, good fucking Lord, you are quick to strip people's rights away. You are so desperate to live in a fascist police state, and that's what we're talking about here. You trust the government, you trust the police to choose who to institutionalize? You trust that? You trust our justice system to do that? None of those people, the police and the justice system, none of them are qualified to make those decisions or qualified to make those diagnoses. You are saying, let's take it out of the hands of the experts and me, dipshit MAGA here, watching this YouTube stream in anger in the middle of the day. Oh, I know the answer. Remember I told you guys, I'm looking away, but this is for the libs. MAGA, you can shut the fuck up for a second. Remember how I told you guys that like when I hang out with my MAGA friends, and this is just like, and this is probably just white dudes, we just sit around and pretend we have really simple answers for complicated problems. We always say that, like, just shoot them, that'll fix it. No, it won't. Yeah, if we just go in with more police and we lock more people up, that'll fix it. Okay, but we did that. And it didn't fix it. It made the problem worse. When we went in with a heavy hand and we just started jailing everybody, it made the problem worse. And what you saw, like with the crime bill, also this, were we not, you guys that have been with me, were we not debating about the crime bill a year ago? Was every Republican not coming onto the stream and going, yeah, well, it was actually, you had all these problems with the Joe Biden crime bill, and that put more black men in jail, and that had to be fixed over decades, but no thanks to Joe Biden, because we'd be like, yeah, that was bad, but here's what we did instead. Like, we went away from that. Here's what we did instead. They're like, see, Joe Biden's a racist. It's like, okay, maybe he was. Certainly the effects of the crime bill were racist. Like, certainly the effects impacted black and brown communities more than white communities. And we abandoned that. And you guys all used that with Joe Biden, like he was wrong and you guys were right the whole time. And now that you're in power, you're like, you know what we ought to do? Let's redo that crime bill, but let's make it even worse. Let's also institutionalize people. And let's take the National Guard and let's place it in cities. And let's crack down with the heavy hand of justice. It's crazy. Like, you don't have principles. You don't have ideas. It's all reactionary all the time. And I know why you guys want to talk about this. You want to talk about it, one, because you're afraid of minorities. Just be honest. I know you're not going to be honest in the chat, but like if you're going to self-reflect, like it's baked into us, okay? I come from a white community. I come from a conservative community. It's baked in. And I don't think maybe you realize it until you leave. I certainly didn't. I can only speak from my life experience. I was unaware of it. And if somebody had ever talked to me the way that I'm talking to you, like showing you this stuff, I still wouldn't have believed it because like my reality was my reality. It was just a bunch of white people. And all these things, I'm like, oh yeah, well, my community's safe, so these other communities, it must have something to do with fatherless homes. I was fed all this same shit. But I don't understand how I have to argue, like, I have to argue this now. I had to, like, eat shit because Joe Biden wrote the crime bill, and you're all like, see? And now you're like, we should do the crime bill. So was Biden right? Have you guys all flipped on that now? You actually think Biden was right to do the crime bill?
He stabbed a woman and said he should be locked away for life.
There's thousands and thousands of people in America, more than, 10.
Heather, I would invite you to come up here. Heather, I have not been indoctrinated with this. The indoctrination requires you to have like a doctrine, and it requires you to be like led by stories. Everything I believed about these communities were based on stories I heard and listening to Rush Limbaugh on the radio and listening to Sean Hannity on the radio and watching Bill O'Reilly at night and consuming conservative media. I changed my position on this when I saw data. It's the opposite of indoctrination, Heather. And I would welcome you to come up here. We could discuss it together. But like, we've said it, it's the 50th time I've said it now today. Crime in these places are at historic lows. So how is it that you have become a person who believes crime is out of control? How have you become that person? Crime should always be addressed. Crime is always going to exist, and we should always do whatever we can to lower the crime rate. That is a fact. Okay? Or I guess not a fact. That's my opinion. Maybe some people want more crime. I want, in all of these cities, I want their crime rate to continue to drop. In every city, I want to be able to go anywhere in this country and feel safe. And there are neighborhoods that are more violent than others. Look, I don't live far from, if you go to West Mesa, we literally have like white gangs in West Mesa. There's literally gangs. We have the Gilbert Goons, which is a bunch of like Nepo babies in the town over, a bunch of white kids. So I want things to be safe. But I'm just looking now historically at like what has worked and what hasn't. The 94 crime bill didn't work. Involving the community, giving access to mental health, justice reform, getting records expunged, giving access to continuing education, access to things like job training for plumbers and electricians and construction, getting people like an actual marketable skill where they can make money. That's the stuff that has kept people from turning to a life of crime. So I just want to double down on policies that I know work. You're asking me to ignore the policies that work and instead turn to the federal government and say, federal government, come in and save us, daddy. And I've just seen that. It's never worked. I would ask you to show me an example of when it did work. We have 30 years of data saying that what they're doing is working, and it takes time because you have to undo a lot of things. You have to undo like generational trauma from some of these neighborhoods at the hands of police. You have to rebuild those relationships because there is a relationship of no trust. And just think about that for a minute. Just say that you live, like you're a police officer and you work in an area where there's a lot of like gang activity and drug activity. And you don't live there, but you'd go there every day and you work. Almost everybody that you come in contact with from your daily work is going to be somebody who's either a victim of a crime or a criminal. And so your view, even as a police officer who works in that area, you are going to have an extremely biased view of what that community is. Vice versa, if you live in that community and you deal with these police, and these police are on high alert because they're dealing with dangerous criminals, they may treat you like a dangerous criminal. They may unconstitutionally stop you. They may detain you. You may get arrested for things that you didn't do. God, like name one of these cities that the police force hasn't been caught being corrupt, planting evidence, lying on the stand, stealing drug money, sometimes being the people who are providing the drugs. Like they confiscate them and then they sell them. Name one of those communities where the police haven't been caught being corrupt. Chicago? Sorry. DC? Sorry. Baltimore? Sorry. New Orleans? Sorry. NYPD? Sorry. LAPD? Sorry. San Francisco PD? Sorry. Portland PD? Sorry. Seattle PD? Sorry. Mesa PD, where I live? Sorry. Phoenix PD? Sorry. Every one of those cities has a history of corrupt police. And you always want to, for some reason, blame it on black people. You never look at the entirety. Every person who pulls a trigger in a gun-related crime is guilty, and that person should serve jail time. No ifs, ands, or buts. The left is not pro-crime. We are not pro-criminal. We are pro-people. We understand that people are flawed and that sometimes people get in circumstances where they commit crimes and they have to pay the price, but sometimes that crime doesn't warrant that person never being able to get a job again. You know, Trump pardoned a lady that was like, she was a repeat offender, and I think she was selling MMJ. Yeah, that's medical, but Mary Jane. And she had like a 30-year sentence and he commuted it. And he was proud of that. And yet now he's trying to put in the exact same types of laws that would have kept her in jail forever. They're trying to get rid of strikes. They're trying to get rid of rehabilitation. These policies, I know they make you feel good. I know Republicans, they make you feel safe. I know you think like, oh, it's so out of control, so we have no choice. We're at our wits' end. That's because of what you're being shown every day. Every time you go on social media, you're being shown violent criminals that don't look like you. And no matter how smart you are and how independent thinking you think you are, it conditions you. So even when you say like, you know, I've got black friends, I've got black family members, I love black people, my wife is black, my husband is black, whatever it might be, it still conditions you to think that those communities should be treated differently and that they should be treated unjustly because of what you're seeing. And you're like, oh, well, it's not about race, it's about crime. But if it was about crime, if it was about doing the right thing, you would follow the data and not your feelings from videos that you're seeing online.
There's hundreds of thousands who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia that are walking around and that are leading fairly normal lives because they are under treatment.
A lot of people
So
who are mentally ill
going
are
to
not
lock
violent.
up everybody with schizophrenia for life?
He demonstrated violent proclivities
You
repeatedly.
said he should be locked away for
repeatedly.
life for schizophrenia.
He
That
should
is what
be
you said.
institutionalized. Yes, and if you're saying
All
he
right.
should not, you're saying that young women like you and me are basically just we are lambs into the slaughter. You go on public transportation in this city, that could happen to any single one of us.
I use public transit constantly. That is complete.
They're in New York. Guess what? New York is on pace for the least murders in like 30 years on public transportation. This is the least violent year for public transportation in the last 30 years in New York City. And she's just saying, like, we have to institutionalize everybody with schizophrenia or else we're not safe. Women, I know these are arguments here that they're giving. I know they're talking about this like it will be unfair, but do you really want to be unsafe? We have to institutionalize people. Yeah, some people are just going to have to be in institutions that can function in daily life so that I can be safe. You're more safe than you've been at any time in the last 30 years. Somebody like criticized me, like, don't believe your lying eyes. They're not your eyes, right? Your eyes are seeing like what's around you. That's what that statement is. When you say don't believe your lying eyes, that's like you're outside and it's raining and they're like, it's not raining. You're like, I can see that it's raining. You're not seeing this in real time. You have no idea the videos that you're seeing. You don't know when they were filmed. You don't know what started the provocation. You don't know what led up to these actions. You don't know if it's a mental health episode. You have no idea. You just see a video of violence and you get scared. There's a reason Fox News runs fear porn all day long. The other thing it does is it makes you addicted. It's dopamine. One of the hard parts about like being somebody with ADHD is like you chase dopamine all the time, like consistently. So it can be anything. It could be like snacking. It could be like, some people will they'll want to masturbate or watch porn. If you're watching like funny clips, if you're watching like for me, one of the dopamine things that I get is those First Amendment auditors. I've talked about that because I like those First Amendment auditors, and I'll just be like, then at the end of I'll be in bed. And I'll go to bed at normal time, and then I have like an hour past when I want to go to sleep because I've been watching a First Amendment audit because it stimulates your brain. But fear can stimulate your brain too. So when you're watching this time after time after time, and your algorithm's learning, every time they watch this whole video, I need to show more of this so we can sell more advertisements, and I'm going to suggest more of these videos. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you go online to start watching these videos, you're going to see more of those videos, and it's going to feel like it is out of control. I'm telling you, my timeline feels out of control, but it's not being backed up by the data. It's not being backed up by the reality in these places. It just feels that way to me because I've watched, I'm scrolling through videos. I've watched 50 and 40 of them are of violence. 350 million people in this country. I watched 40 videos of violence. It's out of control. I don't know. So then I have to say, like, then you have to check your bias. Then I have to go, okay, this seems out of control. This one says it's in Detroit. Let me go look at the crime rate in Detroit. Is it going up or down? Oh, it's down? Okay, so does this video represent everybody in Detroit? It doesn't seem to. And then I could say, like, well, do I think that, is there any evidence that this crime rate is wrong? And the only thing that I ever hear Republicans say is like, well, there's crime that is unreported. Okay, well, what crimes are most likely to be unreported? Crimes that happen to people, crimes that involve or surround somebody that is in danger of being picked up themselves. So, for example, if you live in an area where it has been over-policed for decades, you're going to have people that may be in a situation where it's a parole violation, so they may not commit the crime. You may have a woman who is surrounded by dangerous men, or doesn't want to rat out one of those men because they feel that there will be retribution. Generally speaking, unreported crime is crime that people are afraid to report, which isn't usually like schmurder, right? So even then, if you say like there's crimes that go unreported, then we've got to break that down. You got to say, okay, what crimes are the most unreported? And then you can find the crimes that you're looking for, the violent crime. You can say, does this count? But Donald Trump doesn't even like that shit anymore. Donald Trump the other day was like, there's no crime in DC unless you count like spousal abuse, in which case, there's still crime. But why are we even reporting that shit? All right, I'm done with that CNN one. That blew my mind when I watched it. Yee just said, I hate that people stigmatize mental health issues. I don't know what I would do without my therapist and medication. Joseph said exactly. GOP advocating for going further than the 94 crime bill. Hold on 1 second, Jen. 6 cents, Amelia, gotcha. There was one more that came through here. And then I know, Jen, there looks like there's a Venmo. Alicia said, Republicans cry about cancel culture while at the same time believing people with a criminal past and or serious mental health issues don't deserve rehabilitation services and are just a lost cause. Hey, Jen.
Hey.
Hey.
So it looks like we got a lot of people in YouTube with a lot to say. I think Jay's mentioned this before. If you guys want to have a conversation with him, you can do that. And how you do that is if you look at that Venmo username, that is my Discord username. You can add me, message me on Discord, and I can bring you on and talk to Jay in real time. You don't have to scream in the comments. Heather, I'm talking to you specifically because you have a lot to say, but you seem to avoid when I mention you coming on. So you can message me on Discord and come up and have a conversation, same with anybody else who has some strong opinions on it. So also, top left-hand corner is our daily gift goal. We need to hit that goal each day to keep the show going, keep the lights on. This is our job, as much as people will say it's not, providing labor for all this information. And so that's how we keep being able to do that each day. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all of that go towards knocking out that gift goal balance. We do this show each day, Monday through Friday, 9:30 to 1 Pacific time. We've got, we do member-only events for our subscribers. So depending on where you're watching, you can subscribe. And we have an upcoming event coming up this Monday. So if you're not currently a subscriber and you'd like to join, subscribe wherever you're watching. Any paid membership will get you part of those events.
And just a reminder, check out Messy Genes, MESSYGENES on Instagram. Those are going to be our guests for the podcast on Monday. So you want to check them out.
Yep. Also check out the link tree in the bio. We've got, we're on most social media platforms. We've got merch and Jay's on Cameo, and we upload all these episodes to Spotify. So if you like to watch or listen on Spotify, you can do that over there as well. So yeah, we've got roughly a little less than 2 hours left of the show. So if we can knock out the gift goal, that would be awesome. Tonight's also date night with Admir. So we will be on at 6. If you guys are on TikTok.
And Amanda. We always leave Amanda out there.
And Amanda. True. Yeah. That's fair. That was my bad.
Jen is very sexist.
Right.
She always puts Admir first.
Right. Exactly. Anyway. Yes, Admir and Amanda. The 2 A's. So anyways, like I mentioned, the gift goal. If you guys want to come on and talk, message me on Discord and I can bring you on. And let's see. If fire hydrants have H2O inside them, what do they have on the outside?
I don't know.
K9P.
Thank you. Amanda said it's an AA meeting. Thanks for the gifters on TikTok too. Amanda in the lead. Kiki just took the lead. So it's Kiki, Amanda, Lisa Michelle, Desi Dash, and UA Dolphin. Let's see if we can get those likes up to 150,000 as soon as we possibly can. Or as HVAC would say, is it fast, quick, and in a hurry? Here's the clip I was talking about with Trump where he just like poo-poos domestic violence.
There's no crime. They said crime's down 87%. I said, no. It's more than 87%.
Also, nobody said that. Nobody said crime was down 87%.
Virtually nothing. And much lesser things that take place in the home, they call crime. You know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say, this was a crime, see? So now I...
Yeah, that's a crime. You have a little physical altercation and you hit your wife. That's a crime. You see how they're poo-pooing? You just like, domestic violence, that's not a big deal. started the show with Republicans telling women how stupid they were and that they really should never have got the right to vote because they're too dumb to have the right to vote and they got tricked into it. God damn it. Imagine being a woman who still supports Donald Trump at this point. That is pick me. But it's like pick me to not have rights.
Wife, they say this was a crime, see? So now I can't claim 100%.
Weird that his wife accused him of physical violence. Weird that Michael Wolff talks about a story that was told to him, I think from Epstein, when Trump got his second wife, Marla Maples, pregnant. He's like, what should I do? Like, maybe I could just push her down the stairs. Again, that's an unverified claim, but there are at least multiple credible accusations of Donald Trump abusing women. And by the way, like if you don't believe that, just anytime Donald Trump has been confronted by a woman on national TV, just look at how quickly he gets heated, calls him nasty. I think with what was her name? Megyn Kelly. He's like, she had blood coming from her eyes. She had blood coming from her, It's like, bro. Just if we just think about that, those are his thoughts in his head. We all watched it, right? I remember watching and thinking, man, I'm surprised there's not blood coming out of her eyes. And then later when he said there's blood coming out of her eyes, I thought that's weird because I remember specifically blood not coming from her eyes. That's how he views it. That's how angry it makes Donald Trump when a woman challenges him. Talks like that. So it should be no surprise that Donald Trump doesn't think domestic violence is a big deal. Fuck, his SecDef has been accused of domestic violence by multiple people, and his mom said it. His mom's like, you abuse women. You're kind of like, I don't really respect you. You abuse women. He had to pay somebody off for sexually assaulting them. Like, nobody should be surprised by this. This administration's full of people who abuse women. I don't get you women that support this. I understand some of you men who are just like bitches who think that it's okay to hit women or to degrade women. I get it. You're bitches. But like, fuck, being a woman, just like, I like this administration. This is going well. All right, we're going to move on to some lighter things. Maybe lighter. I don't know. There was a hearing yesterday about UAPs, which is what we call UFOs now, unidentified aerial projectile or something. What's UAP? I don't even know what that is. What is a UAP? Unidentified anomalous phenomenon. I was not even close. I got the unidentified part. Unidentified anomalous phenomenon. This hearing was wild. I just want to show you one part from it. I honestly think it's worth listening to. This is the type of shit that you heard on Joe Rogan like 6 years ago. That I honestly like. That was the first time I really started liking Joe Rogan was when he brought on Bob Lazar and they talked about this stuff. It's becoming increasingly real. But I want to show you a couple clips from that UAP hearing.
I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe. This was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb or this object off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another...
You see here where my mouse is circling it. That's the object. It's not moving yet, but you'll see right there in the middle, you'll see that. It's flying above the ocean. And this is obviously aerial footage.
MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. You cannot see that drone. And so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does.
Okay, so just going back, if you missed it, right before here, this is a missile that I think the Air Force or the Navy fired on this. So this is a missile that comes in. Where is it? Basically does nothing, just spins it out a little bit. It's like fucking Mario Kart, like it got hit with a green turtle shell. There you can see it there.
It zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling.
Now they testify here in a minute. They're asked like, "Does this scare you?" Every one of them says yes. This is military intelligence. Every one of them's like, "Yeah, this is scary. We don't know what it is. We don't understand this technology." Here's Anna Paulina Luna. God, I'm showing way too much Anna Paulina Luna recently, but she's on some of these issues. She's been dead on. Here's her asking the question.
I'd like to ask the committee to replay that video that Burleson had played earlier. I want to ask every witness here, specifically ones that have sensor training or have been able to recognize some of this movements real quick. So if you guys can please roll that real quick.
Maybe we shouldn't attack them. Yeah, that's. You saw the video already. Let me go to the question.
Telly, real and do whatever blob thing it did and then keep going. Nothing?
Nothing.
All right, how about you, Chief?
Sorry.
Okay, while this is still rolling, Mr. Nusatelli, real quick yes or no answers. Are you aware of anything in the government, United States government arsenal that can split a Hellfire missile like this?
No.
And do whatever blob thing it did and then keep going? Nothing?
Nothing.
All right, how about you, Chief Wiggins?
Nothing to my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay, and how about you, Mr. Borland?
I prefer to answer that in a skiff.
Okay, does this video scare you?
Firing missiles at angels.
Guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wiggins?
Yes.
Nat?
I had a different reaction. I was really happy that it got out. Thanks for providing
Curiosity
that.
killed the cat. All right, Mr. Borland?
Yes, for.
Okay. All right, that is the end of my questioning.
All right, that's the end of that. Is it Thanos? Could be. Thurman said, "Can't state the importance of your show enough. Please continue to inform us and stay motivated." Thanks, man. Stuff like that helps me. I appreciate you saying that. It's very important to me. I hope that you guys find some value with it too. But I wanted to show this. I'm not going to speak to any expertise here, and this is I usually try when I present something, I try and get both sides and I try and understand the subject completely. Admittedly, I saw this like maybe 45 minutes before the show started and I added it. And I don't know that I'm going to be able to get answers because I think a lot of this is going to be classified. So this is Pro Pixel Video Analysis and Research. Is Billy Kryzak, Kryzak, and he broke this down and this part just kind of fucked me up.
This video has stuff in here that I'm not seeing people talk about, and it's really significant, and I'm going to show you immediately what's going on. I'm zoomed in a little bit. I did a little bit work on the color so we see some contrast. I did no AI to this. This is the pure video that was published today. Here comes the health.
Yeah, just anybody that's just coming in, this is a UAP. We had a congressional hearing yesterday that showed this video of a UAP. The United States government shot a missile at it and it kind of didn't do shit. And this guy's breakdown, it fucked me up a little. I'm going to be honest, this fucked me up a little bit.
Fire, right? And you can see it impacts about right here. It looks like it's a little off center, right about here. There's the impact. What do you see missing though? There's no flash. There should be an energetic event. There should be heat, lots of heat. You should see this. You should see it. There should be an explosion. This Hellfire did not detonate. It actually passes through the object.
Okay. Look, I'm not an expert. I just know that when a missile hits like a solid surface, it detonates. Somebody asked when this was. It was in the last like couple of years. Jen, I don't know if you can find the date on when this video was taken. I don't have it, but somebody's asking.
And goes off to the side here. All right? That passes through.
It gets so much weirder after you watch. So it just passes through and it breaks off these parts. You'll see like...
And rips open whatever this is. And I'm going to call this a carrier now, because when it rips it open, you can actually see it's ripped here. And
October of 2024, someone's saying, Jen. Oh, there we go. There's it. October 30th, 2024.
These orbs emerge out of the tear. Come right out of that where it's torn open. This one was blown out from over here. But these two you can see emerging from from it.
Okay,
then
cool.
what's
It
really
tears it apart,
interesting-
right? Like you would expect if there's an object and a missile hits it and it takes off some debris, that would make sense. And that debris in a normal world just falls down into the ocean, right? And even if the object keeps going, it's like, all right, it did some damage, but it can still fly even when we hit it with one missile. So maybe that's not enough. But the damage, the debris, that would just fall down into the ocean, right? Naturally.
Watch the orbs. They lock in.
Oh no.
They go from inside to outside. Boom.
No, we're just going
Look
to
at that
keep
lock-in.
following.
Boom. Triangle formation. They're flying on their own. There's some other pieces here. Don't know what this is. This could be...
That could be the debris falling. That one
Don't
looks
know.
like it's
I don't
kind
know
of
what to
like
suppose what it is.
falling at a
Maybe
different
it's,
rate. That could be a
like
piece
an
of the
energy emission. It could just be
I don't know.
parts of the actual egg here or carrier. But wow, this is something different.
Remember in Independence Day when they like nuked the mothership and they're like, we got it, and they were all celebrating, and then the dust cleared and it was still there, and they're like, fuck. That's kind of how I feel right now.
So whatever the object is, the Hellfire needed something hard to detonate. It just went right through it. So that's telling me this is a soft object. It hits, changes direction, actually is energetic enough where it really
Jell-O?
pushes the object hard to the side. And during that, whatever was inside of it gets ejected. And they are very clearly operating, boom, on
Yeah,
their
it's a
own.
good point. Like it moves like charged plasma, Brandon. I agree with that. Anyways, you guys know me.
Wow.
I'm not willing to be mind fucked without including you.
That's different. That's definitely different.
All right. I forgot to read Jen's. The messages came through. Thank you, Michelle. And Angelia. Did I say that right? Angelia? Happy Hump Day. Boycott McDonald's. Free Palestine. Oh, I should boycott McDonald's, shouldn't I? They're probably shitty. I had a gift card, in all fairness. Jocelyn said, with the people we work with, individuals are not dangerous. If they are, natural consequences happen, whether that be inpatient, long-term care, and jail/prison. It does not negate responsibilities. If anyone is interested, please look up the Navigate model. We are doing amazing, life-changing work. Sorry, Jocelyn, I should have got to that earlier. She said, I work in first episode psychosis. I work specifically with schizophrenia. It is a cruel disease. We are the wraparound service, and our funding was cut. Oh, good. Cut the funding. That's good. Sorry I didn't get to that earlier. That would have been maybe a little more impactful before, but thank you, Jocelyn. I appreciate you. All right. What did I have next? Oh, this was alarming. Dude, capitalism, like United States capitalism fucking sucks. The stock market fucking sucks. I hate the stock market. It should not exist the way that it exists. And here's further proof. ConocoPhillips says it will lay off up to 25% of its workforce, impacting thousands of jobs. A spokesperson for ConocoPhillips confirmed the layoffs on Wednesday. With drill, baby, drill, all these oil jobs, we're cutting 25%. 20 to 25% of the company's employees and contractors would be impacted worldwide. So this isn't just in the United States. I don't think we had a head count for how many would be in the United States. ConocoPhillips currently has a global headcount of about 13,000, meaning the cuts would impact between 2,600 and 3,250 workers. Now, sometimes people have to lay people off because you're not profitable, right? That happens. We're always looking at how we can be more efficient with the resources we have, a ConocoPhillips spokesperson said via email, adding that the company expects the majority of these reductions to take place before the end of 2025. I wonder why it would be before 2025. We might explain here. ConocoPhillips shares fell 4.3% Wednesday. The Houston-based company's stock now sits at under 95 per share, down nearly 14% from a year ago. Oh no, their stock price is dropping. So they must not be making money. They must not be profitable. That's why they have to fire people, because they're not profitable anymore, because their stock price went down 14%. And of course, the stock price drops when you're not profitable, right? When you stop making money. So obviously you got to get rid of people. So let's look at news of the coming layoffs was first reported by Reuters, with anonymous sources telling the outlet that that CEO Ryan Lance detailed the plans in a video message earlier Wednesday. In that video, Reuters reported Lance said the company needed fewer roles while he cited rising costs. Okay, it's more expensive, so we can't make money, so we got to fire people. All right, that makes sense. Last month, ConocoPhillips reported second quarter earnings of $1.97 billion. Oh. That beat Wall Street expectations. It was down nearly $2.33 billion the company reported for the same period last year. So they were down 360 is that what am I doing? They're down 360 million dollars. But still profitable. In the latest earnings, ConocoPhillips continued to point to cost-cutting efforts, noting that it had identified more than $1 billion in cost reductions and margin optimization. The company also said it agreed to sell its Anadarko Basin assets for $1.3 billion. The Anadarko Basin is like Texas, Oklahoma, like Panhandle area, and it's where ConocoPhillips, for some reason, they just get to own all of that land and take all the oil. I think when they first bought it, there was like 500. I think million barrels of oil. I don't know if it's billion or million. I can't remember. It was somewhere around like 500. I don't know. I think it's million. And now it's down to like 16 million. So they've basically bled it dry, and now they're going to sell it for $1.3 billion. So they make $1.97 billion, and they have to cut. Why? Because shareholders bought in, expecting a return. And they always choose the shareholders. They always choose the stock price over the employees. They can't take a loss. They can't even take less revenue. Otherwise, their shareholders get mad and the CEO gets fired. So the CEO is like, all right, great. We'll cut costs around the world and we'll sell this land. It's not completely dried up now, but we'll sell this land and fuck all them workers, but at least I'll keep my job. This is why capitalism fucking sucks sometimes. This is why the stock market fucking sucks sometimes. There'll be hundreds, maybe thousands of people who lose their jobs in America, all because a bunch of very rich people who are already very rich want to make sure that they never lose money on any investment, and they do it at the hands of firing workers. Cool country we live in. Cool country that's totally not rigged for rich people. Totally doesn't fuck over everyday people. Always. I also wanted to talk about this. We were early on this. We were very early on Bill Pulte, William Pulte. Remember, William Pulte's the guy that he's one of the heirs to Pulte Homes, which is one of the biggest home builders in the country. And he, for some reason, he is the Federal Housing Finance Agency. For some reason, it appears that while he should be doing his job, he's just subpoenaing information about Democrats and submitting criminal referrals, which is very unusual for this position. And weirdly, all these criminal referrals seem to be people who had legal problems with Donald Trump or legal, rendezvous with Donald Trump. One of them was Adam Schiff. So Adam Schiff sent this letter to Attorney General Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Blanche. Said, this week we learned through press reports that a purported criminal referral regarding our client Adam Schiff was apparently made to the Department of Justice more than a month ago by William Pulte, the political appointed director of FHFA. We're disturbed by the highly irregular partisan process that led to these baseless accusations. The purposeful, coordinated public disclosure of these materials containing confidential personal information without regard to the security risks posed to the senator and his family, and Mr. Pulte's role in this sordid effort, including his apparent abuse of the Inspector General system. You should decline Mr. Pulte's invitation to join his retaliatory harassment of Senator Schiff. Instead, Mr. Pulte's misuse of his position should be investigated by a nonpartisan Inspector General to determine whether Mr. Pulte's conduct should be referred to the Department of Justice for a criminal investigation. Now, I recognize that this is also what a guilty person would say, right? A guilty person would say this is unwarranted, it's politically motivated, they're attacking me for political purposes, and you should investigate. This is basically what Donald Trump said too. So this by itself, I could give a fuck. That doesn't mean anything to me. But I dug in a little further and kept reading. There's obviously no factual basis for the department to undertake any investigation of these stale and spurious accusations. We will name just a few reasons for now. First, Contemporaneous documents prove that Senator Schiff was completely transparent with his lenders about his need to maintain 2 full-time homes. Now, the accusation basically here is that Schiff, who represents California, has a home in California, and he has a home in Maryland. And the accusation is that while he lists California as his primary residence, his actual primary residence is in Maryland, and that constitutes fraud. The only way that constitutes fraud is if he lied to the banks and he lied on his tax documents. And so that's what we need to look at here. Did he lie? Was he dishonest about those 2 residences? Did he hide them? Did he put them in somebody else's name? Did he lie about a primary residence? Did he disclose both residents? Did he disclose where he was going to spend most of his time? And it looks like he did. Given his desire to participate in raising his children while representing a congressional district 2,300 miles from Washington, D.C., for example, in the attached letter to a lender on the Maryland home, Senator Schiff disclosed that he was a California resident, paid taxes in California, and maintained a home in California, which is where I declare my homestead, but that his family resided at the Maryland property for most of the year. This transparent disclosure is the antithesis of mortgage misrepresentation, which again is what they're accusing him of misrepresenting to the banks what he was doing with these residences. Second, Pulte's allegations could not possibly be prosecuted even if they had a factual basis, which they don't. The statute of limitations for mortgage fraud is 10 years and runs from the date of the allegedly false statement. The most recent mortgage application that Mr. Pulte even accuses of inaccuracy is more than 12 years old, outside of the statute of limitations. We cannot recall any instance in our decades of experience as prosecutors and criminal defense attorneys in which the department opened an investigation into allegations that were so obviously false, retaliatory, and time-barred. You should not make this the first such case. While there's no basis to investigate Pulte's allegations, there's ample basis to investigate the actions of Pulte, a presidential appointee who seems to have made it his mission to misuse the power of his office to manufacture allegations of criminal conduct against the president's perceived political adversaries. There are striking and concerning irregularities at every step of the process. That's what I'd like you Republicans to tell me. Because I don't get the benefit of discussing this with Republicans very often. They don't like to. They like to hide in comments, and you guys are here. So can you explain to me why this person, whose job it is not to investigate mortgage fraud, it's his job to set regulation and make sure regulation is followed through upon when it comes to applying for mortgages. That's one of his roles. Can you explain to me why this is a good use of time, that he is using his time, his staff's time, to submit criminal allegations that are outside of the statute of limitations, that even if they were confirmed to be true, which they've shown no evidence of, are outside of the statute of limitations? We can only guess, and so I'm going to accept that anything you guys say is a guess, just like mine is a guess. My guess is Trump asked him to. That's my guess. And he's doing what Trump asked him to do. Otherwise, what other reason would you have for this? Why would you take your administrative role and turn yourself in to like an investigator and a prosecutor? And if you do take that role, why don't you know about the statute of limitations? More than one truth can occupy the same space at the same time. That's 6 cents a million. Okay, that isn't about this. Anybody want to tell me why we feel this is a good use of time? First, it appears that Pulte was improperly enlisted in the attack. Wait, no. First, it appears that, was improperly enlisted in the attack on Schiff. A leaked document indicates that on May 12th, 2025, FHFA-OIG, which is Office of Inspector General, sent a document demand to Fannie Mae's Financial Crimes Investigation Unit, requesting confidential files regarding Mr. Schiff and his Maryland home. The circumstances powerfully suggest this was done at Mr. Pulte's behest. The conduct being investigated, loans taken out more than a decade ago and long since fully repaid, has no relevance to the OIG's mission, but poses an obvious political salience to Mr. Pulte, a political appointee of a president who has repeatedly vowed to target Senator Schiff. Tasking an inspector general with digging up dirt on a political opponent is unlawful. The statutory purpose of the FHFA-OIG is to serve as an independent and objective unit. With personnel chosen without regard to political affiliation and solely on the basis of integrity and demonstrated ability. That is why the decision about what to investigate is statutorily committed to the judgment of the Inspector General. This is obvious, right? And this fucking pisses me off because I know your answer. I know your answer. You all say Trump was targeted, and so this is payback. First of all, if Trump was targeted, why does he have to do payback? Secondly, he was never absolved of any of the crimes that he was charged with. He was either found guilty or he became president and those investigations ended. Not once did he ever go to court in front of a jury of his peers and have them say, "You're not guilty of these crimes." Donald Trump is simply a criminal. And he has convinced all of you that he's not, despite the fact that every time he goes to court, he is proven time and time again to be a criminal. And he has sold you on this idea that he is a victim, and you adopted his victim mentality because that's what being a Republican is. Being a whiny, the version, let's say MAGA. I don't want to say all Republicans because some of you don't like Trump. The MAGA movement is whining for Donald Trump, adopting his victimhood, and just showing up every day, wherever you go, and talking about how unfair life is for MAGA. I've never seen a larger collective of bitches in my life. Just the bitchiest of bitches. I woke up today and I went on the internet to say that it's not fair that Donald Trump was investigated. He was investigated. He was found guilty. He is a convicted felon. He is a sexual abuser. He is guilty of defamation. Donald Trump's just flat out a criminal. Charlie Kirk just got shot? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Is this real? In my hometown. Oh my God. No. Anybody who celebrates this in the chat, you're done for the day. I do not listen. I will not stand by and have. I will not I know people don't like Charlie Kirk. We're not going to do. He deserves it. We're not going to do any of that shit. None of that. Mods, anybody who says he deserves it. Jesus fucking Christ. This is where I went to school. This is in Utah. Oh, fuck. This isn't good. I didn't see Charlie Kirk. An organizer close to Charlie's position said he was shot in the neck. Conversation was how many trans mass shooters there have been. Fuck. Do we have any news on this? Jen, can you search YouTube and see if we have any breaking news on this? It was outside.
I posted an article that someone put in the Discord.
Let's see if this.
Been shooting. Who's been shot?
That's as people are running. What the fuck?
We've got a new subscriber.
Poorly shot by, I don't know. Yeah, always. I mean, we never know. Shot by a teenage black male student by the name of Deontay Wilde Jr.
Looks like it happened literally 10 minutes ago.
Jesus.
It looks like this literally just happened, so we don't know any details. And reminding everybody, mods, if people are saying negative things about someone being harmed, you're gonna get muted. We don't do that here.
All right, so it's not there. Okay, that's his prayer, or that's his, so it's not going to show it. Incredible work.
For people who are asking, it sounds like Charlie Kirk was pew-pewed.
Wait, what is
near
this?
the net.
This is Grok. Grok is saying no credible reports confirm Charlie Kirk was shot at UVU today. The latest post shows the event proceeding normally. It's at 1824. Oh, that was a while ago. But there's a lot of people saying that. Okay, maybe just nobody's verified it. I don't know. Actually, I take that back. That's no way that's right, because I just saw two local. Here's Deseret News.
Yeah, I posted a link to that in our chat in an article.
Did somebody say Parker was there?
I think there was supposed to be something coming up in Colorado, but I don't know. So someone just sent me this, and it's a big trigger warning. So I haven't watched it.
Let me take this off screen. Is this one you're looking at?
Yes, take it off screen.
Is it the same one? Let's see.
Take it off screen.
It's off screen.
They're not counting gang violence.
Fuck. You can't see it. You can hear this. Let me go through the whole thing to make sure that. All right, look, trigger warning. You're not gonna be able to see anything here, but you can hear the shot. Oh, Twitter might be censoring this. Let's see. Oh, that's not it. That was the wrong one.
Do you know how many massacres there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great. What the fuck?
Sorry, let me move Twitter off here. I don't know. Oh, fuck. There's a video of it. I can't. Yeah, there's a video. Yeah, it looks like it. It definitely looks like he was hit, and he grabs for his neck. Jesus Christ. I don't even know what the right thing to do is right now, for being honest. This is one of those moments I don't think I was prepared for. I don't feel comfortable doing the rest of the show because the rest of the show is going to be a lot of stuff that's critical of Trump, and I don't think I want to add fuel to a suspect in custody, you said? I don't know. I think what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to stay here while stuff breaks. I just don't want to add to it. I do want this to be a place where people like this isn't America. Like I'm not going to pretend that I'm surprised at violence. It's bad, guys. This is bad. I do see again, I don't want to promote things that I can't verify. I do see police have somebody apprehended. It is a elder, very like I'm going to say late 60s, early 70s white man in.
We've got a new subscriber.
I got it. Looks like he's in his. I swear to God, he looks like he's in his Mormon garments. This could just be white shorts, but. Guardian and Newsweek have it out. What are they saying? Let me double screen this. Parker was there. What do you guys want to do? This just became like not my stream. I recognize there's Republicans here. I recognize that there's Democrats here, and I don't want to add to the infighting. And I think mods, like, if you can take care of that. What do you guys want to do here? I'm not asking you what you think I should to take care of me. I'm asking you guys what you want. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna carry on as usual. I'm not gonna pretend that I condone this. I mean, I live in fear of this every day. I'm not Charlie Kirk. I'm not that size, but like, we all get threats, and he gets threats. All right, I'll stay. I'll stay for a while. Look, may just be quiet. I'll try and find. Let me just move these screens around so that I don't have to. I'll keep looking at stuff, but I don't want. I'll move the Discord to here. Jen, I'm not going to be able to see Discord right now. Let's see, actually.
Okay.
Actually, let me do this. Let me move this so I can keep scrolling. Twitter is going to give me the earliest, but I want to see the comments too.
I just want to remind everybody in whatever chats, we're not doing any hate towards anybody. Whether or not you like or dislike someone, this type of violence is never okay. So any of those types of comments you will be timed out, muted, whatever it is. You're not going to just spew hate on this in our chats. That's not how that's not what we do.
I'm going to try and reach out to a police source I have in Orem and see. I think I know somebody that's a member of UVU police. I might be able to get a hold of their brother. God, I got friends there. We want to know what's the breaking news. So far, no breaking news. Look, there's definitely a video. If I just explain it, Charlie Kirk is in a tent. You hear the gunshot ring out, and he does this and moves to the side. People are saying, I mean, it sounds right to me. I'm looking at where the people look from. They all kind of look to their, I'm trying to watch the heads of the people as this happens. They all look to their right. UVU is an interesting campus. Let me show you kind of where he was. I can find pictures of where he was. What would you call that? What would you call that area where there's like a open, there's like lunch
Quad.
tables and stuff? A quad. All right, let's see. How do you? It would be called the quad. Trying to find a good.
That's what we called it when I was like in an open area where people would hang out. We called it the quad. So CNN has a report up, says acknowledges what happened, and the extent of his injuries weren't immediately clear. When was this?
Let me just see if I can find a video of the event actually before. I mean, I can just stop the video beforehand or after. All right, I'm gonna get. This is after, but you can see here, where it zooms out. That's Charlie Kirk's tent right there, and you can see here. There's people everywhere. So there's somehow somebody has an elevated position there. I mean, I can't imagine security's great. This is a very open campus. You can enter. You can walk, you can park at a bunch of different places. Like getting into this event, I don't know how tight security is, but just this is a massive, massive campus. And it's very open. And especially where this is, you can see, I mean, how many elevated positions you could have. I don't even see a lot of police out there. I don't know. Move that. It's fair. I'll talk to you guys. I'm not looking forward to the next few days of news. Yeah. Where are we finding that video? I found it on Twitter. I can go. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, I in the search, I looked at Charlie Kirk's shot, and then I clicked on the latest tab, and it was like actually Marjorie Taylor Greene posted it. So if you follow Marjorie Taylor Greene on Twitter, she's just reposted it. So you can find it there. Unfucking believable. I'm learning a lot about this chat. Bro, liberal tears. What the fuck are you talking about? Imagine that. For anybody who's just joining us, Charlie Kirk was shot. We're not doing politics anymore.
This just happened, so it sounds like his injuries haven't been assessed quite yet. So we don't know what.
Where are you getting that report from?
What? Which one?
About the injuries not being assessed. Yeah.
I'll show it. It's a short blurb on CNN. We don't know his current condition.
I got to tell you, it doesn't
Doesn't
look good. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't think he's gonna make it. There's other videos now. Thanks, mods, for getting rid of those people that are coming in here. It's so bad, Jen. Jesus. If this video is real,
Oh yeah.
and there's multiple people now saying multiple reports saying that is the shooter, that it's just a old white dude. What is this? Let me look. All right. There's also there. Okay. I just want to show you one thing because this is gonna get out there. This is obviously, so there's a video circulating with millions of views that say that this is the suspect. I just want you guys to know that there's no, like, we don't have those trees. I don't think this is the Utah license plate. That looks like a California license plate to me. So I don't know. Those don't look like Utah trees either. That looks like a palm tree right there, which we don't have. So I think this is California. So if you see that out and about, I don't think that that's true. The one with the older white guy there, there's pictures there with the older white guy. That's definitely at UVU. I think it said campus police even.
Do you want to change the background image?
Oh shit. Yeah. Let me find something that's, thank you.
What we're discussing is that Charlie Kirk was shot at an event at Utah, the Utah campus, and it doesn't look good for him. Nothing has been announced yet about his current condition, but the videos that have been released don't look good.
Sorry guys, I'm working on changing the background real quick. It says shooter was on the Losi Center. Oh fuck. About 200 yards away. That makes perfect sense. Just gonna put this up. This is UVU's campus right there. Let me find the Losi Center. I know the Losis. That's not that matters, but yeah, let me pop this over here. This one looks better. Just gonna pull it up. All right, so LC, which you'll see, this is the, oh, why is it not on there? Am I missing LC there? LA. See if this has one.
We've got a new subscriber.
Listen, guys, I'm not telling you to go look at it. I'm just telling you the video I saw. It does not look good. Can I expand this map at all? Zoom. Let's see if I go to maps.
I'm reminding everybody that we are not doing any negativity towards Kirk or other people. You will be timed out or muted. We're just not doing it. Period.
Let me close this part. How do I get rid of the direction part? Can I get like that? Okay. Sorensen. Okay. So it looks like, I think Charlie Kirk was, I'm going to guess he was, I think here. Let me go back to the videos and I'll see if I can kind of figure out where he was. So we can get a better aerial view there. All right, this is looking, hold on 1 second. Let me see which direction this is facing. That is facing west. Okay. So west was behind him, which is going to be on this map. Obviously, west is going to be to our left. And a building behind. Okay. So I think this is where we were at. So if you zoom in here, I think Charlie Kirk was right here. This looks like where he was at. It looks like the tent was here. This is facing west. The Losi Center is here, and they're saying it was from the roof. And the Losi Center is going to be elevated. That makes sense because the view that I saw looked like there were people standing here, or perhaps, yeah, because you could look over there. So the people that I saw that from the video are standing here somewhere, and they all looked off to their right, which would make sense that the shooter would be here at the Losi Center, and then firing down. This is it's a significant elevation, and it would be firing here. Go ahead and leave now. Yeah, don't stick around if you're going to be an asshole today. Yeah, it's about Charlie Kirk, Tara. I'm also not going to. I understand sometimes you guys send super chats because you want your voice to be seen and heard. I'll try and get super chats, but please, again, if it's not about this and if it's about dividing at all today, please don't. But thank you, Sixth Sense Amelia. Bobby said, appreciate you. Just stay, just cover breaking news. Yeah, I'll be here. Political climate is too damn charged. Yeah. Any word who did it? Yeah, I can show you that. This is who they're saying. I want to preface this by saying that this is unconfirmed, but there are multiple videos of this all over. This is who they're saying was arrested. There is a UVU badge there. So this is campus police. So whatever happened. This guy might have taken him down. There's blood on that guy's knee, looks like. That's what I was wondering about. This guy's shorts, though. I guess maybe they're just white shorts. I thought maybe those were Mormon garments. But that's who they're saying the shooter is. You're 15 minutes from there. Like I said, that's where I went to school, man. This is my, I mean, this is MAGA country. This is Charlie Kirk country. This is, like, if I zoom out, like, I'm not far from there. I grew up here in Linden. That's where I grew up. So just down the freeway. It's a 10-minute drive. I lived in these apartments right here. Played soccer there. Grew up my whole life in this area. You know what's interesting, Jen, is that about 20 or 30 minutes before this all broke, somebody asked if I would talk about Charlie Kirk. That was very strange. I saw it in the chat, like probably 30-ish minutes before.
Yeah. Just reminding everybody, any cruelty towards either side, trying to politicize this, will be timed out or muted.
Thank you. Yeah, if you're in here, look, there's just no place for that. I understand. It's the same. Somebody mentioned the United Healthcare CEO. It's the same thing, right? Like, you can either be against violence or not. But if you're only if you only like violence when it's perpetrated on people you don't like, then it's gross. I just say this, like, this does nothing for anybody. I don't like Charlie Kirk's ideas. You guys know that. But like that's kind of America. That's kind of democracy, is that like you win the battle in the marketplace of ideas. You have the debate. You can be abhorrent in this country. And it's also a reminder for those of us in media to be careful. And yeah, that's exactly what it does. It's also going to create martyrs. There's gonna be retaliatory violence. I'm not.
You guys, you don't have to necessarily like the person, but there are people in his life. If something happens, that love him. He's got kids. So, I mean, none of this is okay. But even if you don't like him, you can still recognize this is wrong.
Sitting. So let me look. There's pictures of Charlie Kirk. Let me mute. There's videos that Charlie Kirk, let's see, TP USA put out some videos before. I'll see if I can give you guys a better understanding of where it was. Twitter's gross today. Somebody said Parker posted a video. Jen, you see if you can grab that. I'm looking for here. So this is somebody's aerial footage. This is before Charlie's speaking. So you can get an idea. Looks like there's security up there. Jen, was it confirmed that we had it from the Losi building?
I haven't seen where it was. It looks like Parker's video. He's walking away and he's talking.
Looks like there's
But
police.
I don't know if it was confirmed where it was.
So this is more in the direction it would have been. I don't know who these people are. Sorry, but this is the direction where it would have been. I don't know if this is the Losi building. It would have been up on like this rooftop behind them. They're facing where Charlie would be. Through that video, I wonder. I mean, to get on that building, it seems like you would have to be an employee. I believe this is the Losi building right here. Let me double check on the map. That building didn't exist when I went there. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking at. Okay. So this would be the building where they're saying, wherever that report came from, that the shot was fired. Be somewhere up on top of this building. Let's see the people pouring in. Let's see if we ever get another view of the building up there. All right, that's the best view of it. So here's where you can see this is where Charlie would have been, and then this building up here would be the Losi building. Watching that roof, like, wonder if we'll ever find any movement on that roof. I mean, especially just the sound of it sounds like a rifle. I don't know. What's he saying? This is before, I think, right? What's he saying here?
Hey, how you doing? I'm okay. Kind of shocked.
Oh, this is
Definitely
after.
Well, my name's Eric.
Yeah, I've seen that close-up video too. Losi's the old library. Okay. Am I in the right spot then, Jiu-Jitsu Dad? Oh, hey. What's up, brother? Jiu-Jitsu Dad. Am I in the right place? I know you went there too. Was I pointing at the right spot? I was? Okay, thank you.
I was standing about the third level back, so probably 50 feet from Charlie. I heard a shot,
I'm just going
which
to
took
keep
my
saying this
attention away from
repeatedly.
Charlie.
Be adults. Someone being shot is never anything to be celebrated. If you are being any kinds of hateful, cruel comments will be timed out. We're not doing it today. We're not. That's not okay. So don't say hateful shit, or you'll be timed out or muted.
And when I looked back at him at about 6 inches or more, I don't know. It sounded like a higher caliber. It sounded like a higher caliber, like a 9mm. It didn't sound like a 45 or anything, but I don't know.
Guys, just trigger warning, please. If I don't know what they're gonna say, I have no idea. This is the first time I'm watching this. It's live. They're gonna explain it. I'll just say that the video I saw is exactly what he's explaining. So
Didn't sound that deep to me. It almost sounded.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm in shock.
I am too. I am too. I can't believe it happened in Utah, of all places.
All places.
Where he has so much support, but obviously the opposition was here. And now we're looking at a murder scene, possibly. It's obviously a crime scene. But I don't think that Charlie can survive this.
that's hard too. I understand like the people that are victimized there, the people that saw it, besides just Charlie Kirk and his family. I think he has a young daughter. But even that part, just hearing like the opponent is here, like we're not opponents in that way. It's not opposition in that way. I too am shocked that it's at Utah, that it happened in Utah. But easy place to carry, easy place to get access to a weapon. Nobody really bats an eye.
Unless the EMTs were close, and it was pretty, I mean, rated R level kind of stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
No
Appreciate
problem.
your
You bet.
testimony.
You bet.
Some people think you see what happened? I was up on the balcony interviewing the Love and Tolerance.
Yeah, Greg. See, that's where I'm from. This is where I started. This is where I started playing college soccer. This is my home. So again, just going back there, and Jiu-Jitsu Dad, if you're still here, you can confirm. But I can go as they zoom away there. Let me get this.
No problem. You bet. You bet.
For those of you who are just getting here, Charlie Kirk was shot. It does not look good. He was at a Turning Point USA event in Orem, Utah. And see, so this is the building they're saying the shooter shot from. And also, just once again, if you're getting here, we're not going to, if you celebrate this, fuck you. Just fuck all the way off forever. If you celebrate this and you're somebody who follows me, who subscribes, like I don't want anything to do with you ever. Please leave. And please don't come back. We're not celebrating this ever. So if you're here and you do that, you're done. You're gone. The mods will take care of that. But please don't come back. And please talk to a therapist.
I was up on the balcony interviewing the Love and Tolerance crowd.
Really, we kind of heard what happened, but we heard it was real. We were probably maybe 20 feet away.
You guys here to hear Charlie speak, or?
Yeah, we were.
Well, prayers to him.
Well, what a coincidence that he was talking about gun violence, and then all of a sudden this happened. What are the chances of this shit happening to here, bro? Like, it's scary. Like,
it's terrifying.
It freaks everyone out. Like, it just ruins the whole experience for everyone. Like, I don't know. Like, come on, bro. Pray for Charlie.
Yeah, pray for Charlie. Thanks, guys.
reported the people. They are reported the shot.
Did you guys see what happened?
Was it like a loud, like?
All right, everybody, you need to leave the area all the way up and all the way to the south. Everybody leave. Leave, go home.
All right, somebody said Fox 13 was covering it. Let's see what they've got. I'm going to stay around until you guys don't want me to be here. We're going to cancel debates tonight. We may talk, but we're going to cancel that tonight too. Let me see, Fox 13. Look, we'll talk tonight, but I'm not going to be debating shit tonight. We're not doing that.
Forced everyone in.
Back.
Severe the situation is, but indeed a troubling thing to hear. We're going to take some deep breaths. We're not going to go too fast because of how little we know about this, but more information is coming in.
Yeah, same, Marlene. Thanks for saying that.
And we're hearing from people who were.
And if I don't care how much I disagree with you politically, like as a dad with a young daughter, I feel for his family. I feel for that young girl and his wife.
At the scene because he was on the campus of Utah Valley University speaking to students, and there was a big turnout. And so among those students is a woman named Sarah Toro. And Sarah, are you with me right now?
I am, yes.
Sarah, first of all, I understand that you were there as this happened. I'm sorry that you had to experience this. My own son was there, but real far away, and it's a traumatic thing to go through. So, Sarah, what did you see? What did you hear?
Yeah, so Charlie Kirk had just started answering questions, and he'd answered a question about the difference between the Mormon church and the Protestant church, and answered that, and then moved to the next person, and the next person asked about the mass shootings that have been happening in America by transgender.
The news is reporting. Hold on. Sorry, let me add a new tab here. They're saying he's stable? Oh, that would be unbelievable.
I've been refreshing nonstop. I haven't seen anything about his status yet. I don't know if you can turn up that stream, but it's kind of hard to hear.
I got nothing to turn it up.
Charlie asked if he should count gang violence in that number, and the kid who asked the question was about to answer, and right then we heard one shot.
You know, your signal, Sarah, is breaking up a little bit, so I didn't hear those last few things that you just said, but you're talking about Charlie Kirk answering some questions, some of those questions getting into topics of school shootings and who does the shooting in those situations.
Let me just go here and see if I can find it different. There's NBC News.
Yeah, as you say this, and you mentioned prayer, we have a message now on X from the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth saying prayers for Charlie Kirk, an incredible Christian, American, and human being. May the healing hand of Jesus Christ be upon him. You know, you were talking about a pretty graphic scene and a pretty violent injury. I don't know if you're a doctor or not, but from what you saw, I mean, how bad did this look? It sounds pretty bad.
It looked really bad. I saw a lot of blood leave his body instantly before. Yeah, it's not like we heard a shot and we saw him fall to the ground. We saw a lot of blood leave his body instantly upon impact.
And did you hear more than one gunshot, or was it just one?
You know, I couldn't remember if there was a second, but definitely the one. And luckily there wasn't more than, if there was a second one right away, I think it was just the one, but otherwise it wasn't any more than two.
And did it look like anybody else in the audience or anybody else with Charlie Kirk had also been hit?
No, it was just him, and then everybody went down, and then that was, as I'm sitting there with bodies laying on top of me, I'm just listening. I'm listening for more shots. That's the only thing I'm doing. I'm just like, okay, are there more? Are there more? Are there more? There's none. There's none. There's none. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. And just kind of playing that back in my mind, and just thinking, I can't believe this is happening. How did this happen? How did we let this happen? How, just bummed there wasn't metal detectors or something. Because yeah, like I said, it was just, everybody just kind of showed up, and it was crowded. It was, my guess is that there were probably at least 3,000 or 4,000 people there. It was incredibly crowded. You had people on rooftops, walkways, overpasses.
Yeah, Justin, I've asked you so many questions, and I'm realizing I haven't asked you an important question, which you were sort of alluding to there. I mean, have you just taken a second to think about what happened? You went there to watch somebody talk about politics in America, where there's freedom of speech, where democracy is still alive. And
Close. It's very close to a medical facility. There are multiple hospitals within. There's one, a big medical center they're on University Parkway. I don't know if Jiu-Jitsu Dad's here, but I think it's on 800 North, so maybe a mile away, I think would probably be the closest one. Downtown Provo, I don't know. I haven't lived there for a while, so there may even be more hospitals since then, but I think he's within a few minutes of a hospital.
yet in the past couple of years, we've seen some real horrific political violence, and you just witnessed it, just steps from where you were.
Yeah, no, it's I'm just kind of taking it all in right now. You know, unfortunately, it's yeah, I mean, it's very frustrating, and yeah, it's tragic. But yeah, there needs to be freedom of speech. There needs to be, you know, toleration for all viewpoints, and unfortunately, you know, this does not
Jen,
look good.
can you change the title if you haven't already? Did you change the title to our live too, just to make it about the breaking news instead?
Yeah, I can change it.
Okay, thank you.
Obviously, this person who shot him was deranged, but yeah, it's just a sad day.
Justin, we thank you for being with us. I'm sure our producers are going to have you stand by for us. If we get any more information, we're going to kind of want your perspective. I do want to bring in our national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Tom, what are you hearing from your sources about either the suspect or what happened there on the campus of Utah Valley University?
Yeah, so Tom, it appears that one individual fired this shot, still clearing the campus. As you just heard from our eyewitness, a fairly incredible report from the scene. A SWAT team and other law enforcement currently going through the buildings of campus, obviously going through the grounds there that have now well been cleared out from the students from the shot that you're looking at there on the left, which was taken moments before this shot was fired to the upper chest neck area of Charlie Kirk, a conservative commentator. Right now, we have not received official confirmation on the name of the individual that has been taken into custody, and if in fact that will ultimately be the individual that's been charged as a result of this incident. The condition of Kirk as of this hour is currently unknown. I will tell you, Tom, that everybody in law enforcement, in the intelligence, counterterrorism threat space is paying very close attention to this shooting because it is part of a disturbing trend that they have been focused on, starting with the 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump while he was running for office. You had the targeted assassination here in New York City of a healthcare CEO. You had an arson attack on the governor of Pennsylvania, a targeted shooting attack just several weeks ago. Last time you and I were on the air talking about a shooting like this on 345 Park Avenue. And right now, in this country, state, local, federal, all paying attention to what is a disturbing trend, and it's this, that people are using violence to solve their differences or problems in these targeted shooting attacks. It is something that, from a terrorism standpoint, we've seen terrorists do this in this country before and obviously abroad. But now individuals are acting out instead of trying to solve differences in a democracy, are apparently trying to take it upon themselves to fire weapons at individuals or attempt to fire weapons at individuals. Also using fire, as we saw with the Shapiro attack in Pennsylvania, and as we saw the attack on a group of elderly Jewish individuals in Colorado who were just supporting the hostages that were taken by Hamas.
I'm seeing like a lot of unconfirmed reports just saying critical condition, that he's at the hospital in critical condition. But none of these are sources that generally I would go to. I mean, I don't even know who they are, and I'm just kind of refreshing on Twitter. So nobody of note is confirming any of this that I've seen.
I'm gonna reinforce again. If you are a regular viewer of us, if you're here, we are not giving any negativity or cruelty towards Kirk or his politics. None of this is ever okay. You will be timed out or muted. We're not doing that here. Not today. So keep it cute in the comments, or you won't be able to talk at all.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, I'll say I'm not a medical expert. I know some people are saying medical experts have watched it. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good at all. I'm not recommending you go see the video, but if you see the video, it's not good.
But it's also at the same time, he was speaking maybe to a friendly crowd, so that wasn't necessary.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to take a look at when a crowd is friendly or not. It only takes one person at a crowd.
Yeah. Again, I don't know why they're making it political. Did they catch the shooter? It's going to feel repetitive today. This is who, there's a bunch of people showing this video saying that this is the shooter. No name released, but this is, that is Utah Valley Police. There was another video that went out showing police apprehending a guy, black guy, but the license plates were California, and there was a palm tree, and we don't have those in Utah. So this is clearly UVU police. Tons of people have shared this exact video. I'm assuming this is the shooter. Check that. Oh, I paused it.
To create an environment like this is
Catch up to live, actually.
To the vast majority of people, they're a friendly crowd at Utah Valley State University. In a horrific manner that eyewitnesses are telling NBC News, there was a lot of blood and it did not look good. And from the tweets that we were hearing, everyone across the aisle, whether it be Republican or Democrat, asking for people to pray for Charlie Kirk right now. I do want to ask you one thing. There are so many different angles of this. We actually have an angle of when the shooting happened. We're not going to show the actual moment of impact, if you will, when the bullet hits Charlie Kirk, but we can actually hear it. I want to ask our control room and our director if we can play that. I want to get your thoughts on the other end. Let's play it now.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
God, I thought they were going to show it.
So we stopped it there. You can hear the crowd. The audio kept playing. You can hear the crowd there.
All right, let's see. Parker apparently was there. I'll reach out to Parker later. Hopefully.
Hey, everyone. Parker,
if you guys are friends with Parker, hopefully he's doing all right. If you can send him a message that I hope he's good.
Hey, everyone.
But here's the video he posted.
Parker, get a job here. I'm at Utah Valley University. I was at a Charlie Kirk event trying to catch him off guard to debate him, and I was debating Trump supporters on the side, and I'm pretty sure there was a gunshot. I'm pretty sure because everyone started running away. I started running out. I got out of there immediately. Apparently, some people are saying Charlie got shot in the neck. What is going on right now? I'm actually terrified. I'm still tired. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh shit, did I drop the... Fuck. My bad. I got rid of the stream. Okay.
I sent you a different image in our on our chat if you want to throw that up.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. Sorry. I'm so sorry about the background image, guys.
Fired on, at least on the videos that we've watched. Of course, that's not definitive, so we still need to get some more information about that. And it's not clear from the video. Witnesses can react different ways. They can look behind them, to the side of them. You got a number of buildings around there, the way that the sound travels after a shot is fired. So I don't want to speculate. It would be rank speculation to say where the shot came from. But obviously, this is an incident that certainly has people's attention. You mentioned the political violence. I did not want to ignore or not mention, obviously, what we saw in Minnesota earlier this summer, state lawmakers being attacked there. So that's something that that folks are definitely tuned into as well as part of this whole trend. And Tom, just briefly, I've talked to law enforcement officials in other countries that have dealt with these incidents before, speaking specifically about Northern Ireland. The biggest thing that they say is that once this gets into society, that people start to think this is how they solve their differences with a Charlie Kirk, with a local lawmaker, that it takes a very long time for that to get out of society. That's really a big concern, too.
I mean, just speak to anybody.
Danielle said, lots of blame coming from at the left in the chat. We don't know if they were on the left. We should stop making those comments as well. Yeah, there's no need to make assumptions right now. Obviously, I mean, you're not going to probably shoot somebody if you don't hate them, but it doesn't do any good.
The 1960s and everything this country experienced, and all the loss that this country experienced with the political assassinations that happened
just one
during
shot.
that decade. I do want to bring in something else, Tom, while I have you, because we are getting a statement. Actually, no, I'm going to hit this. We're getting a statement now from Turning Point USA. This is Charlie Kirk's organization. Here's what they say. This is a big update. They say this is an ongoing situation that they can confirm. Charlie Kirk has been shot. He is in the hospital, and we are praying for him at this time. That's from a public relations manager for Turning Point USA, confirming that both Charlie Kirk, which we know had been shot, he is now in the hospital, and they're trying to save his life. Tom, the point I was going to bring up with you is that from the eyewitness, Justin, we were speaking to, who witnessed this, he had heard and maybe he had even seen that the suspect that was in custody had gotten there real early, had been walking around, he had been noticed by other people. He was now in custody, and I bring that up because it rings to what we heard during the shooting in Butler, that the shooter had sort of scoped it out a little bit. You can remember, gotten very close, and then had positioned himself up on that
Parker's
rooftop.
on with Dean right now.
That's right,
I guess.
Tom, and that's consistent with the second attempted assassination of Donald Trump, when a Secret Service agent spotted that individual who's going to be going to trial soon, hiding out in the bushes along the golf course there, and the Secret Service agent fires and then calls it in. Just didn't waste any time. Yes, it is. Generally, what we see these days are individuals conducting a lot of planning. We saw that in other targeted shootings and incidents that we've seen this year. So obviously that's a big concern. But what we've noticed in that, and what law enforcement has noticed in the course of looking at it, is that they haven't prepared in a way where they've involved other individuals, or they've taken actions where law enforcement would have known about the plot ahead of time. These are people that, generally speaking, have lawfully purchased weapons, or purchased weapons in ways that would not have triggered the types of checks that would normally be done, have not typically posted online ahead of time specific plans, and have conducted searches. And we conduct searches, all of us, every single day on our phones, computers, everything. It's not the type of thing that, because
Listen, those of you guys that are coming in here that are going after Democrats, I'm going to say the same thing. And maybe you're new. I know some of these comments are new. This is not a political stream right now. Like normally it is. We're not doing that right now. We're not doing politics. I never do this. On the day that a shooting happens, we're never going to politicize that. We can talk about it later. But like it is ironic that this happened on the day that we were, not ironic, but earlier today we were talking about the overgeneralization and how we take a singular person's actions and we apply it to an entire group of people. There's never a time when that's when that's right. There's never a time for that. You don't apply that across the board. So please just know that if you're here and you're on the right, you're welcome to stay here. But we're not gonna fight about right and left today. Like this is a human being, and who a lot of people really, really don't like, and a lot of people really, really like. But he's a human being. He's a father. He's a husband, and nobody deserves what happened today. So please just know, if you're here today, I know you've seen me other times, like, we're combative when it comes to politics, but like, this isn't about politics today.
Cover the Republican Party. We've covered President Trump and the MAGA movement, and he has become such a loud voice in this movement. He started out very, very young, working with Don Jr., launching podcasts, and then Turning Point USA, which arguably has a lot of power on the right, maybe as much. Maybe I'm going a little far here, but it has a lot of power. Well, I was going to say almost as much as the GOP, Hallie, itself. And what speaks to that is that Charlie Kirk spoke at the RNC this summer. He spoke trying to get President Trump elected.
He also spoke at the 2020 RNC. He was the youngest speaker at the 2016 RNC, Tom, as well, the Republican National Convention. He was named to Forbes' 30 under 30. He is somebody where even if you don't know his name, your kids in college might, or in high school, because he has led for years now what is really the biggest, if not one of the biggest and most quickly growing conservative activist organizations in the country. You see him on a college campus in the video that we've been showing. He has visited again and again, having these conversations, rallying for people. And I think that is why, Tom, you are now seeing this widespread condemnation of political violence all across the political spectrum, obviously among conservatives, from the level of the President of the United States to the Vice President of the United States, saying that they are praying for Charlie Kirk and his young family, that they are hoping for the best. As we now know, he is in the hospital. It is not clear what his condition is. You are seeing cabinet members, for example, Sean Duffy, saying they are horrified by the news that is emerging now out of Utah. You're also seeing Democrats, again, on the other end of the political spectrum, saying very similar things, condemning political violence. And I will tell you, just to give you a sense of how it's reverberating here in Washington, during a meeting of one of the House committees, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene called for a moment of silence at the House Oversight Committee when the news emerged that Charlie Kirk had been shot. And so members of Congress sat and took a moment of silence to pray for Charlie Kirk, and they are hoping he is okay. Another piece of this that is emerging, as we're getting reporting in from our teams all across Washington, including on Capitol Hill, you have senators, members of Congress, House members who are friends. They are close with Charlie Kirk. And it feels like, from what we've been seeing, they are so concerned that they haven't heard how he's doing. They are desperate for an update on his condition. Somebody who has two kids under the age of 4, a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old. He's turning 32 next month. He's been married to his wife for about 4 years, Tom.
Yeah, a young man. Hallie, stand by for us. We have another witness joining our coverage right now on the phone. Tyler Mageddon was on the opposite side from the gunman, about 100 yards from where Charlie Kirk was speaking, if I'm correct. Tyler, tell me what you saw and heard.
Well, I was just waiting in line to ask a question. I was in the back, waiting with other people, so I wasn't really close. We were just discussing, the questions that we had. Like, the people next to me they had a question about veganism, and I just hear, I'm looking at Charlie because he's answering questions. The first question was about religion, and the second one that he was in the middle of answering was about gun violence, actually. And we just hear a pop, just a single pop. And I saw Charlie's head tilt back, and he just fell backwards. And that's kind of the moment that I realized, oh my gosh, something really bad just happened. And everyone else around me, like everyone in the crowd, reacted, as you might expect, in a little bit of panic. Of course, for me personally, after I had not heard like any second shots, I wasn't immediately worried. I didn't feel like, it seems clear that whoever was doing this was not really going to target other people. So I stayed relatively calm after that.
Tyler, did you see where the shot had come from? Did you see the gunman at all?
No, I did not see the gunman at all. I literally just heard the shot and then chaos.
I mean, you sound pretty calm now, and you said you thought it was just one shot, but I got to think this was incredibly jarring to see somebody you came to see speak be shot in real time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm absolutely sure that it was one shot.
No, I know that, but I'm saying where you had to be. I'm just surprised that this wasn't jarring to you, or was it?
Oh, it was. Like, in the moment, it absolutely was. I kind of did get a little bit of adrenaline, seeing what had happened, seeing, seeing people, but I started seeing people like run through bushes and along the side of the building, and like people trying to crowd toward the small place at the door. And it just occurred to me that like, there's a good chance of people trampling each other, and that was really my bigger concern after that. So I was trying to tell people like stay calm, walk slowly, because that wasn't really the general vibe that I was getting from people. But after like,
I'm constantly refreshing on his status. All I'm seeing is critical condition.
that, we're probably fine. And then we went into the lobby of the building, the main building at UVU.
Tyler, did you see anybody take Charlie Kirk out of there? Did you see what he looked like after he was shot? Could you see anything in the seconds afterwards when he sort of fell over, I think is the way you described it?
No, I couldn't see anything. I talked with people afterwards. They were saying that some of the people near the front were saying that they'd seen blood. Another lady that I talked directly to, she said that he'd been hit on the left side of the chest, potentially. And this is second-hand account, so I'm not, like, I didn't see that.
Yeah. And then after he's shot, I mean, does the crowd realize what's happening?
Yeah, I think people realized pretty quick. There were people who were absolutely certain that, that he wasn't going to make it, like, within...
Look, I know people are saying chest. Like, I've seen the video. It's not his chest. I don't know why people are saying that. I don't think... it's not his chest.
I'm assuming so. But also from a distance, it looked pretty, my initial assumption was that he'd been hit in the head, actually, because I saw his head go back.
Yeah. It sounds like it was such a violent thing to witness. Were you on campus to ask him a question, to debate him? Were you there just out of curiosity?
I wanted to ask him a question. I had a prepared question for him.
And for our viewers who don't really understand the Charlie Kirk tour, I think it's called the American Comeback Tour, and it says, prove me wrong on the tent. The whole sort of premise of these events are that people can go and debate Charlie or ask him about something, correct?
Yep, that's the premise.
And it drew huge crowds at Utah Valley University. Tell me why.
Well, Utah is a conservative state, and this is Utah Valley, one of the most conservative, metropolitan areas in the
Associated Press looks like maybe is reporting critical condition.
country. So we have tons of conservatives. People were excited. The whole place was crowded. We had people on the whole amphitheater was crowded. There was on the balconies and such, like just tons of people everywhere. You had the protesters up top in the background.
Yeah, obviously somebody got a gun into that outdoor amphitheater there. Or I should just say the amphitheater, but someone got a gun and brought it in there. For this university, is that uncommon? Are you a student there, or is this something that...
No,
I don't know the exact laws, or the rules on it.
It would be incredibly easy to get into that campus with a gun. Like, there are entry points everywhere. It's a very open campus. There's so many roads leading in and out. There's parks, there's neighborhoods. It would be very easy to bring a gun in.
Campus there.
Yeah, no, those campuses are very much
I'm not a
open.
student at UVU.
Reminding everybody again, any negative cruelty towards Charlie Kirk or left or right, we're not making this political. We'll get you timed out or muted. We're not doing that here. So watch what you say. We're not doing that here.
I was expecting when I got here that I would have to pass through some kind of security.
I want to correct. I went to Associated Press. Somebody else said they were confirming critical condition. I'm checking with Associated Press. They're not saying that. So that seems to be misinformation.
Wanted.
And then Tyler, your thoughts, having gone to a political event, to hear someone speak on a college campus, and for this violent event, the shooting of a conservative activist to happen just steps in front of you. I mean, what are your thoughts?
I mean, my immediate thoughts are just that, this was definitely an act of terror to intimidate people who want to have political discourse. I mean, that's what Charlie was trying to do, was trying to have a discussion, trying to invite discussion, have people come up and ask him questions to challenge his ideas. And, you know, I wanted to do that. And I mean, obviously what I saw was horrible, but kind of as a secondary point to that, I'm disappointed I didn't get to ask my question to Charlie.
Jesus.
You know, that was why I was there.
Yeah.
Bro, the fuck?
Tyler McGettigan, we thank you for talking to us. I do want to bring in retired FBI agent and current NBC News law enforcement analyst Rob D'Amico.
Oof.
Rob, this might be a tough
The fuck says that?
The reports are that he was either shot in the neck or the chest. We're hearing that from eyewitnesses and also other reports from people that have been out there. How much time do first responders have for a gunshot wound like that, where it is near so many vital parts of the body to try to save somebody?
Yeah, so I saw the video unedited, and I can tell you right now, it is going to be tough to save him just from the amount of blood loss. I've had a friend, John, who was shot in Afghanistan through the neck, and he got a few stitches in the front and a couple of stitches in the back, and that was it, and he was back on his feet. The neck is very, very vital in certain parts, and it looks like his carotid artery was hit. It was the neck. He did slump down, but the immediate amount of blood loss that I saw, it is very, very tough to save someone from that. Not that they're not going to try, but they absolutely had to get him in the ambulance as fast as they could and get him to the surgical center. And then they're going to have to really, really work because that amount of blood loss is unbelievable. And I've seen it overseas in both Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's really hard to survive. So I think there's some challenges there. And I think your witnesses talked about it, depending on their view from where they were. Not sure where he was shot, but the video that they shown really is pretty definitive that it was the neck.
Yeah, when you see a crowd like that, Rob, and this is obviously going to be in hindsight and some Monday morning quarterbacking.
All right, there's a video of I actually think I might have been right about this shooter. There's some video now of the shooter being apprehended and taken away. You'll see here. See, his pants are around his ankles. And that's why I said, like, I don't mean to make this weird for any of my LDS friends, but like this is what you guys would call the Mormon underwear. These are garments. This is what Mormons wear. I wondered that when I saw it. You know it when you see it. And so this is a Mormon. This is crazy. You know anything about Mormons? It's alarming. I mean, it's too far away for me to totally confirm, but that's what it looks like to me. I don't know, the pew pew laws in Utah are very loose. Less than half a mile from there is a gun store. Just like literally on the same street is like the frontage road where you come into UVU. Maybe half a mile there. There's a gun store there. So anyways.
But when you see a site like this, and again,
that's what I'm saying. Mormons are notoriously conservative, especially in Utah. So that's what I'm saying. It's just surprising.
As we talked to, said this was a friendly
also
environment.
Not supposed to.
But it looks like it's pretty open there.
Shoot people.
Should they have done more? We can see security guards in the front. You'll notice them right there with their sort of arms by their sides. Should there have been more here? And I know this is, again, hindsight.
It's always one of those, until it happens, you're never really thinking about it. Even with President Trump, when you looked at his assassination attempt, now I think there should have been more at that one. And I think they should have reacted a lot differently at that one. But people get complacent, and he's done a lot of these, and he hasn't had a violent encounter like this. So again, when you're planning something like this, I think now it's really going to change the atmosphere of these. In fact, it was a friendly environment, except for obviously a person who brought a gun in. For them to not go through any screening for weapons, again, talks to the complacency of having done this before, and a lot of people showing up, even people that were there to counter him, and no violent encounters before. So until it happens at one time, the first time it happens, everyone's shocked.
Jesus Christ, there's a school shooting happening too.
Yeah, I was waiting to pop in to say that.
Maybe I'll just keep playing, but I'll mute it. What the fuck? 3 people injured, including at least 2 students, after a shooting unfolded at a high school in Evergreen, Colorado. Sheriff's office confirmed to ABC News that students from Evergreen were on their way to the hospital. 3 patients are in critical condition and being transported to St. Anthony Hospital. What's this one was thwarted in Washington? All right, I'll try and get updates on that as well.
Have these conversations with both sides, and he enjoyed that. But now it is people feeling that they have to solve things with violence is getting on both sides of the fence, and it's going to get tougher and tougher because you said he's not running for office, so he's an influencer out there, and someone was angry enough to really take this out in this way. And I think it's going to change the dynamics in this country, as we've seen with some of the other political figures. All of those ran for office, so I think those were kind of one of those, like, it's turning up. But this one, not running for office, just an influencer, and these influencers out speaking all the time. And I think the security business is really going to have to start taking a look at how do we secure a person like this that has this influence out there, that goes out and likes to have these confrontational events.
Yeah.
How do you secure that? It's
Okay,
going
Rob.
to be super tough to secure.
Yeah. We thank you for that. Stand by for us, because I want to bring in Ray Dawn DeShane. She was up near the front of the crowd.
I don't want to. I know that it's not just Charlie Kirk's day; it's also this school shooting, and I will update you. I'm just checking over and over. So far, that's all we know about the school shooting in Evergreen, Colorado. No details outside of that. So if we get details that are updated, I'll cut to that.
All of a sudden just kind of leaned back. I thought he put his hand up, but looking at videos, he didn't. But his eyes went back, his head went back, and I just saw blood. And then I kind of looked back over my shoulder to look up the hill. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, that's a gun, so we're all dropping. So we all get on the ground, and then they're like, okay, well, you guys need to run. And we got up. By the time, Charlie was already gone. So
I'm going to say it
they took
again.
him off, obviously.
You guys can indulge in the comments. We're not going to talk trash on either side against Charlie Kirk. Violence is not okay. You will be timed out or muted if you're doing that.
Thank you.
Then, yeah, just
What's
dropped
up,
to the
Jeff?
ground.
Good to see you, man.
And when you turned around, you said you looked up the hill and you saw a gun. What exactly did you see?
No,
Was
I
it a
didn't see
long
the
gun?
gun.
Oh,
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't see the gun.
Okay. I misunderstood
Yeah.
you. When you turned up, what did you see up the hill?
Just everybody started to drop. Just everybody started to drop down, because there was a lot of people there.
And did it sound like the gunshot had come from behind you?
Yeah, it sounded like it came from behind me. I couldn't be 100% sure. I have some permanent hearing loss.
Yeah.
But that's what it sounded like to me, that it came up from behind me.
What did you think when you saw Charlie get hit? I mean, it's such a terrible thing to have to witness.
It seemed very surreal. Like it wasn't real. I'd be like, you're like watching it from another point of view, that you're not really there.
Were you there as a supporter, somebody that wanted to talk to him, debate him? What brought you to the event?
No, I just wanted to watch. I love Charlie Kirk. I watch a lot of his videos. I don't agree on everything, but there's a lot of points I like. And then I also learn a lot from the more of the liberal left side, because I do like to know their point of view too, because I like to have that open mind. And so I was just kind of there to be able to see it in live and be able to hear, the back and forth.
What was the temperature of the crowd? I mean, were people excited there? We were hearing it was a lot of supporters, mostly supporters.
We were having a lot of fun. Yeah, there was a lot of supporters there. A lot of people wearing the MAGA hats.
Yeah, what kind of security presence did you notice around Charlie? Any at all?
There was no security going in. They didn't even check it for look at tickets. He had security team. There was
We are
some
getting
police
a
officers.
name unconfirmed so far. Michael Mallinson. I don't know if this is the same guy. That's a name we're getting. I don't unconfirmed.
Holding them. And then as I was leaving, there was a lot of police coming into the campus.
Some other eyewitnesses we had spoken to said they had noticed the elderly man that was taken into custody that had been apparently arrested for this shooting. Police have confirmed that they have a suspect in custody. Did you notice? I don't know if you've seen the video on social media of the takedown, but had you noticed this man?
I didn't notice him. I was there when it was fairly sparse as far as the crowd, because I got there early, because I wanted to be up front. By the time I looked around, there was tons of people, and I can't say that I saw him.
And then finally, your friends, did you go solo or were you there with friends or family? Solo. Did people seem to get out okay? It didn't look like anybody else was hurt in the exit, or because I know there were fears of people getting trampled.
Yeah, it was just one shot.
No, but in the exit, in the running away of the event.
Oh, run out? Nope. I mean, I got stepped on a little bit. I had sandals on, and they fell off, but I was able to grab them and run. It wasn't anything that was dangerous getting out of there.
Yeah, and then again, this we know this area, this part of Utah, from what we heard from other eyewitnesses, very friendly to Charlie Kirk and to the MAGA movement, to President Trump. How surprised were you that this happened right in front of your eyes?
I kind of had I was hoping that there would have been better security, just because you'd never know, because there are wackadoodles out there, and who knows where they're coming from.
No, I heard one shot. It's pretty clear. We played the video before the close up of Charlie, and I've seen the video, which is horrific. And no, I think there was one shot. Just again, mods, you'll take care of that, guys. We're not doing politics today. We're not gonna fight left and right today. This is a horrific day. On top of this violence perpetuated against Charlie Kirk, there's also a school shooting. So we're not going to do that shit today. You can find somewhere else to do that.
I mean, just because Utah is usually a safe state doesn't mean that somebody from that's going to just come in, or he may have been from Utah. Who knows? I was just really disappointed in the actual security part of it.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. In getting out, once you were able to get out of the amphitheater, were you able to get back to your car or get back to however you got there, the bus, whichever way you was? Because we're seeing like sort of a massive perimeter by law enforcement.
Yeah, I got out real just fine. I mean, I parked a little ways away because the parking for non-students was just a little paid parking. And it was just a little bit of a trek, but it wasn't that bad of a deal. But it wasn't right there, so I felt, once I got past a few buildings, I felt fine.
Okay, Ray Don DeShane, we thank you for joining us here in our special coverage as we cover what's happened there at Utah Valley University. An incredible scene there that's happened, a terrible and sad scene as well. As we approach the top of the hour, we're getting close to 4 p.m.
There's still
on the East
some
here, 2
Democrats
in Utah where the conservative
and independents in it. If you go north in Utah to Salt Lake City, I mean, there's a growing group of Democrats in Republican. It's a growing demographic, especially as people leave the LDS Church. Generally speaking, they stop being conservative as well. So yeah, there's it's not to say that it's just all Republicans there, but it is very easy to get a gun. It would be very, I mean, concealed carry. I think they just changed the law that makes it easier. But of course, this is a rifle, so I mean, it's wild that somebody could get in there without being stopped. But if you're going to go somewhere in a rifle or with a rifle, like Utah might be the spot. Yeah, that's horrific.
You could hear it there. We froze the moment when he recoils and he's shot. We don't want to show you that moment. Eyewitnesses have said that there was a lot of blood. They saw a lot of blood either coming from his neck or his chest. That part has not been confirmed. Turning Point USA, a spokesperson, has confirmed that he is in the hospital. He is being treated. We have heard from all sides of the political aisles, both sides of the political aisle, I should say, people asking to pray for Charlie Kirk. It is unclear what his condition is right now. I want to bring in our national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Tom, what else do you think investigators are looking at right now? From the eyewitnesses, it sounded like one shot, maybe not from up close, so maybe from far away. Another eyewitness saying the person who is in custody, an elderly person, from some social media videos, it appears had been sort of walking around and canvassing the area. But again, this is a fluid situation.
That's right, Tom. The latest information that we have coming from a university spokesperson is that the individual in custody is not a student. So the individual in custody in connection with this shooting, according to the university who began the initial investigation into this, says that the person in custody is not a student. They also say that this shooting happened from a center that's located approximately 200 yards away. That's well within the accuracy of any
Deseret News says
semi-automatic
suspect is
rifle,
not
Tom.
in custody. Let's check that out.
The question now is if, in fact, that is what the ballistics ultimately show, or did they recover a weapon from that location? The FBI and ATF are already at the scene. They're going to be involved potentially in this investigation, certainly have provided their resources as well. That information coming officially from the ATF and from the FBI Director Kash Patel. So that's the information that we have as far as where the investigation is. They're definitely combing through the past history and contacts with this individual with law enforcement.
I don't see that from Deseret News on Twitter. They might have put it somewhere else. I see there's video of him being arrested. The thing is, we have to remember, like, the video of that person being arrested is a person being arrested. What is missing from that video is a weapon name, which people are saying it's Michael Mallinson. Who knows? The hard part with all of these is that on Twitter, people rush. Like the first shooter, the first reports were that it was a black shooter and there was a video and you could clearly see that was in California. It wasn't them. And then the second was that they showed the video of this man being arrested, and then they got a name, Michael Mallinson. And now the reports from everybody on the internet is that it's a guy named Michael Mallinson. And of course, everybody who's reporting that name, unfortunately, also says it's a registered Democrat. So when I see those reports and they're not coming from verified sources, I'm left to believe that, like, at the very least, these people, like, including that's not really relevant right now. And so if you're including that with an unconfirmed name, then it's clear that there's a bias. So I just can't trust any of that. And this happens every time there is a shooter in any situation on Twitter. There'll be 15, 20 different people that they say are the shooter, and you just kind of have to wait and see. What's up, Jen?
Just doing my same thing. It's never okay to celebrate someone being harmed. Left, right, center. We're not doing this back and forth with wishing harm or someone deserves it. That's disgusting. You will be automatically timed out and muted towards either side. We're not doing that.
Thank you.
Minnesota lawmakers and the targeted attacks there just within the last couple of months. We've also seen attacks against a group of individuals who are supporting and protesting and out in support of the hostages taken by Hamas in Israel. They were attacked with a Molotov cocktail. So this has been a very difficult last 24 months, and something that law enforcement, federal, state, local, all very much paying attention to. Today, something that's been the focus of a lot of their work, trying to get a handle on how this is happening.
That's the thing, One Love, though. Like, I like you. I'm just saying you're kind of doing the same thing. Like, if you're saying he's elderly with garments on, he's probably a conservative, but like also maybe not. I am seeing tweets from him. If that guy is the shooter, and this really is Michael Mallinson, it looks like it from profile pictures. I'm seeing tweets from him that would back that up. That would say that this is clearly somebody who was anti-Trump, and was a registered Democrat. I don't even know anti-Trump is the right word. Like, there's political discourse that you can see on Twitter when he's commenting. It's pretty generic stuff. It's not hate-filled rhetoric. It's stuff like saying Donald Trump's a criminal, which he is. So if that is him, I mean, there's Democrats that are Mormons. Harry Reid was an active Mormon. I don't know if you guys knew that. He was the speaker, or not the speaker. What was he? Senate majority? Was he Senate leader? That's what he was, right? So he's Mormon.
As well, we must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot.
Oh, you want me to check
great
the
guy
website?
from
Okay,
top
thank
to
you.
bottom. God bless him. This is another statement here from the school saying UVU campus is closed. Classes are canceled. Those on campus secure in place until police officers can escort you safely off campus. We ask for your patience throughout this process. We are providing updates as best as possible. This is an ongoing and unfolding event. Again, Charlie Kirk shot on the campus of UVU earlier this afternoon, taken to the hospital right now. His status is unknown, but politicians, especially on the right, but also the left, asking for people to pray for him. Pretty much every single cabinet member has come out and posted something on social media asking for prayers for both Charlie and his family. I do want to bring in our senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson. And Hallie, as we talk about this assassination attempt, right, on a political...
All right, I see that update from Deseret News, but the last update was 1:54 Mountain, so that was about 20 minutes ago, and that's when they said the shooter was not yet in custody. So that doesn't mean, that could just mean that they don't have it confirmed, though, that's the shooter.
Activist. You know, Charlie Kirk was not somebody who had been elected. He had never held office, but he was so powerful on the right, and he made sure to be a vocal advocate for President Trump wherever he went.
And President Trump noticed that, and he knew that, and he knew who Charlie Kirk was. He's known who Charlie Kirk was since he first, Tom, when you and I were both covering that 2016 campaign of then candidate Trump. Charlie Kirk was there fighting for the president, who obviously ultimately became the president, to the point where just recently you've seen the president call...
I don't have any updates on the Colorado school shooting either. I'm checking that as well.
People here. He's called him just in the last 6 months or so a special talent, saying he is out there fighting for the Trump agenda and for the president and his administration. He is close with not just the president, but with the Trump family more broadly here. You read, of course, the reaction that we are just getting in from Donald Trump Jr., from Eric Trump, for example. We are...
This, all right, here's from Michael Levinson saying... The police have determined that a person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Trotter. That's the university spokesman. The university had earlier said a suspect was in custody, and videos online showed an older man being detained by police officers. That's according. I think Michael Levinson works for the New York Times, so it's looking like maybe that isn't the shooter. Okay.
Democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. And I will tell you, Tom, in just the last 30 seconds ago, we also heard from former Vice President Kamala Harris, of course, the political opponent of President Trump's in this past election, saying that I'm going to read this to you. I don't know if we have it built yet. Here it is. She says, I am deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. She says she and her husband, Doug, send their prayers to...
I do want to go back there real quick. We didn't get Gabby Giffords. What did she say? Shoot, this is too hard to... It's so long. I'm horrified to hear that Charlie Kirk was shot at an event in Utah. Democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. Mark and I are praying. If you don't know, Gabby Giffords was a politician who was shot and in Tucson, Arizona, in the head and survived.
Shot, saying democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. And I will tell you, Tom, in just the last 30 seconds ago, we
a
also
spokesperson
heard
for Turning Point just updated, said he's been shot, he's in the hospital, and that's all we know right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'll read this to you. I don't know if we have it built yet. Here it is. She says, I am deeply disturbed by the shooting in Utah. She says she and her husband, Doug, send their prayers to Charlie Kirk and his family. And she goes on to also condemn political violence, saying it has no place in America. Tom, Winter ran through that litany, unfortunately, of political violence that has happened in this country over the past several years, relaying his reporting, of course, of concerns that this is escalating. And when you talk about somebody like Charlie Kirk, Tom, you talk about his social media reach. His team says that every month he reaches something like 100 million people online. He's got a voice, he's got a megaphone, and now there are so many people, not just in this country, but presumably around the world, who are watching for any information about his condition. Tom.
Yeah, Hallie Jackson for us. Hallie, we appreciate that. We are getting an update now from the school, an important update. This is a spokesperson for Utah Valley University saying that they confirmed Kirk, the suspect who fired at Charlie Kirk, fired from the Lucy Center or the Losi Center, a building about 200 yards away. The suspect had been taken into custody and is not a student. There are some videos circulating on social media that we are trying to clear of the suspect in custody, and we'll bring that to you as soon as we get it. Tom Winter, if you're still with us, we now have confirmation that this was not an attack from up close. We had heard this from eyewitnesses. It sounded like the shot came from behind the crowd. We're now talking about 200 yards away. From what we know about guns, long guns, and the type of sort of attack this could have been, what can we glean now from the 200-yard distance?
Yeah, I mean, I think, Tom, based on that distance, that's well within the range of any sort of semi-automatic rifle. That's not something that's something that would be beyond the typical range of somebody using a handgun, but for the type of weapons that would be easily purchasable in Utah, and frankly, many states in this country, without a lot of effort, would be well within range of that distance. So nothing sticks out to me. If it was 700-800 yards, something like that, I would say, okay, well, that would point to a level of proficiency that, frankly, we just never see. So, but at that yardage and distance, that's not something that would be surprising that a common weapon and, frankly, somebody with any sort of practice could be able to hit something from that far away. I do want to put an asterisk on all this. You know, the only information we're getting here, Tom, is coming from university officials, and I don't happen to work with this university and don't have any contacts there, cover mostly the eastern U.S., but we're not getting anything official from the FBI. We're not getting anything official from our state and local partners that we regularly interact with, neither myself nor my colleague Andrew Blankstein, who covers the West Coast. So that distance of 200 yards, you know.
I gotta say, our politicians are not doing a good job today. I'm not going to elevate what they're saying, but the amount of politicians on the right and the left that are taking this opportunity to politicize this, I don't know what the fuck we're doing here. I don't know what people are thinking. This is obviously a massive escalation of violence, and to watch elected leaders today throw fuel on the fire, they're calling for, like, I'm not going to say names, but they're legitimately calling to basically, like, round up people who share the ideology of a shooter that we don't even know. Like, we don't even know yet. Just got passed by 5 unmarked police SUVs headed down I-15 toward UVU campus. Yeah, I appreciate Kamala Harris, and they're saying that. I'm going through Twitter, and sorry, I'm not going to show it because I'm not going to amplify messaging like that. And I will say that it's not just coming from the right. There are some prominent Democrats who are taking this opportunity to take shots at Trump, and I just got to say, like, these folks, I don't think they realize what it's like for regular folks right now and how scared regular folks are. If you're a Republican right now, and let's say that you're like a TPUSA fan, say that you got a sticker on your car, you're afraid right now. If you're like when I go through DMs later on and comments on these videos, there's going to be people saying that I'm part of it, right? And on a very small level, like, there's a lot of people right now who feel unsafe, and dumping fuel on the fire for political points, regardless of where you are, or to even make it political. I've said for a long time, I fucking hate ideology. I hate ideologues, because it really elevates these moments and puts you in a position where you do feel like you're attacked, like you're under siege. And because you align with somebody either politically or ideologically, when something happens to them, you co-opt that. And I just wish the Democrats and Republicans right now that are out there fighting political battles would shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. There's two kids right now that may not ever have a father. There's a bunch of people that work for him that politically I don't like, that now fear for their lives. And anybody who's ever said anything bad about Charlie Kirk on Twitter or clipped, they're all going to use that. And this is what's going to happen. Like, it's going to be the chat for as long as we do this. It's going to be filled with nothing but people telling me and you guys that like we have blood on our hands. Like this ripple effect. We need to do everything we can not to like maximize the ripple effect. Because today Charlie Kirk was shot. But you've seen it in the chat. You see there are people who are taking this and they're saying like, here comes war, almost opening or welcoming the violence. And there's now going to be a battle between people trying to like stoke the fires and people trying to pour water on the fires. And stoking the fire never works. This should not be an opportunity to stoke the fires. And I'll cover it later in the week. But fuck anybody right now who's using this as a time to like play political games. Just fuck you.
Here about this trend now that we've seen. We've seen the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband. We've seen the incident involving an attempted arson of a Democratic governor and Josh Shapiro. We've seen
Clara, we saw that in Colorado. I'm waiting on updates for the Colorado shooting. There have been no updates in the last 15 minutes. I know 2 kids have been sent to the hospital. That's all we know there.
Attempted assassinations of a person running for president, now the president of the United States, Donald Trump, and we've seen a host of targeted killings as well as the shooting and kind of
Jen, can we turn off those noises? I can't do it from here. Is there any way to turn off those the yippies? Let's see.
Let me see if I remember how.
Those are not ideal.
As far as the frequency of them, that also has law enforcement just so concerned in this country. The statistics bear it out. The anecdotal information bears it out. And in many of the cases that we've seen, if not all of them, there's nothing that sticks out as a potential tripwire where you could look back and say, well, if police had looked at this or the FBI had looked at that, there would have been a way to determine that somebody was about to do something. It doesn't appear, based on the laws that we currently have in the country and the rules by which law enforcement operates, that they would be able to do that. And I'm trying to remember if any of the incidents I've described were involved individuals that used a weapon that should not have been able to purchase it or possess it. So it's possible I'm forgetting an incident or two. But generally speaking, the weapons have been purchased lawfully, and in some cases they've involved fire and arson. So obviously this is something that has everybody concerned. And when you have somebody like Charlie Kirk, who has the obvious support of the President of the United States, who's tweeted out in support of him today, you've talked about members of Congress and people now from both sides of the aisle, elected officials and commentators saying,
yeah, let me say this too. Even the guy that was arrested, I don't know why he was arrested. Like, that guy's in danger now. The guy that I'm not going to keep saying his name, but there's a guy who they identified as the shooter who was arrested, and like now his life is in danger because a lot of people aren't ever going to go fact check that. They're going to look at his name. They're going to send death threats. They're going to figure out who his family is. They're going to figure out where he works. Like, we gotta get it the fuck together. Yeah, we covered that, Shar. The shooter's not in custody. We covered that a couple minutes ago.
This is, and you're looking at what the president had to say here. God bless him.
Oops.
Charlie Kirk's podcast, among those calling for prayers for his survival. Talk a little bit about who Charlie Kirk is and what he has meant to the MAGA movement.
Well, Kristen, this is just a tragic set of circumstances involving this powerful, influential, and therefore controversial young figure. Charlie Kirk has been on the scene for a number of years. He has moved from being just a voice in the conservative movement to being at the forefront, driving interest in it.
Let's see this. Here's from Gateway Pundit. Associated Press has confirmed that Charlie Kirk is alive but in critical condition after being shot at an event on Wednesday. AP reported Charlie Kirk, the CEO and co-founder of the conservative youth organization Turning Point USA, was in critical condition at a Utah hospital Wednesday after being shot at a college event. Law enforcement officials told AP a suspect was in custody, which of course has changed. All right, so that's where we have situations currently unfolding. Okay.
going to places where especially young people are there, taking their questions, active debate in real time. That is supposed to be a part of what democracy is, in an active, engaged way. And we have seen how violence has continued to break through in this particular season of our political and national dialogue. And we've seen it over time, where those figures who do have a way of both galvanizing and angering those in public become targets. And that is apparently what we believe is the likely scenario here. As we understand it at this point, there is no suspect in custody, therefore motives cannot be determined.
Deseret News updated web article says over 60 police vehicles have blocked off all campus entrances.
About what happened here. We've been working with our law enforcement sources, our political sources. Always important to remind people, and Tom certainly outlined this, and our coverage is doing the same. These are chaotic circumstances. There will be individual witnesses who will see and perceive things.
By the way, if anybody knows Parker personally, I know he's in Utah. I've got a lot of friends and family there. If he needs a place to go where he's not just in a hotel where he feels a little safer, will you let him know to reach out to me? He knows how to get in contact with me. But if anybody knows Parker, just let him know. Like, I've got places he can go if he needs a place to go.
The highest levels of the Justice Department and law enforcement, and they are just not in a position yet to move this forward in terms of a better understanding of who may have been responsible or what the status is. And then, of course, there is also the separate track of waiting for any update on the medical condition of Charlie Kirk. We have seen an outpouring, which is in and of itself almost a measure of the kind of impact he has had in his young adult life. He's in his early 30s, married, father of small children, in the sense that there are so many prayers coming forward. He often talks about his faith, and certainly in a religious community of those who are believers and politically active, there are a lot of prayers being offered for Charlie Kirk. Also from across the political spectrum, people who believe that violence is never the appropriate response to active and engaged political discourse. So you've got liberals and office holders across the scale responding, offering prayers and concern for Charlie Kirk. We are in a moment, Kristen. You and I have covered so many of these instances. I can also remember going all the way back to Gabby Giffords, who I had covered in Congress, and then she was the subject of an assassination attempt in a shooting in Arizona all those years ago that killed a number of people. She has been a valiant survivor of gun violence. And then, of course, earlier we saw the attack on the Minnesota state lawmakers. We've seen the other attempts, and obviously we have extensively covered the attempts on the life of President Trump. So we are in a point where violence is taking hold in our political space. And right now, as these events are unfolding, we're trying to be measured and careful about getting the facts and bringing our audience the details that we can report, and acknowledging we have many questions still to go as we are reaching out to our sources and trying to gain more information. Kristen?
Kelly O'Donnell continuing to cover all angles of this horrific day. Conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been shot at an event in Utah.
Yeah, I see that too. There are a lot of tweets that are saying that Charlie's passed away, but again, I saw those early too. They kind of come and go. So no confirmation there.
Political violence. He's asking for prayers, and he has said, quote, "This has to stop." As we await that, I want to go now to Taylor and Haley Dufour, who witnessed today's incident. They joined me by phone. Thank you both for being here. I am so very sorry for the horror that you have witnessed today.
Allie, I appreciate you being here, whoever that is. But look, we're not doing political stuff today, but there was just a quote here on the screen from Gabby Giffords, who was a member of Congress who was shot long before Trump was in office. Political violence happens. And it happens with polarizing people, and it happens oftentimes at polarizing moments, and we are in a polarizing moment. If you look across the spectrum of the people who would maybe not like Charlie Kirk, there are polarizing stances that he's taken, and that's why I don't think today is the day to try and narrow down who it might be. But this isn't. I mean, we've had presidents shot before. We've had members of Congress shot before. I just don't want to do that. Like, the reality is that we are in really like politically polarizing moment right now. And I can just tell you from my experience, which is limited, but like, I'm a person who represents the left generally. I'm not a Democrat, but I do represent the left. I can tell you that like, I see awful things in the comments, and Jen can tell you this too, all the time. It happens. It is radicalized people, though. It is politically polarized people who oftentimes, and we talked about this earlier, like, you get attached to your phone and your reality becomes the screen that is in front of you. And the screen that is in front of you is not always your reality, but it can convince you that the reality is different than what it is. And I will just say, for me, like, on a day like today, it's important to reflect, and it's important, like, I need to go back and look at the things I've said and just make sure, like, sometimes you report the truth, and I'm not a person who censors my language very, very often. I'm a person who's like prone to being emotional and emotionally charged. But there's a certain responsibility I have as well on this platform, that when I see people who are making this into where they start to justify violence, or they're starting to advocate for violence, that's where we have to take pause, and that's where we have to remember, like, you can't ever stop talking about politics. And in this world, like, there are marginalized people that don't have a voice and deserve a voice and need a voice. And there are things that our government does that we don't agree with. And that's part of like this profession, is that you're going to take stances that are going to piss off some people. But I on a day like today, Charlie Kirk is one of the most polarizing human beings on earth. But he doesn't deserve to die for it. And if that's an opinion that you can't stomach from me, I don't know what to tell you. I just think you should probably be somewhere else.
I wouldn't allow my husband to go and sit in a stadium full of people, and you're just one sitting duck you don't know. My boys are teenagers. They follow Charlie. They like how he's honest, and he doesn't have to yell to get his side across, and he engages teenagers to think for themselves. I think that's how we all should be.
Taylor, we are hearing reports, to Haley's point, it doesn't look like.
I don't know yet. No confirmed updates on his status that I can tell. The last status was like 10 minutes ago, saying critical condition. I'm looking here. Yeah, I still don't see anything.
So yeah, it's just incredible that, like we actually talked about, how can he bring so much debate and have, he does have a lot of haters. There's a lot of people who don't agree with him or who don't like him. And so we talked about on the way there, we're like, it's incredible that we're able to bring two different political views or two different types of humans or whatever together. And
yeah, Bertie, for sure. Like, whoever did this had some training, for sure. And the fact that they've been able to escape and steal nobody in custody, for sure. Yeah, I think that's probably sensible to say this is somebody that's highly trained.
And then you're walking into this event and realizing, as Taylor just laid out, there wasn't security. Is that upsetting to you? What's your perspective on that?
Yeah,
Jess, do you have a source on that, by
I
chance?
wish we didn't have to think that way. I love that he's never had to think that way, feeling safe and comfortable, especially in Utah. I wish we didn't have to be afraid to be in public and speak political views.
On that point, Taylor, Haley, I think, makes such a profound point. We should be able to have political discourse without political violence. The fact that this is taking place, the 2 assassination attempts against President Trump, the lawmakers in Minnesota, it has to end.
It does. It does have to end. There's, we love everybody. That's how the world should be, and everybody should be able to be and choose what they want. And yeah, the violence needs to stop. There's too much violence. There's too much hate. There's too much.
Can we find a different? I don't want a fucking call-in show here. I'm gonna find a different one. I'm not interested in a call-in show. I want updated news.
More and more difficult. We should remember in this day and age, you generally do have a lot of surveillance cameras around, but that does take time to review. So certainly all of that is going to be recovered, but more questions than answers at this point, for sure. You see there that members of that police SWAT team there, it seems like they've been given their marching orders. They're going to a specific location. That looks like a Humvee that they're riding on. They have their bulletproof vests on, long guns. So they're the gentleman in the front pointing. So we just have to wait and see in terms of how they're going to apprehend the suspect.
Absolutely. And as we look at this investigation into finding the suspect, we're certainly waiting for more information on Kirk's condition as well. We'll certainly report that just as soon as we have it. Anna, thank you for your thorough reporting there. I want to now go to our coverage from our affiliate in Salt Lake City, KUTV. Their reporter just spoke with a witness. Let's take a listen.
Connection to this.
Yeah, I'm here with Andrew, who said he's about 20 feet away from the booth when all this happened. So, Andrew, just walk me through what you saw, what you heard.
For sure. So basically, I just heard a shot. Charlie Kirk got hit. Looked like it was on the right neck and fell towards the left. Security took him immediately, and we all crouched down for a good 5 seconds. And in my head, I was thinking, wait, what are we doing? We're gonna get out of here. So I basically started yelling, guys, we gotta go. And we just all started leaving. I left all my friends. We just lost all each other. And then I just came and found my host family's dad in office. Yeah. So I'm here right now outside of the campus, but it was insane.
How have you been? I mean, it's been a little while since this all happened. Are you still kind of, adrenaline's going, shaking up?
Basically, my heart's beating pretty fast. Adrenaline's there. It's really traumatizing. Definitely something that I've never witnessed before. I think a lot of the college students were there, even some teenagers and some kids with families. I think everybody's probably feeling about the same of how I feel right now.
I mean, just what are your whole thoughts on this? I mean, this event comes and people come out and show out not expecting this.
I'll be honest with you. I'm neutral, moderate, but you can debate, argue, disagree with whoever, but I think it's totally wrong to shoot an individual. Yeah, so I'm just trying to digest everything right now, but that's my thought.
It's so fucking crazy that that's not everybody's opinion. It honestly is. Like even W for the mods here today. You guys have done an incredible job. But like it is crazy. It's crazy to go out today and be like, it's the the rhetoric caused this. What are we doing? Rhetoric now? Like we can all watch what we say a little bit better. That's true, but it didn't cause that, right? So I just can't believe that that's not everybody's opinion. This guy obviously sounds like he doesn't agree with Charlie on everything, and I don't either. And I looked forward to the day that I was going to debate Charlie Kirk. Like, it was probably going to happen. And you know what? Honestly, I hope I get to. But it's wild not to have that opinion. What's up, Jen?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, you guys, if you're saying hateful shit either way to any side, you're gonna get timed out. Okay. It keeps happening. I don't know if you guys are new here, but it's gross. We're not doing that. So.
If we just need to block him, we'll block him.
Well, it's I'm handling it, but we're. Okay. I mean, we can time him out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
See Charlie, but I heard just a loud pop, and in my mind I was like, okay, could be a firework, could be something, but I had a cement kind of pillar or barrier behind me, And, just to be cautious, I kind of went behind it. The people with me were like, what was that? And then that's when people started saying to us, hey, Charlie's been shot. I saw him fall. And then I knew, okay, this is an active shooter situation. I crouched down. A lot of us crouched down. We really didn't know what to do. I was just kind of waiting for, I guess, other shots to go off. Maybe 30 seconds after the shot, people started yelling, run. There was a door maybe 10 feet from us, and people started filing through that. And so we said, all right, let's go. I crouched down, went to the door, and I just took off running. And, I guess ran as far as I could until I felt safe to the parking lot, and then eventually to my truck. And it was with a couple other people, and we all kind of stuck together. And we didn't know each other beforehand, but stuck together. We're just talking about it afterwards. So that's basically what happened to me. I was maybe 50 to 100 feet directly to the right of Charlie Kirk when this happened.
Leading up to that, I'm curious about your thoughts on security. There was a lot of people there. It was an open crowd. It's an open carry state, not an open carry campus. But talk about kind of the optics of security before this happened.
I do see. Look, I know somebody said "Real America's Voice." There are people on Twitter that I see that are reporting that he's passed away. I have not seen a confirmed one yet. I've seen people even saying "Real America's Voice" said that. I don't even see them saying that. So again, I'll keep you guys updated as we go along. But I have not seen that.
Right by them, they were checking things out. But I did notice. No one's checking for weapons. No one checked me whatsoever. And
yeah,
honestly, I did think
there's the school shooting in Colorado. We're trying to. I have no updates on that. We covered that a minute ago. So far, what we know is I think 2 kids were hospitalized.
I do believe is a concealed carry campus. I believe. I just checked that out this morning or last night. But yeah, I don't know. Those are my observations.
Yeah. And now, after the fact, and knowing that potentially the suspect is at large, there's still
3 children in critical condition from Colorado. I keep saying 2. Sorry, I might have had that wrong.
Hospital right now, we're awaiting his condition. What are thoughts going through your mind right now as all of this unfolded?
My thoughts are, please pray for Charlie Kirk. He's a young man. He has a family. I believe he's a good man. Obviously, we don't have to agree with everything he says. Please pray for him. I hope he's okay. I guess I'm just hearing rumors. Maybe he's not okay, so we'll find out. And then the active shooter situation, I did not know that. That makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, so I'll probably...
Let's see. Here's the clip from Real America's Voice. I don't know if it's confirmed or not. I'm going to apologize in advance if this is unconfirmed. This is Real America's Voice. I haven't read it yet. This is Eric Bowling.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
Yes.
Yes. Wow. Right here, Rav, at this moment, guys. Let's go around the horn, Gino. You were continue on the.
I don't know if that's true or not. I'm going to be shocked if it's not, just after seeing that video.
Maybe leave the immediate area. I'm a little bit close still, so.
Well, Jordan Last, I appreciate your perspective and what happened and you talking with us and taking the time. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We have new video. It captures the moment the crowd heard a gunshot and everyone started running. So you can see the crowd react to the sound of the gunshot and mobs of people rushing to find safety. Take a look.
Holy
So you can see the mayhem unfold. You can hear it right there on the camera, and then the fear that those people were experiencing at that very moment. I want to go back to our breaking news correspondent Chanel Call in the CBS newsroom in New York. She's been tracking the latest information. Chanel, what do you have now?
Well, still a lot more questions than answers, but we are getting some clarity on the shooting suspect at this point.
Hold on one second.
He is not, or they are not in custody. 3 sources familiar with the investigation say that the shooting suspect is apparently still at large, and that search is still underway. We know that this happened around 12:20 this afternoon on campus. You just showed our viewers that video, and you can just imagine how tense and how scary it would have been to be there. It did appear as though hundreds of people were there gathered for this event. And we also know, Jules, that this was a single shot.
Jen, are you talking about the Trump thing?
Yeah.
Is it confirmed? Have you confirmed that he said this?
I just pulled it from History Social. I took it from History.
Trump says the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially by me, and now he's no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you.
Single target situation. We heard there from a number of different witnesses this afternoon saying they heard that really one loud pop. In the moments after, obviously, there was a lot of chaos. We've seen the videos now of all of those people trying to run away from the scene. We also know that there was some controversy and some backlash to this event in the first place. I can tell you that as of this morning, over...
I think they're going to break in right now, it looks like.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Maurice Dubois. The conservative political activist Charlie Kirk has died after being shot in the neck during an event at Utah Valley University earlier this afternoon. The 31-year-old was the CEO and the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a conservative organization. CBS News confirmed there had been threats against Kirk. A Utah Valley spokesperson says a suspect is not in custody. A motive is not known at this time. President Trump just posted on Truth Social the following: the great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you. The statement there from President Trump as Charlie Kirk, we are told now, has died. Scott McFarland, our justice correspondent, with me now from Washington. Scott, when it comes to the investigation, we were told earlier that there was a suspect, and now we're told that person has been let go.
Yeah, a university statement given shortly after the shooting, it said a suspect was in custody and that the campus is closed. The university then changed the statement to reflect that a suspect is not in custody, or they took that part away from their statement, which gives the indication that there is either a manhunt underway or a suspect about which we don't know the condition or the location. The FBI and the ATF are among the investigators on the scene, along with local police. But let's take a look at that Utah Valley University statement. It says on September 10th, 2025, 12:20, it's Mountain Time, a single shot rang out in the quad near the food court on the Utah Valley University Orem campus. That's as Mr. Charlie Kirk began speaking at his planned rally. We can confirm that Mr. Kirk was shot. We don't know his condition. The suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating. Campus is closed for the rest of the day. So you have federal law enforcement on scene. You have university police and local police. The FBI's Salt Lake City field office is there as well and responding. But there is no information now as to if there's a suspect that's known to law enforcement, where that suspect is, if a suspect is wounded, in custody, or otherwise. So we'll wait to see what law enforcement has to tell us. But that's obviously an enormous variable right now as the campus remains closed and as the country reacts to this tragedy.
Okay, Scott McFarland, thank you so much. Certainly a shock to the system. Reaction pouring in from across the political spectrum this afternoon as Charlie Kirk, people trying to process his death here. Senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joined us as we watch this video. Ed, this is the moment that he was shot. Blood was then seen pouring from the side of his head, from his neck, and now this.
That's right. We're now more than an hour since this happened, and the concern and the prayers expressed by Republican leadership especially came quickly. We've seen several Democratic Party leaders as well condemn political violence in this country. This is yet another high-profile example of it. And I think, Maurice, it's important that we acknowledge that there are probably many people watching right now who don't necessarily know who Charlie Kirk is, are not familiar with the work he's been doing for the last several years, because in our increasingly digital and divided world, he may not have been served up to them in their algorithm and in their feeds. And he is a 31-year-old from the Chicago suburbs, as you said, founded this group Turning Point USA back in 2012, inspired by the Tea Party movement. And he very quickly became a really influential conservative leader, especially among younger conservatives, galvanizing them to vote for various Republican candidates, and became very close with the Trump family, the president, Donald Trump Jr. especially. He was among those that pushed now President Trump to select J.D. Vance as his running mate, believing that Vance reflected the future of the Make America Great Again movement, and was able to convince him to do that. And then last year, during the presidential transition, was in Palm Beach at Mar-a-Lago on a regular basis, meeting with the president directly, handpicking potential leaders for the new Trump administration, cabinet secretaries and other senior government officials, weighing in saying that they were key to the new government. And he was hosting, in this case, as you can see there on the 10th, the American Comeback Tour. This was the opening of this tour that was set to go to other campuses across the country. They regularly draw thousands of people, mostly students, mostly men. And as you see there on the tent, it says, "Prove me wrong." He had this popular segment where he would essentially sit at a table, and in this case under a tent, and invite people who disagree with him on issues to, quote, "prove me wrong." And they would have an exchange of ideas that was generally respectful. And it could be on anything from issues in the Constitution to something in the cultural zeitgeist at the moment. And the goal was to just have those free flow of exchanges between them. But he was most especially an influential and key figure in the Trump movement. Again, close with the president, and many in the White House who this afternoon are quite stricken by this news. Our colleagues who are over at the White House say when this news broke, as they learned about it as we did, many of them rushed into closed-door meetings and have been seen to be quite upset by this, understandably, because this is somebody who worked with them to get Donald Trump reelected. And in many cases probably weighed in on whether or not they should be holding the jobs they do, and would have campaigned alongside him back in the day.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you for that. Vice President J.D. Vance weighing in, saying, "Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord," sending out a prayer for Charlie Kirk. 31 years old, a major figure on the right. Even if you don't know him, he was known and loved by many people across the country. Let's go to our CBS News chief Washington analyst, Robert Costa. You can't overstate his impact on the right, Bob.
A tragic moment with many developments at this time. The governor of Utah has just posted on social media, Governor Cox, that he spoke with President Trump and said that, quote, "We will bring to justice the individual responsible for this tragedy." So President Trump, talking to many people involved on the phone, CBS News, has also just learned that the House of Representatives, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican of Louisiana, just is called for a moment of silence to recognize the death of Charlie Kirk and to offer prayers for his family. This is a seismic political moment in American politics. While he is so young, as Ed O'Keefe said, he is someone with enormous influence and power. And this comes at a politically charged moment in this country where so many people feel on edge. You feel it when you cover events, when you cover the president of the United States. But this is someone, I've been covering conservative politics for nearly 20 years. He is such a star because of the way he articulated his views and was able to sit down with people not only on the right and in the center, but to sit down with figures like Governor Gavin Newsom of California and many Democrats. This is the death of someone with influence, but also the death of a rising political star. So many Republicans on Capitol Hill are heartbroken because they saw him as a friend. They also saw him as a real leader of conservative politics in this country. And for the president to make the statement about his death tells you a lot about how President Trump, who has been the Republican nominee for the past 3 presidential cycles, how he feels about this man. And it's hard to quantify and characterize the amount of anger, frustration, pain that is being felt in so many corners of American politics right now, especially those who knew Charlie Kirk.
And Bob, he had no small part in helping Donald Trump get reelected, right? I mean, Trump gives him a lot of credit for getting out there and getting the youth votes.
President Trump certainly does. over the years, I've talked to President Trump, and he believes he's always at the center of his political movement, and he's the one who drives it forward. But even he has acknowledged in recent years that it was people like Charlie Kirk who, in the wake of his defeat in 2020, stood by him through legal challenges, through other issues. Charlie Kirk helped President Trump on the outside rebuild a political movement that ultimately lifted him to the White House in 2024. And you see these crowds, it's reminiscent of a Trump rally, but with a younger audience. And he was someone who connected President Trump to younger people who felt displaced in the culture or in the political system. And in the way others on the left and center have rallied youth, Charlie Kirk was someone who rallied youth on the right. And he became a force on college campuses, a force inside the Republican Party. I've spoken to Republican politicians in recent years who said speaking at a Turning Point USA rally was just as powerful sometimes for their own constituencies as speaking at a Trump rally. And this is going to, already it is, based on our reporting here, convulsing so much of the political conversation in this country. The agitation, the anger, it is coursing through so many of the text messages, the phone calls I've had within the past hour. Outrage that this violence is having such an impact on a major American political figure like Charlie Kirk, who was as high profile as almost anyone else on the right, competing with those on television in elected office. He was seen as someone with
I'm reading through the comments. It's I don't honestly know. I have no idea what to say, but there's a common thread, and I don't want to discount what people are feeling or saying in this moment. But like some of the common themes are that we're not talking about the Colorado shooting, which we're not. I'm checking. I'm trying to get updates on that. There's some comments coming from the left side of the aisle that we didn't talk about the Minnesota shooters in the same way, and or the assassinations in the same way. But like this happened on TV. Like we see it. It is different. It's going to be covered. Like the fact that we have coverage of it, and Charlie Kirk is somebody who I just think he gives people a lot of emotions, and like that's what they're covering today. And on news coverage today, like it's going to be largely. It's largely going to be positive stuff about Charlie Kirk, and for me, like I'm okay with that. Like people are mourning today, and the news media, they're not going to go out there and they're not going to say bad things about Charlie Kirk. But all I'll say is this: is that there's a lot of problems. We have a problem in this country with that, like most people can't figure out what's true. We have a problem where we hate strangers because of like their level of support for political I guess like candidates. And all I'm thinking currently is one, like there will be, if it happened to somebody on the left, like there would also be people retweeting stuff that they had said, and that would be abhorrent. But like first and foremost, this is this guy has a family, he has friends, he has people who love him, and he was in public debating people, and like that used to be something that we celebrated. And I think it's just going to scare a lot of people from having conversations now. If we're being honest, like I'm a little concerned for me. I'm a little concerned for my friends. I'm concerned for my for family. This will take. There's people who are easily radicalized. There's people that are on the fringe, like ready to radicalize and ready to act. And there's just been this steady stream of violence in the last, like political violence. I will say this, like somebody said earlier that we didn't have political violence before this. We did, but the political violence in the last few years has been astounding, especially for a country where, like we said, like we're not that violent. Like we're doing some good things here in America. We've been historically far more violent than we are now. We're at historical lows for violence, and this is going to take those people who, like I said, their life is a screen. Their life is their view of the world is in their hands, and what they view isn't under their control. What they view is an algorithm showing them over and over. And what I saw today, like I've never really I don't really follow these things in real time, so maybe it's like affecting me more. Maybe you guys are used to it and I'm not, but like following this in real time, like trying to keep up with the updates, you can just see the escalation of violent rhetoric. You can see the doubling down, and what started an hour and a half ago of shock has led to a very like alarming change in tone to things like retribution and things like cruelty, things like justification, even mockery of what happened today. And man, there's just a level. You can dislike people. That's okay. You can fundamentally disagree with people. You can say that people do harm, but when you get to the point where you're advocating this and wanting more of this, like there's going to be people who love Charlie Kirk, who tune in every day to see Charlie Kirk, and those people are going to want retribution. And they're not going to get retribution from the person who fired the shot. They'll never get that retribution. And so they may seek it elsewhere. And I think that's why mostly I'm quiet today, is that this is a very high profile assassination. And I don't trust our political leadership to not fan the flames here. I don't trust very many of them. I've seen them. I don't want to give them any more. I don't want to give them any more light. I don't even want to direct you there. But there are politicians, right, left. There are commentators, right and left, who are just like, hey, this is a great opportunity for me to get clicks right now. This is a really good opportunity for me to put out something that will get a lot of people commenting. And you just know that somewhere in this country, people are being radicalized. Somewhere there's somebody that loves Charlie Kirk who at this time right now is thinking, how am I going to get revenge for Charlie Kirk? Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Maybe tomorrow they feel a little differently. Maybe they get help. But like today, there are people who are saying, I'm going to get revenge. And that revenge won't come, like I said, at the shooter. That revenge will be taken out on someone else. And we've reviewed live content and restored gift. Okay. So that's
He's
why.
got 2 babies.
What's that?
He's got 2 kids.
Yeah.
We've got a new subscriber.
That's just awful.
Yeah. I'll keep playing it for a little bit, guys, and then I may probably need to go here soon. We'll see about tonight. I doubt I'll come back tonight, but I'll keep going for a little bit to see if we can get some updates, and then and if anybody like I said can get me in, if anybody can get in touch with Parker and let him know that I've got resources for him there in Utah if he needs some help, I'll make sure that he's got a place to go. So reach out to Parker if you can.
MAGA influencers today, they are very rattled. One of them.
I've heard that his kids and his wife were there. I've heard that. I don't know if that's true, but I heard that too.
And now a rethinking of what that security footprint will look like.
Yeah, that's fair, Charlie. This was an escalation. Yeah, I agree, Charlie. This was an escalation.
Ben Shapiro, we understand, has canceled an event he had tomorrow in California. His team certainly rethinking how they move forward with big public events.
Okay, Chris Van Cleve outside Turning Point USA's headquarters there in Phoenix. It is just after 5 p.m. here on the East Coast. We're on the air with a special report as Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist, has died after being shot during an event at Utah Valley University. 31 years old. He was the CEO and co-founder of Turning Point USA, known for mobilizing young Republican voters. Kirk was shot in the neck earlier this afternoon. The suspect is still at large. Police say a search is underway. Utah Valley University police say they are going building to building right now to try to evacuate people who are still there. President Trump posted about Kirk on Truth Social. The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Those words from President Trump. Let's go now to our CBS News national security contributor, Samantha Vinograd. And Sam, the talk about the security detail, he had some people around him, but no metal detectors, nothing like that. That's something that's most certainly going to be looked at going forward.
Well, Maurice, this is just a devastating development, and certainly there will be an after action of what security protocols could have been in place to try to prevent this horrific incident. But right now, there's certainly a heavy focus on how to apprehend whomever was responsible for this terrible incident. We don't yet know if law enforcement authorities have actually identified a suspect, if they've been able to ascertain whom in the crowd was responsible for shooting Charlie Kirk. So the first order of business is certainly to identify a suspect. They can do that through eyewitness accounts, through social media, through videos from the scene, and other uses of advanced technology. Once they do identify who was responsible for this incident, they will certainly be working to locate the individuals through warrants at the individual's property, reviewing their social media, talking to friends and family, and then, if necessary, employing a range of federal, state, and local law enforcement assets to try to track the individual if that individual is at large. What we don't yet know is whether there still is an ongoing threat to the public. If a suspect has not been identified and has not been apprehended, Maurice, that may in fact be the case.
Sam, anything from the video we have seen, anything tell you or give you any clue as to the distance of the shooter? Because initially the local authorities there thought they had him, or whoever it was, from some 200 feet away, I believe it was. I looked at it, untrained eye, I thought it was maybe from close range. What do you make of it?
I think it's a little hard to tell. It certainly doesn't look like the individual was in the first few rows in the crowd that you're seeing on your monitor right now. And various witnesses have indicated that it sounded like it was more of a rifle rather than a pistol. But I would imagine that law enforcement, federal, state, and local, again, the FBI and other parts of the federal government are likely involved at this point, are likely reviewing video from the event itself and trying to ascertain where the shot came from. There's advanced technology that they can use to trace the path of the bullet that fatally struck Mr. Kirk, and then from there to try to capture footage to identify the suspect.
Okay, Sam Vinograd, thank you for that. Our senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe joins us now. Reaction is pouring in from across the spectrum, Ed.
It is, Maurice, and importantly, it's pouring in from across both political parties. Obviously, the president, the vice president, others in the Trump administration, from the moment the reports first surfaced, asking for prayers and now recalling their late friend and fellow conservative activist and leader. But we've also notably seen Democrats. We heard Chris Van Cleve there mention the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs. California Governor Gavin Newsom was one of the first notable Democrats to weigh in on this, saying that the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible in the United States of America. We must reject political violence in every form. And what's notable about Newsom weighing in is the fact that earlier this year, as he launched his own podcast, the governor invited Kirk on to discuss essentially how Kirk had successfully done it for years for Republicans, and what it was perhaps the Democrats could learn in their engagement digitally and in events like this to reach younger voters. As anyone may recall from last year, the big takeaway was that the Republican Party, the Trump campaign, quite effectively engaged and galvanized younger, more digitally focused voters to their side. And the Democratic Party ever since has been trying to sort out how to do it. Well, Kirk was one of those that had been doing it for several years. And Newsom, in that case, at least wanted to get to know him. And they had a rather meaty and respectful dialogue about their differences, which is what Kirk was trying to do today here in Utah. We also heard from the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries. Political violence is never acceptable. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family. And then Gabby Giffords, of course, the congresswoman who survived an assassination attempt, had said she was horrified, and political disagreements are always allowed, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. There was a short time ago, Maurice, a moment of silence held on the floor of the House of Representatives. Speaker Johnson asked colleagues to rise and do so. Sounds like there may have been some in the chamber, unclear who and where, who tried to interrupt that silence. I don't know if we can play this.
A moment of prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family.
So that was earlier in the House chamber. Speaker Johnson very quickly ran there to draw attention to it and have members of both parties stand there, at least momentarily, in honor of Kirk. This was before word officially came that he had died. So it shows you very quickly how quickly he galvanized people on both sides of the aisle to speak out, not only to denounce the violence, but to acknowledge the influence that Charlie Kirk had.
Okay, Ed O'Keefe, thank you so much. Let's go to Justice correspondent Scott McFarland now. Scott, first we were told they have a suspect, and now we're told they had the wrong guy.
Yeah, we've been blanketing our FBI contacts with questions about this over the last few minutes because there is a lack of clarity over what is the status of any manhunt for whoever pulled the trigger today. The Utah Valley University statement issued mid-afternoon was that a suspect was in custody. About 20 minutes later, they walked that back. And the FBI, we know, is on the ground at the site of this shooting. They've given no updates on whether they are pursuing somebody, have somebody, or if somebody is even alive who's involved with this shooting. The Utah Valley University police are helping to...
I'm baffled by this, to be honest. I mean, it's a big campus. But I'm bad. Like when we watched before, like they had security everywhere. I'm very confused. I mean, if he could, I don't know what the access is like to that roof. But if he could get down, he could run east and he could head. There's neighborhoods through there. They've got to have cameras everywhere. It seems like they must believe the shooter is still in the area because they have it locked down. You'd have to think that they have camera footage. It's not easy to get off that roof, or if he was on the balcony, there would have been other people by him. It's really surprising that they haven't found the shooter. I don't think we have a weapon yet either. No, they said they caught the shooter, but that guy turned out not to be the shooter. They've released that person. So the initial reports were that they found a shooter. He was an older gentleman, and now they're saying that's not him, and he's been released. So apparently it has nothing to do with it.
Charlie was a friend. Charlie was a father. Charlie was a husband. Charlie, every time that I met him, he had a very intense smile on his face. He was a happy warrior. And he's a guy who fought for what he believed in. And he believed in America, and he believed in his family. And I think this is going to leave a big hole in America, really. That when we see this kind of a senseless tragedy, we cannot allow this to take place in America anymore. We really need to do everything we can to kind of prevent these political fights from escalating to violence like this.
Can we talk about that a little bit, sir? Because, everybody's wondering now, what happened? How did we get to this point where now this is almost... I don't want to say not surprising, but not expected, but people are still sort of reacting like I knew something like this would happen. How did we get here?
Well, I mean, it's absolutely tragic, is what it is. You know, I think that when we think about, you know, President Trump being shot earlier this summer, 2 different attempts on his life, you know, and it's really easy, you know, in the moment to say it's the other side. But the fact is that there is no place in America for this type of political violence whatsoever. The fact is that a husband and a father has been taken from us way too early in his life.
A little more about what type of father and husband and man Charlie Kirk was. Hard to believe we're talking about him in the past tense right now, but, you know, someone who was a provocateur, who did it with a certain amount of joy, right?
Well, look, I think that he approached every day with a certain amount of joy, and it was great to be able to work with him, to do events with him, to spend time with him. You know, he was a very intense, very loyal person. He was very demanding, but in a good way. And I think that you know, he brought a passion to politics. He brought a passion to what he did.
Guys, it doesn't do anybody any good to deal with to criticize the coverage here. They're going to cover Charlie in a positive light today. Like, they're not going to call balls and strikes on his politics right now. Like, he was just assassinated, right? Like, this is in a time for people to memorialize him, and the people who loved him are going to be speaking today. And I'll just say, like, if you have a problem with that, just maybe turn off the TV today. Maybe don't listen to it. Like, it's how it's going to go. It's how it's going to be. There's no, if this is making you upset, and if this is making you now turn and like soften what happened today, turn off the TV. If we had it's a political assassination that we can all watch. Just turn off the TV. Don't be upset when people show up and praise him. People liked him. That's the reality in this country. People liked him. And if you become somebody that's like, oh, if you like Charlie Kirk, then, you know, fuck you forever. I guess, like, you're just saying, like, we'll never fix this. I'm an optimist. Like, I like to think we can fix things. I like to think these things can be saved and that they can turn around. And I hope it's a catalyst for people to change. But if you're going to get upset that people are saying nice things about Charlie Kirk today, just turn off the TV, because that's what it's going to be all day today. And if you can't handle that, then don't.
Event. This is something that is bracing for so many of the people we cover. Yes, there is a political debate that's often very testy in this country, but so often behind the scenes, most people I cover see the dignity in the other person across the way. Violence is not part of the American system. It's something that has scarred America's history, but it's not part of how we have dialogue. And Charlie Kirk, whether you are a defender of his...
Yeah, I think so too, Michelle. Like, I do think that that's a discussion that needs to have, and maybe this is a place we can find some common ground. What is absolutely true in this country is we have a problem with gun violence. It's absolutely true. And the conversation of how to deal with it largely has been stalled along political lines, right? I think that maybe this could bring it up, because in this year we've had 3 political assassinations already. I think so. This is the 3rd one. That's a lot. It's not a partisan thing. People in this country are mad. The future looks bleak for a lot of people. The future looks bleak, and they don't know how to fix that. So generally speaking, they're just going to blame the opposing political party, and the real discussion isn't had. And if anything, like, for me, I want to have the real discussions going forward. Like, I do think we spend a lot of time talking about politics in really hyperbolic and silly ways and things that don't fucking matter, at least in the grand scheme of things. And so, yeah, hopefully it does. And you kind of have 2 options. Let me just tell you this from a real life experience. I see the chat, and I appreciate those of you who have been compassionate today. And on both sides of the aisle, there've been Republicans in here who've been compassionate, and I appreciate that. What I will say is that I think it's a perfect example. If I go online, if I go on Twitter, I'm seeing hate. It's hate, 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 hate. And my phone's blowing up. And you guys all know, just if you followed, like almost everybody with my phone number is a Republican. Almost nobody that texts me is not a Republican. And they're not acting the same way people are acting online. So there, at least in reality, my reality, the stuff I'm seeing online is not real. And it's a good reminder to like check out of that. Today might be a good day to have a conversation with somebody that politically you've been estranged from, and just, today might be a day for you to offer an olive branch to the people you know that are Republicans, and maybe that opens up a conversation later down the road. Or you can just be fucking angry. And what's that going to do for you? What's that going to do if you're like, fuck these guys, I'll never talk to them again? What's that going to do for you? How's that going to make your life better? Forget just like making the world better. How's that going to make your life better? You're just going to sit there angrily? Until what? Until like you get radicalized? You have the right to be angry. You have the right to not like people. But if you just sit there and wallow in it, like, I don't have a ton of respect for that. If you're not looking at this today and saying like, let's change some things, and not let's change some things like, oh, our government needs to change some things. If there's not like part of you that's looking in the mirror today and saying, what can I change? You don't think anybody in here, what is it, 1,600 people ish? 1,600 people that are watching this right now, every one of you has something you could change and be a little bit better at. A little reflection today is not a bad thing. And the world will go on. And politics will resume. And politics will continue to be like a knockdown, drag out fight. But maybe this will take some people's maybe this will check some people's language. I think that's going to be both ways. I think that, look, I've already seen it. There's stuff that Charlie Kirk has said that people are making that is spreading the rounds right now as a way to like justify why they don't give a fuck that Charlie Kirk was just assassinated. They're using his own words against him. And my thought was, when I saw that, is like, I wonder if I could, if this happened to me, like, what would circulate? Probably there's probably something. I did look. I tried to see if I had tweeted anything horrific about Charlie Kirk. I didn't find anything. But if I had the platform Charlie Kirk did, if I had that amount of following, then you can guarantee that I would have just as many haters. And on a day that happened to me, what would they say about me? And if I looked back at that honestly, would I be able to say, like, I did everything I could to make sure that, like, my message wasn't construed as an act of, or like it didn't motivate people to commit an act of violence? And like, I've got some reflecting to do today. I will. And I hope I'll come up with some stuff that I need to change and do better. But everybody needs to do that. Just saying though, like, I say this with all the love in my heart. Like, if you're going to take today, if you're going to leave today and you're going to be more bitter today, what's the fucking point? You're just like choosing to be fucking miserable. You're choosing to not do your part. You're choosing to point and blame people. Like, we all have blame. There's all stuff we could have done better today. There's all things we said yesterday that we don't need to say today. And I'm imperfect, so this isn't like preaching. This isn't me saying like be more like me. It's me saying there's parts of me that I could be better with. And that's it. Like, if everybody walked away today saying I'm going to be a little bit better tomorrow, then like maybe this escalation that we're all afraid of doesn't happen. Maybe when you hop out of your comfort zone today and you reach out to somebody who you've been estranged with politically, just to say, hey, like, I know we don't agree on stuff, but like, I just want you to know that what happened to Charlie Kirk today was abhorrent, that it was evil, that I don't support it. And maybe that's all the olive branch you need to give to people. But if I was on the Charlie Kirk side today, if I was a Republican today, and this happened, I wouldn't probably reach out to my Republican friends and be like, "See what you did." I would just be quiet, but I would hope that some of them would reach out, because I'd be left wondering, like, I wonder what they think today. I wonder what the Republicans are thinking about this today. I've done that. I've done it on days when there are violence, and I hoped some of my Republican friends and family would reach out. Usually they don't, but some do. And those ones that reach out, like, I appreciate it, and it changes my view of them. And today, that's a simple thing to do. It's a very simple thing to do to create, like, to open a door that maybe you thought was shut, or just open the door for a future discussion. But I want every fucking Republican in my life and in here to know today that, like, this is evil. I don't stand by this. And I don't stand by a single person on the left who's even cracking jokes today. I'm not with that. And so, like, please take care of your mental health today, but maybe that's something you could do to make your life a little bit better. Reach out to somebody.
Mr. Overton?
Very heavily. I, as well as Ryder, my son, we're both big Charlie Kirk supporters. It hits home, having it happen here where I actually graduated from college many, many years ago. And it's just a sad day. It's a sad day, and it'll weigh heavy on our hearts for some time to come.
What was the preparation for you and your son? Was there any, I just summarized with Anna Schechter, you might have heard that my understanding, but you were there, so I want to confirm it with you, sir. Was there any kind of security there at all that you felt or experienced?
None whatsoever. There were people in with backpacks, school bags. There was no metal detectors. There was just no one checking anyone coming in. So.
And based on what you saw,
say that you say like the right weaponizes our empathy. The right isn't a fucking monolith, man. Just like we're not a fucking monolith. Stop saying the right. Like, just talk to human beings. Do you know somebody who voted for Donald Trump? Could you text them today and say, I'm not with this? That's honestly like, this is horrific. I can empathize with how a lot of people are feeling today. But if we're being totally honest, like, I'm really fucking disappointed in my side of the aisle. Really fucking disappointed. How can we be the people that are like, we fight for the marginalized, we fight for equality, and we fight for peace. We argue all day long so that we can make the world a better place. And then when you have like this opportunity for an olive branch, and what's like, it's so fucking easy. Should Charlie Kirk be assassinated? No. Say it to your friends. But like that fucking kills. I don't like that. I don't like that I'm seeing names that I recognize. I don't like that. I'm not a fan of that. I don't want to be aligned with that. I'd rather lose, like, if that's whatever percentage that audience is, like, I'd rather lose you as supporters than have that in the chat. That sucks. I'm not that guy. You guys have been watching me for a long time. You know I'm not that guy. And so it sucks. I did think that, like, I thought maybe our audience was a little better than that. And I think most of the audience is, but it sucks to see names that I recognize. And I know people are saying there's content creators that are out there that are live and who are being shitty, and like, fuck them. I don't know who they are, because I've been here. But like, you can rest assured that any content creator today on my side of the aisle who's celebrating this, you will never see me engage with them if I know that they did that. You won't see me on panels with them. You won't see me engage with their content. You won't see me like praise their name. Like, no shot. We got to be so much better than that. And you finger pointing at the right's not going to help. You want to make a change? You want things to change? Start with yourself. You can beg for change from everybody else, but what about you? Are you going to change, or do you just want the whole world to change? Or is that where we're at on the left? We're so fucking virtuous that like until everybody agrees with every policy we have, like we're just not going to change. Well, yeah, we're gonna stand here until you align perfectly with us. You have an opportunity to do some good. You have an opportunity to maybe find like some common ground. Maybe we do something about gun violence. Maybe we do something about mental health. And it's gonna, whatever it is, no matter what we do, it's gonna be a compromise, and you're not gonna be happy with it. It's not gonna be exactly what you want because it's gonna take a compromise. And that's the country we live in. That's how the country was formed. That's how legislation is formed and passed. It's always a compromise, every single time. But I don't have a lot of sympathy today for people who are like, I'm perfect and fuck everybody else. I refuse to have any empathy for somebody. Can't find empathy on a day that like 2 kids lost their father. I don't know what to tell you. If you can't have empathy, then whatever. Like, I would recommend a different show. This isn't going to be the show for you going forward.
Were you immediately fearful for Charlie and his health?
By all accounts, when I saw the amount of damage done, wasn't sure that he was going to make it. I was hopeful. His staff did a great job by taking him off the stage immediately, but it wasn't. It happened so quickly, and we were all just at that point concerned about our safety and getting to a safe place.
And how did you go about that, Mr. Overton? I imagine that was a pretty chaotic circumstance.
It was because of the number of people trying to get out the same.
Do we have any update on the Colorado?
We actually had fallen down, and it could have turned a lot more ugly. But we actually found a break in one of the guardrails or one of the fences there that we were able to get through, and then kept our heads down and ran for as long as we could.
Mr. Overton, I'm lucky enough in this world to be a parent of 3 children. Every parent sometimes gets very difficult questions from their children, hard to answer. I imagine that's a particularly heavy burden on your shoulders this afternoon.
Yeah.
What have you talked with your son about in the aftermath?
Well, we had a discussion about how difficult it is to stand up for your rights.
I don't see any updates on the on Colorado. Let me just I'll pump in here. I don't see anything. Does anybody have an update on the Colorado school shooting? Two students were shot. So the 3 people, it was 2 students, I guess 1 adult. I mean, we might just not be getting like updated reporting. Let me see if I can find an article, see if there's any updates. Here's from CBS. Three students still seems the same. Shooting took place this afternoon, 28 miles southwest of Denver. Jesus, ads for days. Don't need that. Holy smokes, CBS. Give me a break. There we go. This nearby school is placed on lockdown. We received 3 victims, all minors. See, these conflicting reports, all minors. Was one of them not a student? They keep saying 2 students. They are currently being actively treated at St. Anthony. We are a level 1 trauma center and prepared for situations like this. Law enforcement later confirmed that one of the 3 students is, one of the 3 is the suspect. Okay. And a 4th student was also sent to the hospital with unknown injuries. All right.
Questions from critics and tries to answer them and enjoyed, forgive me, the give and take, the back and forth of it. And that created a kind of energy around these events, which was clearly evident before it started. Lots of people were there, very happy and excited to see it. That's something that was not typical in Republican Party politics even 5 or 10 years ago.
No, it absolutely wasn't. And the passion that he brought to every conversation, you could tell. You know, this is a guy who woke up every single day and he was a happy warrior. And he was ready to go out there and help change this conversation. I've got 2 sons, twin boys. Both of them were very active in Turning Point at NC State and in Clemson. You know, and I think that when you think about the outreach that Charlie brought to the conservative,
the alleged shooter was an older guy, but let me double check now, see if we have anything. But turned out that was not the shooter. And the school's on lockdown. They're looking. Check up there.
Is there a Trump second term?
I'm still fucked up, by the way, from like, I don't know where that account went, but there was an account that came in like before this shooting happened that was like, why aren't you covering Charlie Kirk? Which was bizarre. Like, I can't stop thinking about that somebody came in here like multiple times said that. And it was before any of this happened.
Have been involved with, you know, not just in 24, but over the course of really since 16. You know, he has been a very important part of our coalition of you know, the Trump movement. And I think really it's bigger than Trump. I think it is an America First movement. And Charlie was a huge factor. There's going to be a tremendous hole in that movement in our community going forward.
I mentioned at the opening of the show that our country is struggling with a reality in which there is not only very intense political rhetoric, but there has been violence and victims on both sides of the aisle. Maurice Dubois, my colleague, asked you, how did we get here? That's an impossible question to answer. Equally impossible is how do we get out of it? Do you have anything to say about that?
Well, look, I think that right now in America, we need to be focused on keeping our families and our communities safe. At the end of the day, that is the biggest fundamental piece of what the government needs to be focused on. Certainly as a father of 3, that's what I am focused on every single day. And I think that, you know, when we talk about, you know, the escalating conversation in politics, there have been dozens and dozens and dozens of calls saying we need to lower the temperature in politics. You know, I think that's real, right? You know, that every time that we see allegations or we see charges that are going out there that this person is a Nazi or that this person hates America or that this person needs to be stopped at any cost, then that is something that is problematic.
No, see, that's exactly what I'm looking at. You said there's a video showing a potential shooter on the roof. I don't know. I don't know if this is ever the right thing to do. I apologize if it's not, but this is the video. The early reporting said it was from the Losi building. This looks like the Sparks building, which is a different building. But there is this video with what they're saying appears to possibly have been a shooter on the roof in the Sparks Automotive building. I guess actually that Sparks Automotive building might be Jiu-Jitsu Dad. Are you still here on TikTok? If Jiu-Jitsu, or if anybody that goes to UVU is still there, is Sparks Automotive building? Is there a distance in between there? Would this be the Losi building? But then again, we don't even know if like the Losi building is right. It does look like someone's moving, but you also might have somebody up there for the event. I assume there was some sort of rooftop security. I don't know how old this video is, but anyways, for whatever it's worth, this may not even be on the same day. This could be from a totally different day.
So there's somebody on the roof right there?
American experiment, as we've come to know it, continues.
Absolutely.
Continues.
Yes.
Not runs off the rails in some sort of
I think there was security. When we looked through the video before, you could see on the roof that there were buildings. Is behind that building? Okay. They were saying there wasn't any security. I don't know if there probably wasn't security checks. But there's always security. Like UVU has its own police force, so there's always security. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought when we went through the videos earlier, it looked like there was security on some of the roofs. Charlie travels with heavy security, so I'd be surprised, but maybe not.
and that I had to move around with staff and always, pay attention to these things. As a candidate right now, I'm going to have events in all 100 counties of North Carolina. I'm going to be out and I'm going to be meeting with people. And you always want to be very
I'll
careful
look and see about
that.
security.
I think that, it is anybody in this space has to be very mindful from a security perspective, because you don't know necessarily what to expect in any given situation.
Right, but on the same part of that ledger, as a candidate, you have to meet the people.
You do.
You have to see them where they are, as the phrase goes. And that might be...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. There's an interview said the guy said there wasn't security and there were no metal detectors. I believe that about the metal detectors, but I mean, Charlie Kirk has his own private security, so there is some security there. I mean, it's his security team that ran him to the car.
Story.
That one on the roof, that was UVU. That wasn't the Trump. That wasn't the Trump video with the person on the roof. Are you saying maybe that audio was somebody saying somebody was on the roof? Why do you keep giving me HB 128?
What's taken away from us today?
Is that the concealed carry thing?
Michael Watley, it's a hard day. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Major.
And be safe.
Yes, sir.
Ed O'Keefe joins me now. Ed, you got some interesting developments to convey to the audience. Please do so.
Well, Major, as we wait word on whether the suspect has been apprehended in Utah or wherever they may be, our colleague Jennifer Jacobs conveys that there have been discussions internally at the White House and across the administration today about whether other Trump administration officials who don't currently receive some kind of security protection should, in fact, get more protection from either the Secret Service or other agencies. But there are, and while there were several internal discussions about this afternoon, those agencies don't have unlimited staff. So to the point you were raising there with Chairman Watley,
what is that, KUTV, I think?
And as a candidate, his concerns for it, there are also those that work across the administration this afternoon here in Washington who are quite concerned.
All right, this is local news.
All those sorts of coordination in meetings, and just getting down to something as basic as making sure that you can communicate, that your radios work together. As you probably remember with the Trump assassination attempt, there was all the negative press about how their comms weren't met up. That's a huge error. So they get together in these pre-op plannings and make sure that they can talk, at least have someone on each team that can talk to the other teams. And so that's basic standard operating procedure.
You also talked about the possibility of domestic terror, or I guess I should say, is that something that's going to be looked into, the possibility of domestic terrorism or violent extremism in a case like this as this investigation unfolds?
Absolutely. There's no question it will. That'll be based a lot on when we identify the shooter. There'll be a ton of work going into his social media.
No, it didn't look like, for the video I saw, it didn't look like they took him away in his ambulance. It looked like his security ran him to the cars that they had. There's a video of them carrying him to the cars, so it looks like they got out of there quickly.
And then in terms of, if a shooter is not found immediately, what are law enforcement officers and agents continuing to look for once campus is officially cleared? What happens then in the investigation?
Someone said they took him to on-site med clinic. They may have. There's probably one there at UVU.
Okay, it appears we may have lost Greg's connection there. That was Greg Rogers, former or retired FBI agent, a member of the FBI SWAT team, giving us some added context around what happens in investigations like this. Obviously, still a very fluid situation as SWAT members and law enforcement officers are going building to building right now, working on trying to locate this shooter. As Charlie Kirk has been shot, it has been reported from the president that he is dead at the age of 31 on the campus of UVU while holding a Turning Point USA rally on the campus earlier today. Students were filled in the quad when this shooting happened. So I'm not sure if we've lost Greg's connection or if we're going to try to get that back. Okay, so I'm being told that we did lose Greg's connection. And so just kind of, Jamie and Mark, speaks to what law enforcement is working with right now. There's still a lot of moving parts, very active situation there on the campus. Still, as Greg said right there, until they find a shooter, really not safe. The university is asking students that might still be there to contact law enforcement, have them escort them off the campus because the campus is closed, guys.
Well, one of the things that you mentioned, Jim, and thank you once again for speaking with a retired FBI agent, he talked about how this person more than likely experienced with the gun that was used in shooting Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned that in his estimation, you know, the early reports coming in that it was maybe a couple hundred yards away from where Charlie was sitting, that this could have been a very, very experienced shooter, someone that knew what they were doing, a skilled shooter even. And so those details still unconfirmed, but with those early reports coming in, he says that's something that law enforcement will certainly focus on as part of their early investigation.
Yeah, Jim, they mentioned that it might have been like a 200-yard shot. I mean, I don't know where it came from. It could have been from an accompanying building there, or it could have been from somewhere out in the crowd. But that's you know, he said he thought that whoever did that.
This is interesting. I'm curious why. I'm very curious how they've decided what building it was from. And sorry, let me actually just let that keep playing, but I'll mute
Had a
it
pretty good-
so we're caught up. I'm very curious how they said it was from a certain building. And then but then they don't have a. I was trying to find this. Sorry, I'll play this. Sorry, I don't mean to give you dead
In a
air.
very fluid situation, they're probably gathering
Somebody
as much
had like a
information as
chart.
they can, as safely as they can. We're being told 4 p.m. to get some sort of an update from UVU.
Yeah, I hear you, legislator. It just came out so quick, so I don't think it would have been like a crime scene analyst that did that. The trajectory and sound, I guess. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It just was so quick that they were so sure of it, and I thought the reason they were so sure of it was because they found the shooter, but maybe not.
Shooter. So a ton of questions to be asked here, and students there as well. We've been hearing from them all afternoon.
Yeah, Jesse, I'm with you. Goddamn.
Witness this.
CBS
Witness this
Utah
shooting
not
and
doing
someone
Charlie any
dying
favors
right
with
in
that
front of
picture.
them. A very just traumatic event.
Yeah, for sure. And Jim, of all the people that were there, and you said, and we saw the video, very crowded, lots of people. Parents have to, I'm sure we're worried about their kids and their teenagers and their kids that are going to school, because that was a big crowd today.
Well, and logistically, we're talking about how large of a campus this is. You know, UVU is the largest public university in our state.
A lot of people would say it would be University of Utah. It's UVU. So,
yeah, and so for...
If you look at this, while they're talking, I want to show you just like how easy it would be to get in and out of UVU. Let's see if I can find the aerial view here. That I think if I just click on it, yeah. So you'll see here, like, we can go back in. This is where it happened. So Charlie's tent was right here. This is the courtyard. This building right here. I think this is the one, right? This was the Losi Center. Yeah, this building right here. So the graph I saw would put the shooter kind of. Can you guys see, if you can see my mouse? It would have put the shooter right here where it's the UVU career development, and it would have been a shot from somewhere here. Now, can't, like, if you're on the roof, I'm looking at like a quick exit. How the fuck would you even hop down to there? But you, if you were able to get out this way, it's just neighborhoods. Like, you can look from this building down to the parking lot, and then going out, you're just in neighborhoods. And this is Utah County. These aren't gated neighborhoods mostly. They're not planned neighborhoods. You could get in through here. You got a massive parking lot here with multiple exits. And then basically, if you can get through these parking lots, Utah's built on a grid system. If you can get to 8th South, that's a significant street. You can go all the way here. You can be in Provo Canyon and up in these mountains in no time. You could take 8th South here down. This is this road right here. It will take you up into the mountains, and then you're gone. You're here. There's any one of these turnouts. If somebody doesn't have your car, you could get out of there in a hurry. There's Provo Airport here. You could get to here very quickly. Let's see if I scroll back down. Get to UVU. Where am I? Is it here? Right there. This is I-15. This is the freeway that runs basically from north to south. This will take you down south to Vegas or north to Idaho. It's a quick jump onto the freeway here. I mean, the amount of places that you could go to get out of here are fairly endless. Even in these buildings, Utah Valley alone, like these are massive buildings. Then across the street, you've got a Walmart. You've got an extremely busy road. You've got all sorts of shopping centers here. If you don't know what this person looks like, I mean, even if you can get to 1200 South here and get away, it's a very for Utah, densely populated, but extremely easy to navigate. So just saying, if you had security all here and you're on, I think it's this building right here. I don't know what the exits look like, but if you can exit that building quickly, I don't know. I don't even know what this is. I don't know if you can run across. This is the stuff that like covered. This is a walkway, I believe. So that's a covered walkway. So even sliding down that walkway, you got stairs right here. I mean, just if you're going to build a getaway, that's a quick one. Let's see. I'll get back to the coverage.
Resources are being used right now in figuring out who's responsible for this.
Yeah, and I wonder if this tragedy, as these tragedies so often do, opens up the discussion again around the types of security measures we need to just really go anywhere these days. Yeah. You talk about schools. Obviously, this is a school, but you think about some of the elementary schools and middle schools and high schools, churches. We see these tragedies play out in these places that we frequent all of the time. And you know, this investigation is still very fluid, very active. Police have not confirmed that they've identified or taken a suspect into custody or the shooting suspect into custody. So, you know, we're not quite to that point yet, but I imagine that discussion will surface again, you know, once some of these early investigative components play out.
Jim, we're about 10 minutes away from a news conference.
And we are going to turn our attention now to Brian Malahy. Jim, once again, thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
We're going to turn our attention to Brian Malahy, who is standing by for a news conference at UVU. Brian, at this point, there's been a lot of speculating. Do we have any idea or any clues as to what might be mentioned during this news conference?
We know that the governor is going to speak. We understand that a spokesperson for the State Department of Public Safety is going to speak. And just looking in the room here, this is an auditorium in a UVU building. I'm also seeing a representative of the Attorney General's office. So we expect that we're going to hear a great deal about how tragic this is, how much sorrow the state has for this. But we also, certainly everybody here has questions about.
I honestly think it's so alarming that they haven't found the shooter yet right now. I see what you said, Bertie. Like, it's incredibly alarming that they haven't found the shooter. There's got to be footage everywhere. We don't know, Uncle Hippie. We have no idea. We thought we had the shooter. I don't think this video, by the way, I have this sneaking suspicion that the video being shown with, they say like maybe somebody's on the roof. I don't know if that was from today.
Here, what resources have been committed to this? What answers does the state need to have? How soon can we get those answers? What particular what particular efforts are being directed toward the person who fired the shot and any of the surrounding circumstances about that individual. We heard a great...
Yeah, Bertie, it seems like it. It seems like it was professional. I agree with you.
The State Bureau of Investigation. Those are also questions that the governor may be in a position to answer, and DPS perhaps more specifically. So this news conference is set to begin in about 7.
Was the old guy saying to shoot him? Is that I saw that. Is that true? Sorry, you guys are gonna maybe hear some audio.
Hey, was that you? We don't know if it's him or not. Shoot me! Shoot me! Was that you? We don't know if it's him or not.
Yeah, there's a guy saying that's first guy saying shoot me. What the fuck is going on?
I'm thinking back to a couple things, Mark, and you will probably remember these. I'm sure you'll remember these events. The Rocky Anderson, former mayor of Salt Lake City, Sean Hannity debate at the University of Utah, right? That was a spirited hour and a half.
Yeah, I've seen that float of Bertie that they're saying that was just a distraction. And that is it. That is a tactic that people have used, like with the false shooter, to help people get away. I've heard that.
Exactly right. It was civil. People didn't necessarily agree with what they were hearing on either side of that debate. There were some people who were very supportive of Sean Hannity, some people very supportive of Rocky Anderson, but it was very civil. And the idea that you would have violence at that was unthinkable. Ben Shapiro at the University of Utah, again, a conservative figure. Some say he's a polarizing figure. I don't think anybody doubts his intellect. A very bright guy. But there were protests at the University of Utah before Ben Shapiro had his presentation. Again, civil presentation and a civil debate and an event that went off without any hint of violence. To have this right now, I think this in many ways is a turning point, I suspect, in terms of how many times are we going to tolerate this kind of stuff?
Right.
How long are people going to say, listen, you know what? We need some real answers. Not prescribing what those answers are,
Right.
but we can't just go on like this. This has got to stop. And
We're better.
And I
We're
think
better
in
than
those
this, Brian.
circumstances, we're better than this.
We're
We're a lot
better
better
than
than this. Yeah, we've been here a long time. We know what the people of this state are all about,
All right,
and
look,
they're good.
I don't listen. Not trying to be conspiratorial here. I want to show you what I have, and I'm not making any claims here. This is an interesting video. The claim here, I'm going to turn off the volume just in case. The claim here is that there's, as everybody ducks, you can see somebody running on top of the roof, which would be the right roof. Let's see. It does seem like somebody's running right there. Again, don't know if that's security. Not trying to make any claim here, but that definitely looks like somebody ran and then either jumped or dove for cover. And that's, I hate to pull the map back up. I hate to say it, but like, that looks like exactly what we just looked at that spot. Let me go back to Utah Valley. That would have been, oh no, that would have been going this way. So that would have been running across, I think, this way and down. If that view were the shooter, that would be him running, I think maybe here and then jumping down. What do we have there? I don't know if there's stairways up to there. Let's go back to that video. There's that thing on the roof. Let's see. Or maybe just ran behind it. If we go back, that would be maybe this right here. That would be maybe running here. So Again, unverified, don't know, but that's on Twitter now.
And to have this kind of thing happen it's more than a black eye. A black eye almost does, is almost dishonoring the life of Charlie Kirk, and we don't want to do that. But it certainly is something that people are going to be asking about. What the heck is happening in Utah? What is it about Utah that would lead to this? And maybe those are unfair questions, but I think they are the questions that people are going to inevitably ask.
Brian Malahi, we are going to let you prepare one of the things that just came in just now from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints issuing a statement saying, quote, "It is with great sadness that we learn of the shooting that took place."
I don't fucking care what they have to say. Apparently the house broke into it. So they had that moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. And after the moment of silence, Lauren Boebert stood up and said, "I believe that silent prayers get silent results." There was protest then. No specific protest from the Democratic side. And then Anna Paulina Luna yelled something towards a Dem. And then a Democrat yelled, "Pass a gun law." So great. It's good to see our members of Congress acting like absolute fucking children, too. That's great.
Prepare once again for this news conference that's set to begin in roughly 4 minutes.
Let me say this. I think Utah is better than this, but not better than the person that decided to do this today. I mean, we are better than this. And I think we're a God-fearing, beautiful state. I love where I live. This is my home. I live here. I love it. I appreciate everybody in here. And everybody's got a chance to have a voice. But I agree with you, Jamie. I think the person that did this had a kind of a different take on life, and we just have to live with that, I guess.
Yes. And news conference once again, as Brian Malahi was just pointing out, set to begin in about 4 minutes. We have, from what he has told us, there are a number of state dignitaries that are present for that.
The governor?
The governor being there, and other leaders who no doubt will be sharing their thoughts, the heartbreak of learning that this happened here in the Beehive State.
I'm with you, Jesse. Same.
And no doubt questions will also come up as to where does the investigation stand. Even though this is UVU putting together this news conference, questions to law enforcement no doubt will be.
Tim, I've got my own issues with the Mormon Church. I'm not going to listen to them. I'm not going to listen to a group of people who they do this every time. There's nothing about them that is authentic. So I apologize if you're Mormon. I have a real problem with the Mormon Church. I don't want to hear from them today. So that's my own bias, and I apologize if that upset people. But that's it is my stream, and I don't give a fuck what they have to say.
How is the university moving forward after something like this? What does this mean for the rest of the month? Mm-hmm. Moving forward for major events, what will take place for other political guests who come to campus, what adjustments will be made, what lessons can we learn from this, what lessons will the campus and the university staff,
right,
everyone, the leadership, what will they do differently moving forward? How are they going to address the emotional standpoint for the students? How are they going to meet the emotional needs for the students? So many questions there that they may be still working through at this time.
Absolutely. And we're 2 minutes away from 2 News at 4 o'clock. Brian is in place. He's going to be there when they start this news conference. And just a tough day for us here in Utah today for this to happen to anybody, regardless of your... Okay, I'm just getting a message from the producer that 2 News at 4 starts in about 10 seconds. Did you say? Okay, we got that going for us. This is a live look outside campus. Some of the roads are open again, and we're waiting for this news conference, like you said, Jamie, to find out who saw what, who knows what. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of an update on what happened out there today.
Yes, and with students who are still on campus right now, that has to be stressful. This is not the kind of day that you envision for yourself. No doubt classroom work you want to get done, assignments, all of that is just going to be
Stand
really
by.
tough.
2 News at 4 starts right now.
This is breaking news on 2 News at 4.
Hey, Stop, folks! Stop!
All right, as you can see, video from earlier today. I think we all know what happened earlier. Chris Burbank joining us right now on set.
I haven't read many of these. Thanks, Leaf. He said, thank you for staying with us today, Jay and Jen. I'm saddened that I will never witness RTP for Charlie Kirk, but I'm thankful for your community. It's in the scariest times your show is a beacon of hope. Thank you. I also regret that I'll never do that. I did see a clip from Hassan. Apparently, Hassan had a scheduled debate with Charlie. Valerie said, thanks for being a reasonable voice on the tragic day. Push Pop said, early, didn't you pull up an X that said Charlie Kirk was not shot today, like right after it happened? I don't remember. Guys, we're probably not going to have updates on the school shooter because it was a child and because that shooter is in the hospital too. I doubt we'll get really any updates on the Colorado one, but every 5 or 10 minutes or so, I've been checking. So if there is an update, I'll give it to you, but there hasn't been an update in a long time. Yeah, I don't remember if that happened or not, Push Pop. I think I got those. Oops.
Going around, what could have been done differently?
Yeah. In the United States, and it happens far too often. But the chaos that ensued, right? We want people to run away, right? When you leave the situation. Right.
I love that, Marlene. We'll never fix our violence with hate.
Investigation afterwards to try and round up who may be involved, who saw what, video, all these different things. There's a lot going on that campus right now, and unfortunately, I don't know that they have an exact direction yet.
Is the intercommunication between agencies a nightmare scenario?
Well, we've done a pretty good job, especially in Utah, right? Following the Olympics early on, we really developed a communication system that everyone can talk together. So that part of back and forth communication is good. What you lack is the leadership communication, right? Who's in charge of the scene? How are we directing? Who are we holding up? Where are we sending traffic? Where are we sending witnesses? All that becomes very confusing. And then overlay a little federal security on top of this, and you do have a very chaotic event.
You're a parent. There are parents probably watching this right now with students that were there at that event. We're being told a shooter is not in custody at this point. As a former chief, what do you think those men and women that are on the ground right now trying to locate this shooter are going through? I mean, are they using all the technology at their disposal? Are they scouring social media to look for video? Are they interviewing witnesses? What is being done, do you think, right now?
Well, it's divided very evenly, right? The FBI is involved in this. There is a headquarters that they're going to be scrolling every piece of video, every social media post that comes out there to see if they can't learn anything. Thankfully, that's away from the scene. What you have is men and women on the ground, and you've seen some of them, right? They're still a risk to individuals, right? Looks like it's been minimized, but they're still a risk. So you have to cover and search, and it's not just a blind search, look down at the ground. You have to be aware of all the circumstances, right? This person could be hiding there.
And managing manpower with something like this, immediately I think, oh my goodness, all hands on deck. But when we're talking about moving officers in areas, especially when we're talking about campus as large as that campus is, how do they figure out, okay, we're going to move our resources here, but not use all of our resources in one area?
Well, that's the struggle with staffing, right? And the nice thing about policing in Utah especially, right? Trolley Square, people came from everywhere to help out. But you do have to manage that resource, because if you just let it run wild, you're going to exhaust your resource and you won't.
It looks like we've got a news conference about to start. This is a video. This just came across my timeline. I don't know much about this. This is from the surrounding neighborhood here.
There are about 6 armed men in the backyard of a home right next to UVU campus. Apparently they are looking for another suspect. Maybe another suspect has not been apprehended, and they're actively searching. I'm at a home that is probably about right next to UVU. So
She just said the
right next, about
Army.
right next.
All right, she just said the address. The cool thing about Utah is it's a grid system, so we'll be able to find this. 87 South West Orem. Let's take a look at where this is. Get my water bottle out of the way. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense. So, again, the building from the shooting is this building right here. We'll zoom in here, and as you zoom out, it would have gone through this neighborhood. And where's my pin? Where'd my pin go? So just behind the building in this neighborhood. So you could see, it looks like the police are right here in these trees, or maybe right here in these trees. So this looks to be where they're at, just barely outside of UVU campus.
Right next to UVU. So
Yes, they're still there. They're huddled together.
Are you talking to Bruce?
With,
they're looking for someone.
we're all at the windows.
Okay. Do we need to let them know that well, there's more of them right there.
I don't know.
Okay.
This feels.
I mean, this just kind of looks like a sweep.
Coming right here. Okay. Oh, move away from the windows.
What we're watching right now, this is somebody in this is their house. This is going to be just a little northeast of where Kirk was assassinated. And she's just watching a police presence in her backyard searching. So that's what we were watching right there. No news conference yet there.
Pull that in your back pocket and say, okay, we may have to come back to this. But it sounds like in this case, they've cleared this individual and sent him on his way.
What is the potential mental toll that this could have on the investigation? Because with the shooter still not found, as of this point that we are aware of, this has to be very, very tough.
Well, it is. It's personal, right? This happened on our campus, right? These are some people that maybe were securing the event, right? What am I going to do to change this outcome? What am I going to do? What did I miss? Right? There's a lot of second guessing going on. And the challenge that we have in today's world is we can't secure everything, right? It's just impossible. And so you do the very best you can and you hope that nothing goes wrong, but unfortunately, as we've seen, it does occasionally.
Sounds like an obvious question, but with that many people at the event, I don't know exactly how many were, but some reports are that there were a couple thousand people.
It was a very large event.
It was a big event. It's got to be, and again, it's kind of an obvious question, but it's got to be so difficult to try to find one person out of all of those people, and the right person.
The needle in the haystack, without a doubt. It really is. And I will tell you, one of the things that I think is important, so if you have information, right, if you thought you saw something, you heard something that might be valuable, make a phone call to the police department, right? Let them know, here's my name, here's my number, please contact me, I might have some information, and they will get to them. Right? I mean, it's one of those things, again, you would never pass somebody by who had that information. So if you've got it, let them know and sit tight. One of the things I think is important that we need to say, right, you need to care for yourself. If you were at that event, it impacts you.
If you guys are just getting here, just a reminder, this is not a place where we are going to, we're not going to celebrate any of this today. If you're a person that's coming in this live and you want to celebrate this tragedy, first of all, go fuck yourself. Second of all, go somewhere else. If you don't, we'll send you on your way. You will be muted. You will be removed. This isn't, we're not gonna escalate shit here. Everybody is welcome here, regardless of your political views. We're just not gonna escalate and pour fire on this. So if you're here doing that shit, just know you'll get muted pretty quickly. But if you want to do that shit, just go somewhere else. I'm not interested in it here.
Responsibility.
We're going to turn our attention.
I don't know what their surveillance system's like at UVU. You'd have to imagine that it's pretty extensive. Found the guy that killed the healthcare guy pretty quickly, just saying, well, no, not really. They didn't find him for a few days, right? That was a few days before there was a manhunt. They found him in a different state.
Roden with the Department of Public Safety, also Governor Cox, a representative of the FBI, and also the DPS commissioner will be speaking today as well. They're making some last-minute preparations there, so everybody is prepared here at the podium. There are press from all over the state here right now, and we expect with all of those individuals speaking that we'll get the situation related to the investigation, what the FBI is doing to help bring this to some sort of resolution. Has there been a resolution already? What is the status of the investigation? Governor Cox, we understand, is inside the building.
Play this.
Right
This is
now.
some audio of a. This is an audio from the police scanner, I think, unconfirmed here. So please just know anything I play, I'm finding it in real time. I have no ability to confirm these things, but I want to play some audio here.
Maybe the CS building is just east of the library. He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle.
So he said black jeans, mask, long rifle.
Blue Honda Odyssey, no plate.
That blue
Honda Odyssey, no plate.
Got anybody in police and law enforcement here? What does no flick mean?
35. And east 600 north.
Sorry, I didn't look. What did they say? 1600 North?
And east 600 north.
East 600 North.
Denver.
Into UVU. There was one shot. We are staging at the front of the school by the roundabout.
600 North would be a long way.
Is on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest. We are regional currently.
All right, let's see if I can find that. If that's how they're getting the name of the building. He said just east of the library. That must be where they're getting it. Let me see. Okay, so this is actually this is moved, so this may be later. So where they're talking about here is this is the library. So just for reference, once again, this is where the shooting occurred, right here. This is where they reported that the shooter was. And now this description is coming from here, which is the library. And they're saying he's just north or just east of the library, which is going to be this way, which is also, that puts us, this was the neighborhood we just looked at. These are the trees they were searching. So that makes sense. So apparently somebody spotted them just east of the library here, which would make sense that the police, this makes me feel a little better that the police would be in this area. And then this is where they were searching from the view from this house here. So.
Before for Medic 35. Other victims.
Other victims?
Greg, all incoming units you guys can cancel. We just have the one victim.
Okay, so that was obviously about Charlie. Okay.
1, 2, 3, check. 1, 2,
so
3, 4, 5,
that's
6.
something else that may be addressed here as well. To get all of those individuals together quickly, is, notable. The other question might be, however, why didn't we hear something 2 hours ago, or closer to the shooting scene? There may be a good explanation for that. We don't know, but the lieutenant for DPS, Cameron Roden, will speak first. The governor, the FBI, the DPS commissioner. Again, I did see a representative from the Attorney General's office here, but it doesn't appear that that individual is going to be part of the formal remarks today. So that's the situation here.
Getting a nice sun dot there.
Word with a certain sense of anxiety and trepidation here, because not having the official version of events, and then when you hear them.
You said no plate, not no plate. Okay, I was reading what the closed captioning said, so they might have said no plate.
Sometimes they can be jarring.
Yeah, you can scan police channels in the U.S. There's an app called Police Scanner. I have it, and I listen all the time. We have a lot of like wildfires and stuff, and I live pretty close to like national forest, so I'll tune in from time to time, or if I hear sirens.
Is really quite another. And I'm gonna yell up and just see, Lieutenant, are you soon to take the podium?
Yes, we're just waiting. There's a command.
Yeah, Bertie, I'm with you. Like if it is all planned, that's the thing. Like if this is a professional thing and it had accomplices, probably not in the bushes, but maybe he did just get lucky and got away. Like there's a lot of hunters in Utah. I know a lot of people who can shoot. There's military in Utah. There's a lot of ex-military in Utah. Like I said, it's a very conservative place. There's gun ranges galore. There's a lot of people who can shoot really, really well in Utah. So I don't necessarily, I don't know that it has to be some sort of like black hat operation.
It happens. We're in a waiting period here at UVU. Brian Malahi, KUTV 2 News.
Brian, thank you. And one of the things that he just mentioned, talking about how basically those who are preparing to step before the media and before the public, they have to have their own briefing first to make sure that everything that they have, they're able to share.
This is an active investigation, so they have to be calculated in what they can release to the public right now. Is that correct?
Absolutely. One of the things that's very hard for the public to understand is there's information that is only known to the person who committed this crime. And if you put too much of that information out that you know to the general public, then everybody knows that, and it's hard to single out that individual that may know something. And so while frustrating, there is a little back and forth and, okay, should that information go out, or what should we hold back to make sure that we have the exact person who did this crime?
And we really haven't heard a lot yet from campus police or the university. Are those tough calls to make? Is that ultimately the chief's call on when information is going to go out?
Well, policing, unfortunately, is very political, right? I'm of the mindset that someone from the police department stands up and gives the information.
And it was
as soon
usually
as possible.
you.
Usually me. When it was an event that, nobody else gets the blame or the credit but me.
Yeah.
But those are hard because sometimes police chiefs work for individuals that don't want information released, that want to be the individual doing that.
But then what about with the FBI and these other agencies? I mean, you have people who are heading up those departments as well, and then they all come together. Then who makes the decision?
Well, usually it's going to be the people who have the jurisdiction over the situation, right? So where this, I'm not sure if UVU has their own police department or not.
I was just looking it up. They do have a public safety department, and I counted the number of people on the page according to their website. It's just over 30 people in their public safety department, so it's not a very big outfit.
No, it's not. And because it's a state institution, right, the state has some authority and jurisdiction on that. That's why we're seeing, Colonel from DPS there.
Yeah.
And so usually, again, it's probably going to be DPS who is the primary spokesperson who is going to set the tone for this is how law enforcement is going to respond to it. Yeah. Because it's a challenge, right? If you have federal saying one thing and someone else saying another, that's right. They're very cautious about not jumping up in front of a mic and saying, well, here's what I know.
Right.
Exactly. Right? We need to be a unified voice, which is very important in
Everyone's
this situation.
on the same page.
Yep. Everyone knows the same information and is going in the same direction.
Also, just a few minutes ago, Turning Point USA, which Charlie Kirk was a co-founder of, put out a statement that
Fox News is saying custody and suspect. I just saw somebody, like an unconfirmed one, saying custody and suspect in custody, but They were citing the UVU announcement from a while ago. I'm not seeing that anywhere. Do you have a source on that? Look, whatever you want to say about Fox News, I think if Fox News was reporting that, they would that would be confirmed. Let me see real quick. Does anybody else have that? Is that real? Is Kash Patel saying that? I'm seeing a tweet from Kash Patel, but it's a picture, so there's so much shit that is fake. Kash Patel is saying the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. Okay. That may be what this press conference is about then. I mean, I don't think Kash Patel would come out and say that if that wasn't true. That'd be a crazy thing to say if that wasn't true. That's pretty confirmed. I think it's pretty. If Kash Patel, that was 3 hours ago? Did I fuck up there? Hold on, let me check. It says 2 minutes ago. Let's look here. You guys are looking. This is my clock. So 3:21 p.m. This is my time because it's mine. It's my Twitter time zones. Yeah. This shows my time. And if you look, like if I go here, it says it was 3 minutes ago. So yeah, I believe that's probably true. We'll see. And I'd imagine that may be the delay here with the police.
To public events, safety. No doubt officers are going to be thinking forward. What can we do differently the next time?
Absolutely. But I will tell you, one of the things that is always concerning for me is I don't want to live in America where I can't move freely and attend events. And I will tell you, right, and there's good studies on this. When we all refuse to participate, well, the criminals thrive, right? That's when terrorism, which is exactly what this is, right? That's when that wins. But when we all say, no, we're going to participate, we're not going to tolerate, we're going to be aware, but not afraid, and we're going to participate and make sure that this never happens again, that's when we're most safe, right? When you know as a criminal that everyone is looking and going to point the finger at you and say no, well, then it's uncomfortable to commit that act.
And again, if you're just joining us, former Salt Lake City Police Chief Chris Burbank is joining us now. You do a lot of work right now on police advocacy, criminal justice reform. You look at the data, you look at a lot of the information and try to consult on that front. But, you know, we're hearing suspect, not in custody, not suspects. What goes into trying to determine and figure out if this was a sole person or maybe some sort of a group effort?
Well, a lot of that is going to depend. So just on face, right? You have a single gunshot.
Like, I know people don't like Kash Patel, but I don't think there's any fucking way that Kash Patel is going to come out and confirm that story if they don't have a suspect in custody. I mean, I guess you can get conspiratorial and say, like, is it a cover up or whatever? But I just don't think there's any fucking way that Kash Patel would do that.
I mean, when you're trying to collect evidence, that's part of evidence collection in a process like this. Is it not looking at sort of the wound, if there's any fragments of the bullet left in? Police, law enforcement, they need that evidence, do they not? They need it right away?
Absolutely they do, and they've locked down the area. Not to be overly graphic, but in most circumstances, you don't even move the body because it's the property.
That is interesting. That is interesting, honestly, that Trump was the first one to confirm the death and Kash on. Yeah, that is interesting. I hear you on that, Jess.
Commissioner Bill Mason. Then we'll hear from the FBI Special Agent in Charge, Robert Bowles. We'll then hear from Utah Valley University Vice President Val Peterson, who's been in touch with President Jimenez. And then we'll hear from Governor Cox. I'll turn the time over to Commissioner Mason.
That video was only like 30 minutes old or so. I caught it. It had only been live for like a minute when I showed it to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot at an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by private vehicle to Timpanogos Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We are working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was one shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and in our country. As we heal, we encourage everyone who is struggling with news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, our partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways.
This is kind of weird that they're acting like it's still ongoing. I don't know if they haven't been updated. I'm going to look real fucking stupid if I defended Kash Patel and he was wrong.
On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake Field Office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence.
Thanks, Jeannie.
If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tumenez, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
What the fuck is going on?
For joining us on this.
This is the governor of Utah.
Occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you've just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, This is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of
I hate to be critical. If we're going to be accurate, to label it a political assassination, I would agree that it most likely is. But to label it without having a name and a motive, I think that's a big mistake by Spencer Cox there. I think it's a big mistake. You've got to be so careful with your words right now, because everything you say is going to be met with with a bunch of skepticism. And now you're adding fuel to the fire to say that this was, again, I understand, like, it most likely was, but to say it, that's dangerous.
And that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is...
I like that you guys are recognizing that I do have a Utah accent now. Now that you're seeing a born and raised Utah and you're realizing where my accent came from.
...is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
This is Spencer Cox. He's the governor of Utah.
Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
Are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else related to this?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible information relating to the shooting.
Can you tell us details about the suspect being taken into custody? Where? How long ago?
We cannot at this point, but we will get you that information when we can.
Is there believed to be a second individual involved in the shooting?
At this point, there is no information that would lead us to believe that there is a second person involved.
Can you guys talk about the possible shooting?
So did he say there's no information saying there's a second person involved? Is that what he said?
Do you want to talk about what we know there?
Yeah. The only information we have on the suspect, the possible shooter, is taken from closed circuit TV here on campus. We do have that. We're analyzing it, but it is security camera footage, so you can kind of guess what the quality of that is. But we do know dressed in all dark clothing, but we don't have a much better description other than that.
Okay, chill. Okay.
The shot came from here on campus, from a location at a fair, potentially from a roof, yes. A longer distance shot from a roof.
So to clarify, with the security camera footage you have and the person of interest that's in custody, does that match up?
That's what we're trying to decipher right now.
So did FBI or DHS have anything on the threat board this morning?
I can't speak.
I'll just say that the investigation's ongoing, and as soon as we have further information, we will be sure to release it.
Any indications of foreign intelligence involvement?
As of now, I can't comment on any of that.
Can you talk a little bit about the security of the event itself? Who was there security-wise, and what happens on these kind of events?
Chief Long.
So my name is Jeff Long. I'm the police chief here at UVU, and I'll tell you right now, we are devastated. We're a small police department. We have a very large campus. We have over 40,000 students, and we love our students. We love our visitors, and we're devastated by what happened today. This is the police chief's nightmare. I'm very saddened for the Kirk family. I know his wife and parents found out about this. Obviously he's away from home. He's here in Utah. They find out by a police officer that visits their home. That's tragic. Nobody wants that. But I can tell you about our venue today. This was an open venue. This was outside. We did have 6 officers working that event. We had probably over 3,000 people that were in attendance. It sat down in kind of a bowl area here on the central campus. We have a waterfall area. And so he was kind of in a lower area. Surrounded by buildings. We had some plainclothes police officers that were in the crowd as well. We train for these things, and you think you have things covered, and these things, unfortunately, they happen. You try to get your bases covered, and unfortunately today we didn't. And because of that, we had this tragic incident. So we did have officers there. We had Charlie Kirk's team. He has a security team that travels with him, and they were here with him when he was shot.
Was the gun recovered?
I'm sorry, see?
Was the weapon recovered?
At this point, I can't disclose that.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a question being asked about mass shooting. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
Say the question again. I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
When Charlie Kirk was shot, he was answering a question about mass shootings specifically. Was that person apprehended, and do you know who asked that question?
I do not. We do not have that at this moment.
What kind of weapon was used?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have time for just one more question, so thank you.
Yeah, a question for the chief as well. Was it your team or Kirk's team, or a combination of both, that kind of set the security protocol for the event?
So we work together. He has his team, and they do this all over the country. We all know that. This is not uncommon for them. They're very comfortable on campuses, and I was coordinating with his lead security guy, and so yeah, we were working together.
Was this a sharpshooter type shot?
Ladies and gentlemen, those are all the questions that will be answered today. Again, thank you for covering this. We will be updating you as soon as we have additional information through normal channels, working with law enforcement. Again, our deepest condolences to the Kirk family and to the students who were there today. I would just ask everyone everywhere to please pray for their family and to pray for our country. We need it now more than ever. Thank you.
All right, so there was a news conference that just wrapped up with some state officials on the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. Governor Spencer Cox calling this a political assassination, and we now know that there is one person of interest in custody, not a suspect, a person of interest being questioned, but they have opened up a tip line and they are still actively looking for other potential persons of interest as of right now. And not to say that they think more than one person was involved, but they have a person of interest right now that they're questioning.
I'm going to let this play for a minute. I'm out of water. I just got to go refresh. Jen, are you here just to make sure that anything comes up? All right, well, keep it together, guys. I don't know if Jen's here or not. I'll be right back.
That they do have someone in custody, but it was unclear as if this was a second person or not. And so the questions that you heard just now specifically talking about, okay, are we talking about a separate person or is this the same person? But that just wasn't clarified. Another thing, too, that was brought up, Jeff Long, who is the UVU police chief, explained how the layout of this event, how it was set up. He said that this was it was an open venue, it was outside. One thing that stuck out to me, and probably for a lot of you as well, there were approximately 3,000 people in attendance, 6 officers.
Yeah, and to talk about that and to kind of break this down, we do have former police chief from Salt Lake City Police Department, Chris Burbank, with us. Your takeaway from what you just heard?
Well, second guessing what they did is very hard, and especially at this point.
Right.
But just for a comparison, there's probably 10 times that amount at any given football game that occurs in this town.
Mm-hmm.
And so just to simply move people requires officers, requires people to just be aware and saying, this is where you get out, this is wait here, those types of things.
Sure.
Right.
And so it's hard, you know, I don't know what the security team looked like that was there, you know, visiting, but yeah, I mean, it's hard to look at this and say, boy.
One of the questions that we did have going into this news conference is, because of an event of this size, was there coordination between Charlie Kirk's team and the university? And it does sound like that there was, that they were in coordination, at least leading up to this. And this is something that he does in campuses all over the country. No one wants to be up there at that podium addressing really not only the state, but the nation. The nation's watching Utah
right
absolutely.
Now
because of this. No one wants to be up there. And I could tell, based on the questions that were asked, it almost, they were holding some things back. And we talked about that before the news conference started. I think they have to protect the integrity of the investigation.
Well, what you have is, if they've got somebody in custody, right, they think this is the person who did it. But you cannot just focus all your resources there, because it may not be, right? I mean, who knows what's going to bring. And so it would be irresponsible to just say, nope, we're over and done with, see you later.
And that was pointed out even with the first suspect that was in custody, that they said that the person did not match the description of the suspect that they were looking for. That was something very important that was mentioned today as well.
Yeah, and so law enforcement officials have opened up a tip line. We'll get that information and we'll get it up, because they are still calling for people that might have any information, maybe some video, to reach out to them and let them know, because they are still in the part of their active search for a person of interest.
And we're going to turn our attention now to Brian Malahy, who was at that news conference. He was standing by waiting for it to begin. Let's go ahead and turn to him now. Brian.
Yeah, I think we learned several new things here. One, the person they have in custody is described as a person of interest. They're not identifying who that is. Another question I had hoped to get to them is he a student here at UVU? We don't know. There was no real mention of that. In addition, I think we also learned here today that that the person fired, they think, from the roof of the building, and that the person was dressed in black. So there were surveillance cameras as well that apparently also were part of the reason that this individual was taken into custody. George Zim is the person who was identified first as the suspect. That person was released because he did not match the description. But there may be some questions about him because he is in jail on potential obstruction of justice. So we have a person of interest in black firing from the roof, they think.
And then we have the second individual who had been taken into custody previously on a possible obstruction charge. We also heard here, and I agree that, you know, we ought not to, at this early stage necessarily, second guess the security. But 6 officers with thousands of people, 6, along with the security detail for Charlie Kirk. There were no checks going into this event, according to the people I've spoken with. There was no one asking for tickets. Nobody was asking to look in backpacks. No one was checked for weapons. So that is something that I think is going to bear more questioning in the future. There will be more questions about that and whether this was adequate. I think a lot of people, though, were thinking, okay, Charlie Kirk comes to town, he speaks, he mixes it up with some students, gets a lot of support, and then he moves on. And so this was thought of perhaps as not being an event where security needed to be heightened. But 6 officers, I think there will be a lot of questions about that. Perhaps wide open event on the quad with a person firing from the roof, maybe security wouldn't have mattered. But then the question of how did that person get up there? What other circumstances were there? And so I think there are we heard a lot of new information here today. The FBI seems to be focused. DPS seems to be focused. Maybe we'll get.
Did I miss anything? Is there any announcements there while I was gone? Sorry about that. Go squeeze my daughter for a minute.
Nope.
Okay.
We will hold you to justice. Whoever did this will hold you to justice. And specifically then mention, I remind you, we still have the death penalty here in Utah. So we're going to be keeping on at this, and we'll hopefully get a little bit more information this evening. New information today, finally, some new information late in the day, and more to come. Live at UVU, Brian Malahi, KUTV2 News.
I'm live here at the hospital, Timpanogos Regional Hospital. We're on standby, waiting for more information as to what will happen next across the street.
That's where I was born.
And his family. Not much has happened, but we have been seeing recently more activity, more police arrive. Let me step aside to show you just a little bit of how every entrance in the hospital has been blocked off. Only emergency vehicles and people needing care are allowed to go in. They have pushed all media and all crowds to the sidewalk, but at the moment we just saw an ambulance enter the building. It's unclear right now if the hospital is taking in patients right now or what that ambulance
I feel for you, Celiac. That's where I was born and raised in Linden, went to school at Utah Valley. So this is really bizarre to see. I know it makes it a little more personal, and I'm hearing from a lot of people I haven't heard from for a while. A lot of my Republican friends are reaching out. Just looking, sorry. They just say, my brother said that the FBI passed me south of UVU. Saying here. Whoops.
Everything that this person has ever said, done, quoted, been seen. So absolutely.
Can you talk about vehicles. They're probably putting everybody on alert when it comes to being on the lookout for specific vehicles, and probably extra sensitive to the fact that if this person is thinking of an exit strategy, what would be the locations of transport that officers and investigators would be looking into?
Well, it's so wide open that it's almost anything, right? I mean, it could be Uber, it could be a cab, it could be a bus, it could be a personal vehicle, right?
All right, I'm starting to see a name unconfirmed here. Let's see if I can find any other. I've seen two. Let me see if there's any other ones. I don't want to drop a name unless I have any sort of confirmation. I'm only seeing it from two places. I'm not going to say the name unless I know it's real. I'll keep you posted. But there is a name starting to do the
We
rounds.
also learned from that news conference that the state, DPS, is going to be co-leading this investigation with the FBI. Does that mean federal resources start to pour in on this?
We have always had the advantage, right?
Yeah, Charlie Kirk lives in Maricopa County.
The relationship with the FBI has always been fantastic.
Mhm.
And so, yes, there will be federal resources available. I think because of the profile and nature of Mr. Kirk, absolutely there's going to be heightened federal resources available in this particular circumstance.
Yeah, it is crazy that they're using that picture of Charlie Kirk. I know, not trying to like laugh about shit, but Jesus Christ.
Agencies, the local agencies, to come together and say, we're going to do this so we're all better together. It's really important here in Utah.
Absolutely.
The question, though, that sticks out to me, and probably a lot of other people as well, is that this person, they believe that this
Thanks,
person
Weston.
shot from.
I don't know if I'm going to go live with Admir tonight. We'll play that by ear. I haven't looked at TikTok. The reports that I'm getting on what's going on in TikTok aren't good. I don't think people are handling it very well. I don't think people are handling it like adults. That's the thing is I just don't want to. I'm curious about Superdell. Isn't Superdell in prison? I just don't want to be. I just don't want to be in a situation where I'm fanning flames. I think we've done a good job, and I think everybody here that's still here, you guys have been incredible. It's clear that there's at least a good amount of people who want to discuss this and not make things worse, and I appreciate that. So, I don't know. I want to do so. If it's helpful, I would like to. I'll do it. I just don't always know what the right thing to do is. Jen, maybe if you can get with the mod team and have a discussion about it, we'll make a decision. I'm not sure. I'd be willing to talk to people. I really don't want to fan the flames, and I really don't want to hear from people who are trying to play team sport right now.
VU earlier today.
I don't know. To me, the mods have been working a lot of overtime with this today, and it's been draining. So
yeah. Yeah, well, just see what they say. Just see what they say. Just their opinion, even if they don't have to moderate. We'll see. Just let me know what they think. I want to know what they think in general.
No evidence, anything whatsoever that can help police in their investigation and the FBI in their investigation, they would like to hear from you. There were about 3,000 people there. Most people are rolling with their cameras now these days. I have 2 of them. Mm-hmm. And so they are probably getting more and more information in. As you were talking about, Chris, the information's not going to stop coming in, is it?
No.
To law enforcement?
No, you would like to think that there would be an end to it.
Yeah.
No, this will be going on. And you look at significant events that have taken place. We still see video and things show up of 9/11 and different events. And somebody says, oh, I got a different angle or anything else.
Yep.
This will be ongoing for a long time.
Yeah.
One thing to point out is there will be a vigil held at the Utah State Capitol building. It will be put on at 7 p.m. this evening. The Utah House of Representatives, they are planning this vigil once again for 7 p.m. at the Capitol. No doubt there will be a number of people that will be in attendance and comforting each other, as well as asking questions about how do we move forward, what can we learn from this. In about a couple of minutes, we will be starting the top.
I don't know. Look, if people are threatening, people are going to be upset today. How would I handle it? How am I going to handle it? I'm not going to talk to anybody who's that upset. I don't know. This was the concern all along, is that outside of the fact that some kids lost their dad today and a spouse lost their husband, like it's the retribution that I'm worried about. People make this their life. Charlie Kirk is a thought leader and mouthpiece for a lot of people. A lot of people feel like Charlie Kirk is able to communicate, or was able to communicate, a message that they were incapable of communicating. And so a lot of times, when they feel like they're not able to communicate that, and they watch Charlie Kirk do it, and then you have the own the lib stuff. It created a connection to those people, and I would imagine that for a lot of those people, they feel a sense of loss today, and they see other creators that are still alive, and they may look at that as unjust or unfair. And I don't know. I'm not going to tell anybody how to feel, but I think being aware of your surroundings, being aware of how people might feel today, I would steer clear of that. There's not a lot you can do. I fully expect that for the next little while, for those of us on the left that do content creation, like, it's going to be pretty sick for a little while. And yeah, I don't know what to do about that, honestly. I have no idea. But I know that the answer isn't to fan the flames.
Of our 5 o'clock newscast, and we will be catching up with our Heidi Hatch, as well as Brian Schnee, who is also at the scene. And we have a number of crews that are around and on campus, getting as much information as possible.
Yeah, we have people at the hospital. Don't mean to cut you off. I think we're probably sending a crew over to the medical examiner's office. That's going to play part in this investigation. Multiple crews throughout. As we're trying to break down and make sense of this tragedy. Tragedies, you really can't make sense of them. But this was a very influential person, not only on the national stage, but the international stage in the conservative movement. And according to the governor, it was a political assassination that happened on the campus of UVU today.
Yes, and there have been a number of people within the political realm who have commented on this, offered their condolences, and it has just been sweeping all through social media, and of course people voicing their concerns about future events and what this means for high-profile individuals in the political realm, of how they could be safe while also making public appearances. UVU invited Charlie to come, and so this is just a tragedy that no doubt no one will forget.
Yeah, and Charlie was known for going
to
college camp.
that was the governor. Dogs are going crazy right now.
He would hold these debates on campus. It was one of the things that he was known for. That's what was going on today. A debate was just getting started. This event had not been going on for very long when someone shot and killed him. 2 News at 5 is going to start right now.
This is breaking news on 2 News at 5.
Thanks for joining us live here from Orem on 2 News at 5 o'clock. With Heidi Hatch, I'm Brian Schnee, continuing to follow the developments of the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk on campus here at Utah Valley University earlier today.
Heartbreaking day for so many. Thousands were in attendance. We know that many of you had students that were either on campus or at this event. Thousands of students there watching as this happened. I feel you today. My son, a student here at Utah Valley University, a sophomore this year. I did not know he was going to be at the event. He was actually texting me from the event earlier today saying I'm going to talk to him. I was trying to figure out who he was talking to, and the next thing I heard was a call, him panicked and running, scared. You could hear screaming on campus. All the kids were running after that shot was fired. Hopefully we can talk to him at some point, but I know many of your students probably have had similar experiences. Brian, he told me on the phone that when this happened, he was standing in line. He was number 10. He wanted to debate or ask Charlie a question. He was waiting there not far from the stage. He heard one shot. He saw his head go back, and then just sheer panic, everyone running from campus and all of these students trying to figure out where to go. This is not a campus where students live on campus, so they were all just trying to find a safe space to be.
That's very consistent with what we've heard also from other students, other event goers that were out there earlier today. This transpiring just after noon, just after the event and the speaking portion started to get underway. This was the first stop on Charlie Kirk's tour. This is what he does. He travels the country and debates students on topics, and there were 2 stops in Utah. There was this one here at Utah Valley and the one also at Utah State University. Oddly enough, there was also the conversation last week about the early coverage of this event where he brought in Senator Mike Lee to talk about this conversation, and then lo and behold, what happens here today was just, I think, something that nobody expected and nobody really anticipated transpiring. The people that were out here earlier today, I was thinking of a high schooler from the nearby UCAS
Sorry, I'm looking
school.
I'm looking at a video. Someone saying maybe a video of the shooter, but not sure. I'll let you know if I can confirm this.
To be here and just listen and take in the spirit of conversation and the debate, which is hard to come to grips with in today's society here.
And the sad part is this is the reality for our kids. My son had a couple of his friends meet him from South Jordan and Bingham High School. They came down here for this event, and earlier this week they had a lockdown at the school.
I don't think it, for the record, I don't think it is. They're going through it's an older man. They're going through like a drawstring backpack, and it's down, it's Provo police, not Orem, and it looks to be in like downtown Provo, so I don't think it's correct. It's definitely downtown Provo, so no.
Agree with Charlie Kirk or not, is that kids could gather on campus, they could discuss politics, ask questions, and in a fun way, debate those. Absolutely did not end that way today.
Let's get to Brian Malahy, who was just sitting in on a news conference. The first time we've really heard from anybody since this happened shortly after noon today, with some of the details, some of the situation that unfolded, and where things stand with the investigation. Brian Malahy joining us live tonight.
Yep, and we learned a number of things at this news conference. Person of interest in custody not being identified. Shot fired from a roof. Person dressed in black. How did that person get on the roof? Who is that individual? We don't know. Nobody here would say. 6 police officers assigned to the security detail for that event today, as well as the security for Charlie Kirk's tour. So not a lot of security. Witnesses have been telling us that. People who attended the event said that. They could walk right in. They could walk right in, get very close to the front. Nobody asked them about what they were carrying. No one asked them to open any of their bags. There was no security there. It might not have made a difference if an individual was at the top of the roof. And was this a sniper fire?
Yeah, I don't know why they're so slow to identify who this person in custody is. I'm just as shocked as you guys. This is it's just bizarre. And look, frankly, this is starting to become par for the course that we don't get much information. Like, we still don't know anything about the Butler shooting. We know basically nothing. we just know that we know their name. We know, I think, like, he gave like $15 to Act Blue or something. We know at one point they were a registered Republican. I'm trying to remember the name of the firearms group that he was a member of, some YouTube channel. Other than that, we basically know nothing. And I'm with you. We knew that other guy's name, the George Zinn. We knew that within 10 minutes. Maybe they're underage. That could be it. Yeah, I guess if it would be underage, it could be. That's a good point.
There's nothing that he can say that will bring Charlie Kirk back. There's nothing that he can say that will change the trajectory of the hatefulness that leads to violence in the country. But it's got to stop. He did remind whoever fired that fatal shot today that Utah will seek that individual out, will impose the maximum penalty, and he said directly, we still have the death penalty. Live at UVU, just inside the auditorium where the news conference happened and where we could get more information this evening. Brian Malahy, KUTV 2 News.
Brian, thank you. We are live on the campus of Utah Valley University. About an hour ago, we were able to get a little bit closer. When I arrived this afternoon, I arrived on the east side of campus, and you could see police from really any jurisdiction from a 3-county radius that was down here helping them clear the campus. At this point, it's quieter. They've let us closer, which makes you believe that possibly...
Just so you guys know, this just keeps coming up, so in case you're seeing this online, I just want to explain. I don't think this is right. There's a bunch of people that are saying that this is the suspect being apprehended. This isn't even anywhere close to Utah Valley. I mean, it's close if you looked on like it's the next town over. But for this person to get here on foot, this is downtown Provo, an hour and a half to walk. You can see this person doesn't have shoes on. This looks to be maybe their bike. There's like a drawstring bag. I also don't think it would be like Provo police. I think you would have an FBI presence there. This is very, very calm. They're digging through a bag, but and what is that green tape in there? I don't think this is, no weapon. This clearly isn't that. I'm fairly certain. What does that say? What road is that? Center Street in Provo. Yeah, this is downtown Provo. There's no way that's right. There's no way that's the suspect. So if you see that, just know that's not right.
Issues and those that we disagree with. I think we probably all know families who have heated conversations at the dinner table that shouldn't be the type of conversations that we're having within families. Of course we can disagree, of course we can debate, of course we can argue, but the level of angst that's surfacing even within our own families and among friends is just a really bad place to
I saw the scanner said jeans, black shirt, black vest, and that's what I was thinking, like maybe they could confuse the jeans, maybe you could take off the black shirt and the black vest. But yeah, it's clearly not
how it would end.
I think what's difficult here is to try to piece everything together. We know there's this event taking place. There's the early conversations about the lack thereof, maybe security for a large event. I've had these thoughts being and working in the news realm, obviously. You don't go through these things, run in open air. It's the beauty of that open air sort of presentation, if you will, or speaking engagement. But now that's definitely come up as part of the conversation with what they mentioned, 6 uniformed officers for a few thousand people, something that Brian Malahy was mentioning that came out from that press conference. So there's going to be change. An event like this obviously instills that and gets people fired up and riled up for a number of reasons. But it's one of those things that I think safety, especially on a college campus, is at the forefront now.
Absolutely. And I think if you were to ask my kids when I raised them, I was always the worst case scenario mom. When you work in the news business, you always see how things end poorly. And so I'm always warning them. I wasn't even worried, though, today on campus. I was just like, this sounds like fun. Have a great time. And so definitely a conversation that we'll have to have with our universities heading forward. Utah State University was planning to hold this same event 2 weeks from now. That obviously is not going to be happening. We want to go now to Leslie Duarte. She is at the hospital nearby where they rushed Charlie Kirk after that shooting happened just after 12:20 today.
Heidi, we've been seeing a lot more activity within the last few minutes. It's still unclear exactly what is happening, but police are here blocking off the entrances to every hospital entrance. They're only letting emergency vehicles come in or people needing care. In the last few,
I did check on that, by the way, on the concealed carry. First of all, concealed carry would be hard with a rifle. Second of all, I did check Utah Valley University does not allow concealed carry. So even if you're have concealed carry, the university doesn't allow that. I've talked to multiple people texting back and forth that are military or just notable firearms experts, and the consensus is from the people I've talked to is that this is it was an incredibly difficult shot. It was a very accurate shot, and so whoever this is, it's likely that it's going to be somebody with some sort of military or hunting training. I think it's just alarming, man. It's just really fucking weird that we don't have any sort of confirmation on the suspect. Where did they find the suspect? Everybody in Utah County has their phone out right now. We saw them searching backyard after backyard after backyard. I'm just very surprised, unless maybe they found the shooter like in the school. It's just yeah. What'd you say? Inside? You think it was inside? Yeah, I don't know. This is all very bizarre right now. Or maybe it's not bizarre. I don't know. This doesn't happen very often. It's not like I'm an expert on this. So maybe I'm just wanting news quicker and it's coming out in the normal rate. I'm not sure.
And really,
Somebody's flying a drone. I know it. I think it came from a drone. You instantly thought military. Yeah. Charlie Kirk basically said, listen, I appreciate the super chats. I'm not going to. I'm just not going to read that. I just don't want to add fuel to the fire. I've seen that quote going around. Again, but I appreciate you saying that you don't agree with what happened today. I appreciate that. Everybody else can read that for themselves, but I don't want to pile on. Mods are saying skip. We're going to do a skip on date night with Admir tonight. Yeah, let me. Yeah, we're going to skip date night with Admir tonight. Let's give it. Let's go till 4:30 my time. Another like 17 minutes, and if we don't have something by then, I'll cut it. If something breaks later tonight, maybe I'll jump on. But yeah, if we don't have a suspect, like a named suspect or some details in the next 20 minutes, I'll probably cut it. My voice might not make it anyways.
asking about mass shootings and also transgender shooters. So he was in the middle of a few minutes of talking about the mass shootings that have been happening across the country.
I see you saying 200 yards with any hunter. It's 200 yards. I guess it was more the distance and the angle, and with the from what I had the understanding, like with the overhang, that's why they moved Charlie back further into like the tent. They're just saying it was like, but just from what I've heard, they said it was a small window, so it's somebody who's good at what they do.
Saw your email as well that recounted your personal connection to what took place with your son being in the crowd today, which must have just been horrifying as a mother first and foremost. And then we continued to learn a little bit more, and the police presence grew and grew, and we had more messages sent our way. That's
true. They did say the CEO wasn't a professional too, and that didn't turn out to be true. That's fair. I look, I'm not an expert on this stuff, so anything we're talking about, like professional assassins, take anything I say with a grain of salt. All of it could just be chalked up to I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about with this subject. So I wouldn't take it as gospel for sure. I'm just going off of what people have told me.
And from then on, we're just trying to get.
Let's catch up to live.
This is a dark day for our state.
That's just a replay, right? That was them playing earlier. I'm still seeing that same video circulating in Provo. Is anybody, where did that name go, by the way? There was a name that was kind of circulating. I don't see it now. Are some of you guys, are some of you that know this stuff more, are you more skeptical about it being a professional? I mean, my skepticism is also, yeah, but I just, like, how did they get on the roof? How'd they get there? I know, Sam. I know you weren't trying to be. I thought you were. I'm just careful of what I say because my stuff can get clipped and people can edit it. So if I read that out loud, there's a chance somebody's going to clip that. Like, someone's going to go through my stuff anyways. Like, I have spoken. Like, I've been openly critical of Charlie Kirk and his views, and I have not been nice. So that like I'm already concerned that people are going to take that and put a target on my back. So that's mostly what I was nervous about.
The actual event, but may be charged in related to obstruction.
Could be
of
a student or employee.
For
yeah.
the larger charge that would come likely with a murder charge.
There are also videos circulating online. We don't have those videos ourselves, but students who were actually at or near this event that was going on that said they saw someone get up on the roof. You can see someone dressed in black.
Do we have an update, by the way, on the Colorado victims? I want to check on that one more time. The last I heard, they were in surgery. I still don't see an update on their condition. Does anybody have an update on the condition from the 3 from Colorado? Again, 2 of them are victims. One of them was the shooter. So the 3 people that went to the hospital, one of the 3 was the shooter. So I want to be careful with that. I don't see an update on that. If anybody has one, let me know.
Potentially connected. They went up and they asked us for our credentials. They wanted to search the vehicles, take a look inside to make sure there was nothing else potentially as a threat here. So still evolving. And then, of course, Department of Public Safety going to use a tip line to get more information. You would have to imagine with thousands of people there, and cell phones. Yeah. Everybody has a cell phone, or in our cases, 2 cell phones for some of us. You are able to
4 total
catch
in Colorado. These guys aren't adding much to conversation. I just put it on so there's background noise.
Beforehand, maybe as you were walking through a building and you were kind of taking your picture as you walked out the door.
You know, it's kind of crazy, like the amount of people who are saying, like just putting out like the exact same tweet I've seen about, because I'm just checking the latest, like a suspect in custody has stated that George Soros financed the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I've seen that exact tweet in that wording. I'm not kidding. I have to have seen it 500 times already today. Like and these, a lot of these aren't people. Like a lot of these are troll farms. Like you also have to know that China and Russia and perhaps Iran, like they're all gonna go out there and they're all gonna put their bots on this now too, and they're gonna try and divide. So remember that when you are on social media, specifically Twitter, and somebody's talking to you that doesn't have a real profile or they don't seem real, chances are they're probably not. Other countries, our enemies, will use this as a way to try and further divide, for sure. It was odd that Trump was the first one to announce it. And you could chalk that up to whatever. You could chalk that up to Trump saying, I want to be the one. You could chalk it up to maybe that's impactful for Charlie Kirk, that it was the president that announced it and not just some random source on TV. Yeah, you could look at it a lot of different ways, but I think there's a favorable way to look at that too. And we'll find out.
Our team coverage of the deadly shooting of conservative political activist Charlie Kirk, who was here on campus today. For many people, they were excited about this. Yeah. Some folks I spoke to that were outside of the campus boundaries as they were evacuating and searching campus. They had been planning for this. They saw that on Instagram that he was coming here, or another social media platform, and they planned around this. They wanted to be there, wanted to be one of those people in line, like you mentioned. Yeah. Your son was in line today to air out their debate.
Yeah, and a lot of kids, like we've talked about, saw things that you never wanted to see happen before. I'm sure the university, looking at where this happened, it seemed to me like a fun, happy place to do it. It was a sunny, gorgeous day, but it is in a little bit of a bowl where people were kind of trapped in there, and I think that added to the panic as students were trying to get out and try to get to safety. I spoke to some moms on the phone who had their kids run inside buildings and lock themselves inside bathrooms, and again, that UVU alert took a while to come out. I'm assuming that this is one of those lessons learned and they'll be able to be faster or quicker on this. The problem is hindsight's always 20/20, and you can't be prepared for something that you're not expecting.
Right over his shoulder, an individual carrying some flowers, walking through campus. Unclear if it's obviously connected in any way, but there are going to be lots of feelings that will come out. You mentioned the mental health aspect of this, of the thousands of people that were there. Parents, if you're home with your son or daughter tonight, have those conversations and listen and be open. And we talk a lot about mental health related violence on the news, unfortunately, is very much surrounding us in today's society, and that is something that people need to be taken care of.
And I think if there's anything that we can say right now as we're all listening of what can we do to be better at. I have a political podcast every week. We have someone from both sides of the aisle. The concept is that we can sit down, we can hear out both sides, you can learn from each other and walk away friends. And I think that's where social media has changed things, where people feel like they can say things to other people you would never say in real life. People have gotten more angry, and you live in an echo chamber. And so I hope that we can just get away from that feeling, because even today, as we've been posting the news, I've been sad and disappointed to see some of the comments coming from across the country, some of them here in Utah, who applaud what happened or have things to say that you're thinking, How do we get to this point as humans that we're speaking like this and are okay that anyone of any political leaning dies?
You're extremely active on social media. I try my best as well. Even in some of my comments today that I was reading through after putting out some.
Yeah, I was surprised that somebody saying like it's hard to think about talking to your family. I'm pleasantly surprised to have some people from my family reach out to me today. Yeah. What is it? What are you saying, Johnny? Veracruz isn't happy that Kirk is overshot. Yeah, I don't know. They're talking about Brett.
Email, I think that I knew he was going to be here. It popped up in my algorithm as well. So
Yeah.
it started coming to me, and I started watching some more of what would be here at Utah Valley University come today. And it's to help with that divisiveness in a way of expression of ideas, the freedom of speech, the freedom of dialogue in this way. And that was something I was hoping that people, not just at one university, but a second here in Utah.
My family was just kind of like, they just asked what I thought. My brother asked me what I thought about Charlie Kirk. I can tell you what I said to him. I said I'm live covering it now. I wasn't a fan. I was trying to work to schedule a debate with him. This is fucking devastating. So, and then my brother's more libertarian. He's not really conservative, and he didn't know a lot about Charlie Kirk. He said, just like I didn't know much about him. He's just well spoken. I had a cousin that reached out to me and just said, "What did I think?" I told him I thought it was sick. He graduated from UVU, so just to see. I mean, I guess they're maybe testing the waters. I hope that they're happy with the fact that I'm not celebrating it. That's exactly what I would hope if it was reversed.
Vice President Vance says, "Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord." Hours earlier, the news of the shooting spread quickly here on Capitol Hill, video capturing members of the Republican-led House Oversight Committee finding out.
I'd like to ask for prayer for Charlie Kirk. It's being reported that he's been shot at an event.
Oh my, wow. We'll have a moment of silence.
California Governor Gavin Newsom, one of the most high-profile Democrats in the country, who earlier this year hosted Kirk on his podcast, says the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. Former Democratic Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who was shot in 2011, says democratic societies will always have political disagreements, but we must never allow America to become a country that confronts those disagreements with violence. FBI Director Kash Patel says agents were sent to the scene right away, and the Bureau will support the ongoing response and investigation. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar.
We are back here live in Orem, obviously just checking for any update as well.
I'm texting my son. My apologies.
No, that's a good one. You haven't been able to see him today since he was at that event. For those that weren't with us at 4:59 when you told a brief story about what your son went through today, can you share the phone call that you got?
Yeah, he called me. I was actually texting him. He hurt his wrist recently, and so I was being that mom that was bugging my college kid and just checking in to see how he was. And the response I got back wasn't about his wrist. He said, "I'm trying to talk to him." And I was like, "Who are you trying to talk to?" A video apparently hadn't gone through because there were so many kids on campus, but he was at that Charlie Kirk event, and he was in line number 10 near the stage to ask him a question and debate with him. And just moments after that text, when I was trying to figure out what he was talking about, he called in a panic, running from campus, where you could just hear just the sheer chaos of students trying to get to safety and get away from where they heard that gunshot. He saw what happened with thousands of other students, and I'm just sad that our kids have had to see something like that.
And not just him.
Thousands of kids here today.
Thousands of kids, thousands of university students. As I learned at, I want to say maybe the 3:30 time frame when we had a live interview with Sam, who goes to the local high school. Sam was kind enough to talk to us about his experience. That conversation really struck me because he's there just taking it in as a young teenager before going to college and wanting to experience.
Yeah, this is the
an
local
opportunity to have
CBS in Utah.
where you are getting your chance to debate one of the top debaters, if you will, that has really taken center stage in our political spectrum over the last couple of years, if not since the previous administration with President Trump before President Joe Biden. So hearing that was really disheartening. It's a different perspective than you being in with your son, but I'm talking to this kid today who had to witness the sheer panic of kids running away. And we do have another conversation with an individual who was there and had a very up close and personal distance, I guess you could say, to where Charlie.
I guess so. Can I ask you, user any Joe Blow, Deer Hunter can do these things. It's not difficult, but sneaking in, getting on the roof, evading police, getting away for that long, like that takes I don't know, a bunch. This what's crazy with this one and the Butler one. Like I just how these people are getting on the roof is fucking baffling to me. I don't understand how this has happened multiple times. I mean, with Charlie Kirk, it makes a little more sense. He doesn't have the Secret Service, but Trump had the Secret Service. There's a lot of this just doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
And it was a little weird.
So hearing from more people who witnessed firsthand what took place today. Again, if you are just joining us, we will be on air for quite a while tonight, trying to unpack a little bit of the information that we've learned through the last 5 hours or so of the shooting that took place here on campus at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. Heidi Hatch, Brian Schnee, our team is out covering different angles of this. We'll check in with them periodically from the Valley area here outside of the UVU campus. Heidi, I know that Charlie Kirk in and of itself is a big name, but what else did John Curtis say about Charlie Kirk? It's always interesting when you talk to another person that's in that realm, especially somebody who may agree or disagree about certain things that comes out of a very popular mouthpiece, if you will, for certain topics. But I know you spoke to him at length today and had a different topic planned, but it ended with this.
Well, Senator John Curtis was the Provo mayor. He loves Utah County. This is home for him. So I think it was disappointing for him because he's been a part of politics starting on the local level, the municipal level, where those are the elections a lot of times people want to ignore because they don't think they're that important. And so this is a place that he cares about. And oddly enough, this happened on the same day that he had a chance finally on the Senate floor to recognize the 2 Tremonton officers that were shot and killed in the line of duty. This morning, he went to Arlington and laid a wreath for them. So today, thinking about violence and shootings was top of mind. He had gone through that process today of paying respects to those officers here in Utah. And then as we were getting ready for that interview, the news that Charlie Kirk had been shot. So I just think disappointing because we want this to be a different world and we have to figure out
roofs
how
are more accessible than you think. Yeah, maybe you can get disturbingly far into secure areas with confidence, high-vis vest, backpack, and a clipboard. Yeah, maybe. Is it breaking or?
Taken at this event. There were 6 UVU officers on scene there, as well as Charlie Kirk's private security. And we're seeing responses from Senator Dan McKay. He actually tweeted, there will be a full inquiry into security at the Charlie Kirk massacre. I don't know how, after the Trump assassination attempt, that roofs.
It's a weird way to phrase that.
One thing that we are seeing coming out of this, we know that the suspect allegedly shot nearby on a roof. That's what they're expecting. That's what they think. Of course, we still need to get all this confirmed as that investigation continues, but they say a dark person in dark clothing, a person wearing dark clothing.
Tom, you got a notification for what? Because I'm still looking at the. Yeah, I don't see anybody. All right, guys. I've been live since 9:30 this morning. It's 4:30. We didn't know that was going to happen. I'll keep following this, but I gotta. The mods have been here. They didn't sign up for this. They're volunteering their time. So everybody, if you could say something nice to our mods right now, they had a hell of a fucking day today, having to read all these comments and silence them. I do want to just say though, again, to those who have stuck around, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being here, understanding the moment, and not elevating tensions. Like today sucks. Today's not a good day. And it's going to lead to a lot of irrationality. I'm not looking forward to the next little bit, but if we all do our own little part of not escalating tensions when they're like this, like there's a time and a place for spirited debate, and it's something that I love to do, and I know that my counterparts on the right also love to do it, and we disagree vehemently, and I do think that debate, spirited debate, has its place, and I think that those types of discussions are can be important, and so I have no intention on backing away from what I believe in and what we fight for. But if you can ease tensions, do it where you can. The end of the day, two kids lost their dad today, and a spouse lost their husband, and that's never an easy thing. And those kids will be forever impacted by that for the rest of their life, and they're going to be able to see their dad's death on the internet their whole life. And when they go on the internet, when they're later, they're going to also see these. They're going to see some horrific comments, and they're going to feel like the world is cruel and that the world's unfair. And that's not a fair thing to do to these children. It's not a fair thing to do to his family. And I just as Americans, I hope we can be better. I was planning on taking tomorrow off like we normally do after date night. We'll see. I'll keep you guys posted. If I don't think we have updates tomorrow, I don't know that I'll go live. Yeah, I think I think it'll feel like piling on. So as of now, don't plan on seeing me tomorrow, and we'll be back on Friday. But please, please, please take care of yourselves and take care of each other. Squeeze your loved ones a little tighter tonight. I'll see you guys. I'll see you on Friday.